Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hello and welcome. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday morning. We are on day 4 of this trial, Johnny Depp versus Amber Hurd. It's already got some fireworks, right?
A little bit, yeah.
So, Kurt, how are you doing? Did you have good rest this weekend?
I did have a decent rest this weekend, yes.
Good. I did not, but that's okay. We're here and I'm excited. I'm excited to be here. We are just waiting on one more person that said he would be here. And so far he is not. But of course, we are going to be doing a dramatic reading of the wonderful, wonderful hearing that happened on Friday. So if anybody does not know, there was on Friday, we don't have trial because the court wants to reserve Fridays for motions, not just for this case, but I believe also for other cases in Judge Ascarati's docket. Because of course she's got other cases too, right? So anyhow, one of the motions that was heard on Friday was the motion to exclude Miss Eve Barlow. Miss Eve Barlow, who is Amber Heard's most vibrant supporter, we could say, and supposedly super close best friend, maybe possible girlfriend. I'm not sure, but that's what's been reported.
I heard girlfriend.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I had heard as well. However, I also know that there's like multiple meanings of the term girlfriend. Um but especially like between ladies. So I anyhow, but regardless, neither here nor there. Basically, she has been banished from the courtroom because she has been overstepping her position. I was under the impression personally, because of the fact that she was sitting in that first row, I was under the impression that she had been somehow hired by the legal team and kind of like brought in that respect.
Which
And
was a
that's why she was
perfectly
there.
reasonable assumption on your part, because she
Yeah,
was behaving in a way that would lend to that conclusion. Unfortunately, the reason she wasn't that, and the reason she's behaving that way is where we are.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we do have, of course, the transcript. Thanks to Real Laura B on Twitter. She's been so great about posting stuff out on Twitter that she gets all kinds of filings and stuff. And at lightning speed too. So yeah. So we are going to
Are
be
you at
doing
55.9? You have more subscribers than me?
Yeah, I do. You know what, guys? Wait, where are you at, Kurt? Where are you at right now? No, where are you at? Come on. You're at
50,
what? Like
52.9, 53.
52.9. Guys, he's so close to 55K. Can we get Kurt to 55K? Especially you're really gonna want to after this dramatic reading, because let me tell you, we did a dramatic reading on, I don't know, some months ago on the the direct and cross examination of Stormy Daniels in the case against Michael Avenatti. And there was no, it wasn't an exact transcript, but we were able to do it through some live tweets from the courtroom. And Kurt had a phenomenal performance of Miss Stormy Daniels. It was to die for. We were all belly laughing our way out. It was great. It was hilarious. And so today I asked him to play the part of Miss Elaine Bredhoft, and I think everyone's going to love it. It's going to be great. But we're still waiting on, where is Legal Mindset? Where is he?
Maybe he realized she had 55K too. I don't know.
What's that?
We don't need any more help for Legalbytes over here.
No. But you guys, seriously, if you like good
really good legal analysis. I mean, Kurt is like a walking encyclopedia. Um, and you do a lot of like what constitutional stuff. You do a lot of appellate stuff and a lot of Supreme Court stuff. So if you
Hmm.
want your brain to grow, go and watch Kurt's stuff for sure. It's really good. So let's see if we can get Kurt to 55K.
That'd be great. And
Yeah.
100K.
Yes. We're all yes. We are all running for 100K, right? So anyhow, let me try one more time here because Legal Mindset is late. Bum, 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 bum. Well, in the meantime, let me at least share the transcript. Here we go. Or you know what? I'm just going to do. How about for now, until Andrew gets here, I'll just do both parts. I'll be the court and Mr. Chu. I'll just do it in two different voices.
Okay.
Oh, is he
If you.
live right now on his channel still?
Oh
I
well, that's
told
just
him.
disrespectful.
I told no, it's not. Well, he knows. I think he probably just didn't realize the time. So he may be okay, you know what? Well, we're gonna get started anyway. We have enough time. We'll make it. We'll still make it in time for um before the trial
Is it just the
begins
three
again at 10
parts?
a.m.
Barlow, Chew, and the
Yes,
court. Okay.
exactly. Okay. So we'll start here. We'll start here. Okay. Unless you want to do one of them before.
I'm happy to. I can play
Okay.
multiple parts. I'm a thespian.
Of course. Okay, then let's do that. Let's do that because otherwise it'll just be a lot of me talking to myself. So why don't I'll be the court, you'll be Mr. Chu for now, and then you'll switch over to Miss Bredehoft
No problem.
when she shows up. Okay, cool. And then once you're Miss Bredehoft, then I'll be Ben Chu. How's that?
Okay, that works for me.
Cool. Okay. All right. Okay, we have got the court reporter. All right. Is this your matter?
Yes, Your Honor. Very briefly. Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ben Chu. Have we sworn in? I apologize.
Raise your right hand. Please stand for me. I just can't see you. Thank you. The court reporter was duly sworn. Sorry, I apologize. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ben Chu for Johnny Depp. I have a preliminary matter, but it's a very serious one.
Okay.
It won't take much time.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we are moving, or Mr. Depp is moving, for the permanent exclusion of Eve Barlow from.
Eve Barlow? Who is Eve Barlow?
Eve Barlow is a journalist and Miss Hurd's current girlfriend who's sitting in the front row.
Okay.
Yesterday, and the court ordered to the back row, and then she was later, as I
Oh,
will discuss this morning, thrown out at 3:41 p.m. by Lieutenant Porter. But if I could explain to the court.
hold please. We have our third actor. Hey, Andrew.
Sorry,
That's
y'all.
okay.
Wolf Mathematics had me up in a frenzy. I was reading a California workbook on CRT education that they've already adopted as policy, and just going off the fucking rails. So I do appreciate that.
That's okay. That's okay. So we just started, and Kurt was reading your part as Mr. Chu. So
Okay.
he just read to line 16.
I saw that.
So
I saw that.
I'm
line
the court.
16.
Okay. So
I
okay.
got it.
Now continue, Mr. Chu.
Well, it's okay, right? Do you say okay?
Yes.
What the court is seeing, you will recall yesterday, Mr. Rottenborn came up with what was Miss Barlow's phone.
Okay.
And he showed you the first document you are looking at, the shorter version.
Right.
The text. This is the text from Miss Deuters, Gina Deuters. We understand that she was properly excluded, but this is what he showed, Your Honor, saying to the court, representing to the court that Miss Deuters had texted since the start of the trial. And Your Honor will see what Mr. Rottenborn showed you did not have the date. If you look at the second document, you will see, Your Honor, will see, I'm sorry, it's an Instagram post. It's an Instagram post. So, Mr. Rottenborn.
It's not like I would know the difference, but I thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Oh, and then Miss Myers, you're welcome.
I didn't, given my age, but So Mr. Rottenborn showed you was Miss Deuter's Instagram post without the date. And the second document you're looking at was her post, and it shows the date, which makes it very clear that this was January 8th, 2021. That is a material misrepresentation. Miss Deuters posted this during the London trial.
Okay.
That was very disturbing. We believe it was a fraud upon the court. We believe that Mr. Rottenborn, as an officer of the court, should have taken a look at what he was handing up to the court, especially since it was handed to him by somebody improperly sitting in the front row, a reporter and Miss Hurd's girlfriend. And that's not where it ends, Your Honor. Unfortunately, Miss Barlow has been passing notes to and from Miss Hurd from the beginning of the trial, and she's sending out live tweets throughout the trial.
Is she still sending out tweets?
She was as of 4:31 p.m. yesterday when she was removed by this court. If I might approach, and I'll do it one more time. This was Miss Barlow's post during Miss Vasquez's opening, and you'll see her.
So she was tweeting from the courtroom?
She was tweeting in the courtroom. She was sitting right there, tweeting during Miss Vasquez's opening. Your Honor may remember that Miss Vasquez said that Miss Hurd would be giving the performance of her lifetime. So she says in real time, actually, it was Vasquez who was giving the performance of a lifetime of her life. So this is contemporaneous with my colleague's opening. She's live tweeting and getting it all out to the public. And finally, and this is the last time, I'm sorry. Your Honor will remember that when we first raised this issue, Your Honor ordered people to the back. So Miss Barlow reluctantly left the first seat and went to the back. And this is the tweet that got her thrown out the last time.
Dun, dun, dun.
What does Amber Hurd hope to achieve? She has a gorgeous 1-year-old daughter, and she said she was beginning the rest of my life in 2021, 12 months after her mother died. And it was at this point, Lieutenant Porter saw her violating the court's order and asked her to leave. Now, Your Honor, if this was just an isolated, well, actually, I'll take that back. It's more.
If you violate the order, you violate the order.
It's more than enough to get her thrown out permanently, but it takes place in a context. Your Honor will remember the inappropriate disclosure of the sexual assault violations in violation of the protective order, perhaps more egregiously because people weren't participating by the WebEx in this one, 2 days before the trial. Miss Hurd posted on her Instagram her opening arguments. And I understand none of the jurors referred to it, but she made very clear in her Instagram post that Mr. Depp's name wasn't mentioned in her op-ed, which was the primary feature of Mr. Rottenborn's opening. That was really egregious. Then during my opening, to try to throw me off, Miss Brettahat made an improper objection saying, and she tried to mention it. The point is, Your Honor, the court's orders must mean something. We're trying to play by the rules here. It is outrageous that Miss Barlow has done what Miss Barlow has done. She was thrown out yesterday, and all we're asking is a very limited form of relief, is that she be barred from attending the rest of the trial.
All right, Ms. Bredhoft?
Thank you, Your Honor. I had absolutely no clue he was going to raise this morning, so I'm responding to it cold. First of all, Eve Barlow is not a journalist. Second of all, she's not Miss Hurd's.
Oh, whoops. Well, I really don't care all about that. She was tweeting live in my courtroom. This is 4:31.
I don't know about that, Your Honor.
Well, I do. I can read it. 4:31 on April 14th, 2022.
I know she...
And I know the deputies took her out because she was texting. That's against the court order. I don't let anybody, if I find anybody else texting, they don't get to come back in. So why would she be able to come back in?
And I have no knowledge of this, Your Honor.
And I know you didn't, and I understand that. And I mean, like I say, when people were passing notes, I thought, well, legal teams. That's why I gave you the first row, because of legal teams. And then more information comes to me in bits and pieces that it's not the legal team. Okay, so move back.
And then?
but then she's still texting. So,
And let me back up just a little bit. Miss Barlow was not here during the opening. She was not present in the courtroom, and so,
well, she was present when she did this live tweet in my courtroom.
and that may be, Your Honor. I have no knowledge of it. I have no knowledge of it. And I have no way to address that, Your Honor.
Well, I do. Miss Barlow is not coming back into the courtroom during this trial.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And this concludes the excerpt portion.
Yay!
Woo! Round of applause.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun, guys.
I love a good dramatic reading. And when I read this transcript, I was like, I need to do this.
I missed mock trial, and I definitely missed mock trial in drama class. That was bringing back some good memories for me.
I miss mock trial. I miss debate. I've talked about it before. I miss that formalized debate stuff, man. I'd go right now. Let's do some. That's great shit.
So that was good. So it's definitely a win for Johnny Depp that she got at the very least a moral win that she got kicked out. I know that there have been quite a few questions about whether that means that Gina Deuters can be unexcused from trial. I don't think so, because she did admit under penalty of perjury when she was sitting up there on the witness stand that she did see some clips. No one forced her to say that, and even if she felt like she was like caught off guard and said some things that she didn't quite mean to say, she still said it under oath. And so I don't see the court entertaining the idea of her coming back.
If it
Also,
didn't
it
come
would
up
be
on
really
Friday,
confusing
it's
to
not
the
coming up
jury.
now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been the opportunity if somehow they wanted to unring that bell, then Friday would have been the opportunity for that. So if it didn't happen, it's not happening now.
Yeah, exactly. So anyhow, well, Andrew, how was your weekend?
Oh, it was fucking fantastic. I was a little salty they didn't lift it on Friday, but as of tonight, which is right now, it's 10:32 p.m. There's no more curfew in Korea, so now it's 24 hours
Hey.
drinking. So I'm going to be doing some.
You're
So
gonna do
I'm
a
gonna
three
stick on
a.m.
a little
drinking
bit.
stream
After
in
I
the streets of
finish
Korea?
here a little bit, I'm gonna walk around, and see everybody drinking and going crazy on a Monday. I'll be doing some on the weekend. But the weather's been fantastic. It's been great. So it's been good to get out and like be outside and enjoy it. Because it's been unseasonably cold. Also, I'm preparing to go back to the U.S. I know, Lita, you just left. I'm
We're
going.
tag teaming.
I'll be there. Not California though. I will not be in California. Actually, you know what? You know what's funny though? I have to do a layover in Los Angeles, and I'm like,
There you go.
I'm hoping that Gavin Newsom doesn't try to arrest me in like the 2 hours I'm in that airport. Like he's like, I've heard what you've said about our state. Please step over here. I'll be wearing a mustache, just like twirling it. Like my Kurt outfit,
You going to Florida?
Red polo. Yeah, Florida. I'll be just passing through Dallas, but I'm mostly going to Florida the entire time this time. And then next time I'll be at the end of May. I'll be back, and I will be in Dallas. I'll be in Texas. I'll be in Houston, Dallas, Austin, and Miami.
You're going on tour.
Possibly New York too. If Attorney Tom opens up his balling penthouse, then I will take him up on that offer. But otherwise, I will not go to New York. Also, if you Sugar Daddy Joe or Nate what's the spawn for the Waldorf Astoria, I will take that as well.
I'll follow you around for that road trip when you come back for the Texas tour / New York tour. I'll follow you around.
Can you imagine like uncivil legal live, legal mindset live?
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
That would be great.
Vlogging that would be hilarious.
That would be.
That's premium content. It's premium content, guys.
Yeah.
But no, it's been good. I'm ready for this next week of trial. I think this should be a really fantastic, really amazing trial. I'm going to be trying to stream before and after, and catch up on it. But I'm looking forward to another week of great testimony.
Yeah, agreed. It's going to be. I don't know yet who the next witnesses are, other than we will be resuming with Dr. Kipper, because we didn't quite finish his testimony on Thursday. But yeah, that's going to be. I know that's going to be a little rough. Maybe grab some coffee or some tea. I know I saw Dragon's Treasure here in the super chats. So for sure have some form of caffeine, because That may be a
Yeah.
little bit rough. Other than that, I don't know who is going to be coming up yet. I've been trying to find that out. You kind of have to get it from some sort of a contact, basically to the parties themselves.
Yeah, I was wondering how they're finding out how these like news networks will be like, we know this is coming up. I'm like, how do you know like for sure they're going to testify next? I didn't think anybody knew that.
A little leaking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's you've got to like find your
Make
way.
sure the news is ready
in.
to cover that one for the Emmy performance or whatever.
Right.
Right.
Like if
For the
Elon,
Academy.
if Elon's coming in, like you got to know that you're getting the premium coverage and everybody's
Yeah.
on that one. And
The way this trial has been going so far, it makes me want to ask the question: what is the question the jury is supposed to be solving? And then the follow-up question would be, "Are you sure?" Because whatever your first answer to the first question was, I'm not so sure. Because what is the issue? It's gone completely lost in my mind.
I know the issue is very clear. The issue is very clear. How can you make the other person look as shitty as possible? And
Apparently
are you
that's the
presenting
issue.
no, and that is the actual point of the trial. Is both sides need to present enough evidence to make the other person look as horrible as possible, regardless of the legal merits of the case. I've said the legal merits are almost moot at this point. It's how much dirt,
I agree with that.
how much dirt, how much tea can you drag up? And in a way, it makes it a more fascinating trial because the legal conclusion is frankly not that important. As opposed to getting the stories out.
I have my legal doubts on the legal conclusion for finding defamation against Amber Heard. Not to say that I like her in any way, right? Because I just try to assess based. I at least try
You're
to
talking
assess
about
things based on
burden
the
of
law.
burden of proof, and
Yeah,
and
yeah.
a
It's
high
like,
burden
but
of
it's
proof.
like, it's just reading so much. So it's like, can you really get there in the end? I'm dubious, but I don't know.
Right.
There
Well-
probably if I were a betting man right now, I
Mhm.
think they're going to find against Amber Heard, and then God only knows what happens when the Court of Appeals takes a look at this thing.
Well, I think that's sort of, and I don't know, Alita, you can tell me what your take is on this because you've been interviewing people from the Justice for Johnny community and whatnot, and I don't know whether they're willing to accept that perhaps Justice for Johnny means getting his story out there and getting the truth out there and presenting the truth, and
I think so
regardless
long
of
as-
the legal conclusion.
So long as the trial itself is fair, I think people are willing to accept that. Yeah, because
Are they willing to
it's-
accept the Court of Appeals intervening and saying that actually there was no legal cause here the whole time? Because I think that's a decent possibility. That they'll be
Yeah.
robbed of their $40 million
I don't
verdict
know.
or whatever. It's going to wind up being.
I don't think that that's a strong possibility though. I mean, do you think that it should have been thrown out on a motion to dismiss? No, I don't think so. And she didn't file any motions for summary judgment. Only Johnny did to dismiss her claims. She didn't file any. So the motions to dismiss were properly not dismissed. And they used Virginia law that says you can have defamation by implication.
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
and it can be.
I
it can be
understand the
kinda-
principle. I understand the principle. It's just I think the application doesn't quite work for me. So I don't know.
Well, you
Maybe
know
it's
what? I
just
should
me.
probably send you
I'm a
copies
mean
of the
judge.
opinion letters. I should send you copies of the opinion letters so that you can take a look at the court's reasoning on those.
I'd be happy to.
But
That'd be great. Be
yeah,
fun to cover.
yeah. I have I've got to pop into my files. There's a lot of filings in this case, but I basically downloaded everything from the
You
Fairfax
haven't
County website.
memorized all of them, Alita. What are you? You failure as a lawyer. You have failed. You are rejected from the California bar. You are done forever.
Disbarred.
But I could see a decision by the district court, like on the motion for summary judgment, saying that there's like some theoretical possibility. Because on a motion of summary judgment, one of the questions you ask, first of all, are there questions of fact that are in dispute, and material questions of fact, right? And then second question is, assuming all the facts are favorable to one side or the other, can you make a judgment as a matter of law? Those are the two questions you have to say. So I could see a court saying that there are some theoretical combination of facts that would allow for either side to win, but then in reality, what actually emerges, I don't know that they can get to where
But
they want to be.
that's why you have trial though, is
Yeah.
the facts that emerge.
Yeah, and I've not been super impressed so far today, like
Well,
in
you
sort of
know,
the
we're-
ultimate legal merits.
We're only 1/6 of the way through this.
Oh
trial,
yeah, that's
keep in
true. I
mind.
forgot that part.
So-
Oh Jesus Lord,
yeah, so there's a lot to come still.
you're right. My bad. I retract everything I said.
Well, speaking of the tea, Dragon's Treasure says, I've decided to turn Legalbytes versus Ricada coupon code into a competition. Total series per subscriber will win something. I haven't decided what yet. Okay, sounds good, Mr. T
Well,
Man.
I will support Yeah. What is the code
Thank
for
you.
Legalbytes for your code?
It's Amber Turd.
Okay, you need to pin that comment. Pin that
So
comment with the link and
so
stuff.
and the Dragon's Treasure also says, but head on over to the Dragon's Treasure. So that's the dragonstreasure.com. Use, he says code, but code Amber Turd to help your streamer of choice crush their opponent in the name of calming tea. And I have to say, it is delicious tea.
It
I
is
love
delicious
it.
tea.
I
can say
like
so.
ever since I started drinking it, I don't want to go back to Twinings or anything else. It's really, really good. My favorite one is butterbeer flavor. It's actually tastes buttery, which sounds weird for a
That
tea,
is
but it
so
works.
knowing your audience, and that is the most basic flavor you could have possibly mentioned, other than like
No, it
pineapple.
legitimately is my favorite. It really is,
pumpkin
though.
spice latte tea. I
Yes,
mean, the only
yep.
one you could have beaten butterbeer.
Yeah, if there's I'm sure maybe I can make a special request from the team man to make a special Legalbytes pumpkin spice one. That would
I'm
be
sure he'll bag you. I'm sure he'll bag you up on that one.
That would be awesome. But if you do, I have to say this. I have to make sure I do this for the FTC disclosure. I get a certain commission on it. You get 10% off if you use my code, and also you're supporting a really great small company. So helping
and
a
also
good
supporting
guy out.
Legalbytes.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
Who is our heroine?
Okay,
Holy
congrats on
Queen.
56K.
Congrats on 50. Thank you so much. Congrats on 56K, because 56K is kind of a fun number for me, because 56,000 is also the seat capacity. It's the seat capacity of Dodger Stadium. So
Okay.
so it's kind of cool to think of, like, I could fill Dodger Stadium with all of my subscribers right now. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy to think of.
That is a lot. Yeah. When you start thinking about these numbers and what it really means, it's one of the things I always think about is because I like teaching law, and I'm teaching more people than I'd ever be able to teach in any course, classroom, like ever.
Right.
So I feel very validated.
More people are live than would fit in the largest classroom.
Yeah, exactly. The largest classroom.
Yeah. Really, really, really cool.
I'm more powerful than a Harvard professor. They can eat me.
and 500% less woke.
Mia Miller says uncivil law makes a more likable Elaine. That is very true.
And a sexier one too.
And sexier. Mimer82 says, well, I guess it was an Instagram post, but I didn't think it would be Barlow playing dirty with a post from over a year ago. But given what I've been learning over the weekend, I'm not really surprised. Yeah, I'm not particularly surprised either. Hey, potentially criminal. Thank you. Why isn't the defense facing sanctions for offering misleading evidence to the court just because they smoked out witness misconduct? They did it via unethical means. Eve can be considered their agent. Yeah, I think it's because they just were very quick to say, by the way, potentially criminal, come on back whenever you want. But I think it's because, yeah, of course. Yeah. But I think it's because they said that they had no knowledge of this, and, and I mean, they do have a responsibility to check where this came from first, when it was from, before they actually represent it to the court, before they show it to the court. So, I mean, she could have been well within her rights to issue some kind of sanctions against them, but they didn't ask for it. I think that probably is the biggest reason, is because Johnny Depp's team didn't ask for anything other than to make sure that Eve Barlow is banned from the courtroom.
Yeah.
Matt Bond says the Oscar goes to no slapping any uncivil law. Charles LePage says create legal cartoons with Kurt doing the voices. I think you would be a fantastic voice actor, for sure.
Thank you.
Adrian Fortini, Kurt deserves Will Smith's Academy Award.
Kurt is 100% more unbreaded than Will Smith.
Very true. Freaky Dog says, as a therapist licensed in California, I was surprised by their site because if there's violence, you're supposed to stop couples therapy, only individual, until the violence ends. Also, you should have I missed the rest of it. I'm so sorry.
That's slightly surprising to me. I mean, I obviously don't know the ethics guidelines for therapists, but it seems slightly strange. But
it makes sense.
I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing.
If you have a TRO or something like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, if there's actually a legal thing keeping them apart, obviously.
Well, there probably is. That was issued at the same time.
But I was just reading what they literally wrote. What they literally wrote is if there's violence. So I'm just taking as given. There's no legal document in place, but there is violence between the parties. Would you necessarily stop doing all couples therapy? Is what I read that. And I'm like, I don't know if that makes sense or not. But then again, I'm not a therapist.
Well, how would you know? How would you know if there's violence but for a document?
One
Well,
of them telling me, and the other one saying, "Yeah, I did that." Let's
the
say,
testimony.
yeah, I'm soon doing couples therapy. She's like, he hits me. I'm like, "Yeah, I did that."
Well, I don't know that actually that she didn't say on the stand that Johnny Depp admitted I did that.
No, I'm answering his hypothetical.
Hypo
How
with
would
a
I know
hypo. You're
hypothetically?
answering my hypo with a hypo,
Oh,
but
I
well,
see.
it depends.
I
Is it
see.
consensual or not? Is it like he hit me and then it's like
Yeah.
but it was a spank on the booty and I liked it? Like, what are we
I
talking
feel
about
like I'm
here?
arguing
I
with
think
my
it's.
chat
I think we're
yesterday for
talking
the
about
mailbox rule or something.
Unconsensual
well.
hits,
Hang on,
right?
hang on.
Yeah.
Let me get it. Let me get a word in edgewise here.
Sorry.
So I think that this might be referring specifically to the fact that that Dr. Anderson noticed bruises on her face at one point. She said that on December 17th or 18th or something, she noticed bruises on her face, but nobody talked about where those came from or what, like whether that was from any kind of violence in the marriage, which to me just seemed crazy. And so I'm kind of along the same lines as Freakadog here. I don't know what the requirements are for in California for in terms of stopping couples therapy, but at the very least I would think that they have an ethical duty to report something if they think that there's you know what I mean? Like there should at least be something triggered in their brain about like, oh, this may be violence in a very contentious marriage right now. I need to ask questions about this to make sure that this is not something, it just
Think
it
about
seemed very strange to me too.
I mean, if it probably mirrors the privilege exceptions, right? Because we have privilege exceptions in certain cases, right? Harm to self, harm to others.
Yes.
So
yeah,
mirroring that, if there's harm to others, i.e., one of the persons who's you're counseling, in the process of counseling, then you probably have a duty to disclose.
Yes.
And a duty not to facilitate, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Tear us off for the win, right?
Jay Watt says that umbrella guy got the vids and did a stream on it. Johnny Depp's attorney proved that she made the mess, proving it via timestamps and metadata from the pics and the second officer's video at the scene. Hint, the wine. Interesting. Hey, Rick, how's it going?
Hey, Rick, how's it going?
Hello. Good morning. Did I hear 56,000?
Yes.
Yes.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Things are going great, and we've got a bunch of people here in the stream, a bunch of people in the chat. It's great. Things are going wonderfully. So
and you're back at your new old digs.
I am, and believe it or not, Indy is here. She's just on the floor. She'll jump up back onto the chair soon, and so people can see her. I know some people are here just for Indy. So
oh yeah, I'm just here to see the catapulting over your head onto shelves. That's really my favorite part.
Yes. That'll be Holmes when he ninja cats in here. But yeah, so fun times. Freakadog said, "Oh shoot!" So this is the other part of that other super chat. Okay, so the first part says, "Also, you should have a no secrets policy where you discuss in session anything that is said in individual conversations, i.e., Johnny's claimed violence."
So that's required in California?
Well, that's a should have at the top. I don't know.
Yeah,
should. So they're saying that in California, under their policies, you should have a no secrets policy. So essentially, you're disclosing things.
So if you have a couple session and it's probably similar to, I can see this being true though. It's probably similar to when you have one attorney for multiple clients and you have to disclose to them saying, anything that the other person tells me is not confidential to you. Likewise, same. So anything you guys each tell me is not going to be held confidential against one another. Otherwise, I'm going to have to withdraw. So it probably is a very similar thing for psychologists that are representing multiple or giving therapy to multiple people.
And if you're a regular marriage counselor, presumably you have a rote disclaimer thing that you put on intake forms and or say at the first meeting, right?
Yeah, probably. That's
you probably have to do more than a just disclaimer, like a written disclaimer. You probably have to actually like go into
have a
detail
conversation.
With that. Yeah, have a conversation, right? Because
probably
that's a pretty material thing.
Yeah, agreed.
There's a lot of stuff that came out during that testimony. So
yeah, for sure. Bella's mom says, "Legalbytes, you are epic." Amber Turd, LOL. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Rhiannon Adams said she could have pooped in the bed. She had fecal phobia. She has fecal phobia. It's so similar to Prince Andrew's. I couldn't have assaulted her because she says I was sweaty and I can't sweat, you see. Sure. Yeah, that does sound very similar logic. Steve H88 says, so they either knowingly presented false/invalid evidence or knew it was from the previous trial. They can get into huge trouble, right? Yep. I mean, if it turns out that way, it seems like the issue is probably over though. So I wouldn't expect that to come up much more.
What's the accusation of false evidence?
So the reason why Gina Deuters was excluded. Remember how we were trying to figure out, because it looked like they were texting one another on Amber Heard's legal team. They were passing notes and whatnot. So Eve Barlow, who I had assumed was part of the legal team because she was sitting in that front row, she had her phone out too and was partaking in all of this. As it turns out, she's not part of the legal team. She's just Amber Heard's super best friend / maybe girlfriend / journalist, although not a journalist, according to Amber Heard's attorney. Anyway, so she's not part of the legal team. So she has now been excluded from the rest of court, from the rest of the trial.
So she shouldn't be on her phone passing messages to the team.
Exactly.
Okay.
She shouldn't be on her phone at all. There's a general rule for anybody who's not part of one of the two legal teams cannot have their phone out. If they do, their phone will be taken away / they'll be excluded from, they'll be kicked out of court for the rest of the trial.
Well, they must have some special rules, right? Because there's the guy with the telephoto lens that's in like the front left of the court every day. I assume they have a couple people that are allowed to do whatever they're doing.
I think you mean like for general for media and stuff?
Yeah, I don't know whether that's media or not. They're just in the gallery. There must be special rules for a few people, right?
Probably. That's my.
I don't know. I'm
assumption.
asking literally out of ignorance.
Yeah, that's my assumption. I mean, I know that in terms of cell phones, that's the general rule, and so she got caught, and so she got kicked out. But the thing is that apparently the post that she had shown to the other legal team to say, hey, she's been looking at stuff online. That was all. Sorry, it was an Instagram post from a previous trial. It was from the trial back in the UK. So the post was from 2021. So she tried to show this thing to say, hey, she just posted about this thing that shows that she's been watching trial, when in fact it was from over a year ago.
Wait. This all went down with wrongful starting information that turned out to be correct upon inquisition from the judge?
Yeah. Amber Heard's team got very lucky with that, in my opinion.
Oh my.
Okay. Yes. That is exactly what happened here. And
all right.
Let's see. Hey, Nate, how's it going? Is he there? Nate
has no thoughts to share.
He is
Nate just wanted his picture on the stream.
Nate's too deep of a thinker.
All right. Jackhammer 191 says your coverage is amazing. Love from Australia. Thank you so much. Bella's mom, in love with the dog, flopped over tummy in the air, soothing. Yeah, that's my indie bear. Rob Guillet, amazing. Beauty, humor, and intelligence. So rare. Oh, and you too, Legalbytes. Love you. But uncivil law and the glow from his beautiful, shiny dome makes me shiver.
Me too.
That makes me feel self-conscious.
Me too.
No. Take it as a compliment.
All right. So sorry. I'm here now. My mic was out. I couldn't speak. I couldn't unmute myself. I couldn't do anything. I was just like stuck here. But I was looking good while I was stuck here. That's the good thing about having the avatar.
Yeah, there you go. So Nate, you had a
Nate?
good weekend?
Yeah. I had a pretty good weekend. How about you guys?
Oh yeah.
Mine was a
Easter at
little
Hogue
busy.
House.
Good. Rick, how was your Easter? Was it good?
Oh, fantastic. My kids, we started doing riddles to find Easter baskets when they were young. So I have to write them up and then hide eggs, and they're numbered, and it's a whole scavenger hunt type thing. So they have a good time with that. Yeah, it was just a nice family day.
Nice. That's awesome.
Nice.
Awesome. Nate, did you do anything for the weekend for your family or no?
No, it got a little confusing because we had like this big argument about how the hell does eggs and Easter and Jesus, how does it all wrap up? Where did the hell the bunny come from? so it's like I had to explain, well, bunnies and like there's no bunnies in the Middle East. What the hell how'd the bunny get involved? Is the bunny Jesus? I'm like, the bunny's not Jesus. No.
That's so
it's an
funny.
ad campaign.
Hey,
well,
what's
hello.
up?
Welcome, Colonel Kurtz. So
Hi, how are y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I just literally woke up like 20 minutes ago. Is that really horrible to admit that?
No, not at all. I'm kind of in like a weird zone too, where that's gonna happen to me from here on out. I'm
Alita,
gonna get bits and pieces of
to be
sleep.
clear, when in your time zone does it start and when does it end?
Well, that is relevant information. So like right
Yeah.
now it's 9 a.m. almost.
9 a.m. for you. For me,
Oh, no, I
it's
was-
That's nothing. I'm thinking about like it's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 9 a.m. right here. Wake your behind up.
So for anybody that is not familiar with Colonel Kurtz, she's been covering the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard litigation for a long time. You're also right now spending a lot of time on a similar case filed by Marilyn Manson against Evan Rachel Wood. You've been doing a lot of great work on that stuff. So so why don't you for beyond that, for everybody else, introduce yourself so that everybody can get to know you a little bit, what your channel's all about, etc.
Oh, thank you for that introduction.
Sure.
And can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
I adjusted your volume a little bit because I've got to balance it with the trial stream once it starts.
Yeah, no, totally. I just wanted to always make sure at the beginning. So I'm an amateur filmmaker basically, or YouTuber, I guess you could say. I taught college classes before, college English classes, but I just made this channel like a year ago because I wanted to start covering the Johnny Depp Amber Heard craziness. And then I ended up kind of getting away from that and spent most of the year covering the Marilyn Manson saga, which is like, it's basically like this but on steroids. So we'll see what happens with that, but that's what I've been up to. So I've been coming back really after a break, coming back to the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp situation, and just happened to catch some of your coverage, and I really like your live stream, is one of my favorites. So
thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So now we have a live feed.
Awesome.
So, but
You say on steroids, and all I could think of is I think that's the one thing we haven't heard from the Dr. Drugs just yet. So we still have testimony.
We'll find them, Hogue. We'll find them. We'll find the roids. Don't worry.
He's mentioned all sorts of drugs I didn't even recognize, but I don't know that we've heard steroids yet.
Well, you haven't been to a good party then, Rick.
a good party with steroids? I feel like that's not a good. That's not a very good
That's
party.
a great party.
That's a rager. Literally.
I mean, a lot of rage, right? Maybe not the kind of rage we want.
Although I got to put my makeup on because everybody says, well, Nate's not on camera. Damn, I like a couple of days I'm not on camera, and now it's like.
We just
now
love
we don't know what you look like anymore.
People in the
we don't
chat
like to
were
deny
like,
the world
like,
your
Nate's
image.
dying. He's sick. It's like.
Look, I had to turn my camera on. Now you turn your camera off. We're supposed to be in this
we always
together.
have to have at least one avatar logo. That's the rule. Yeah.
The one avatar rule.
One avatar rule.
There must always
Only
be one.
There can only be
So
one.
am I right, Alita? We've got I don't know what it looked like on the bar at the bottom of the video, 45 minutes, an hour of Dr. Drugs left to start off today?
I think so. Although it could be more than that. I mean,
I'd like
just
to
with
believe
the way
it's
that this trial
45
is
minutes
going.
to an hour.
Yeah, hopefully no longer than that, because his testimony was a little bit rough. I mean, it's rough anyway when you've got a deposition video testimony.
Yeah.
But on top of that, when you've got somebody that's very clinical, that is describing his work and his procedure and whatnot, you can get really lost in the weeds, especially if things are not told in a narrative form, which is kind of what we're used to in terms of like picking up information. Like that's the easiest way to pick up information, right? Is in the midst of a story.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, and
so
he's back from Australia now even in his limited narrative. So we'll probably back to drug diagnosis.
One thing I want to point out before we even get started with this week.
Mm-hmm.
Look how much everything has changed. Just
I was gonna say they traded hairstyles.
Johnny's now in a more traditional suit, hair's back, and look at Amber. Her hair is down, and even the person that got sitting next to her is somebody who doesn't look like an ice queen, right? She's somebody who looks friendly. So they after week one, everybody's been saying like, "Yo, you look like a bitch. You need to calm this down. Put your hair down." And to Johnny, they're like, "Yo, you looking too cool. You got to take this more seriously." and they both have taken that advice. Yeah. And just like Alita said, put a woman next to it that looks friendly. And that's what they did. They're watching the show, Alita. They put a woman next to it that looks friendly.
Oh no.
That's
I
what you
mean,
were saying?
don't make her sit by herself.
Johnny Depp looks
That's
like
the
a
power.
totally
The
different
power
person.
of PR people. The power of paid PR people.
Yeah.
They were
no,
watching
for
it with
sure.
us and was like, yeah, what these people are saying is making sense. Johnny looks like an idiot right now. Put his hair back and put him in a suit.
Well, and that's the thing too, is that like people are asking about Eve Barlow, and look at how empty that first row is right now. Now that she's gone, who else did they get rid of?
It was Amber's
Whoa,
only
hey,
friend. Amber's
I
single friend. That's it.
I
Oh,
guess
my.
so. But
Her hair is
But,
down. She's more, she's more friendly. Like Amber looks like a
although
totally
she's
different
still
person.
wearing all black.
More feminine looking.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But still though, I mean, Eve could very well be watching the live streams, this one, Riqueda's, or the straight one from Law and Crime Network, and she could definitely be texting them directly. She's still allowed to have her cell phone now that she's out of the courtroom. And these folks right here are able to have their cell phones. So is this
Here comes
okay?
the
Good.
judge.
You guys hear that?
Yep.
Good. Okay, good.
All right, good morning.
All right.
All right, are there any preliminary
Hopefully
matters
the
before
sound
the
is
jury?
balanced.
Stay young. Good morning.
If you could put your microphone on or go to the...
The closed caption.
Oh, you're on
is
approach with it?
hilarious.
Okay, that's fine.
XO Irish XO says, don't forget to like the stream, guys. XOXO.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that.
It's a good note.
Johnny Depp
Stan-
looks like such a different person.
Yeah.
I like it with the hair back. I'm not
I
gonna
do
lie.
like it with the hair back.
It looks much more smoothed
Business in
out.
the front.
Party in the back, baby. No, but it's just like what we were saying. The first week was that, because this is a 6-week trial. So the first week is
Mhm.
kind of like that filling out. What should we look like? How should we do? How are we coming off? And
Mhm.
I think after week 1, Amber knows. Like I came off like an ice cold, and Johnny was like came out like a drug addicted star. Let's start.
Yeah.
Let's change that perception up a little bit.
Yeah. No, I like the hair back in the ponytail. I think that's a good look for him.
It makes him look a lot more present too. I
Yeah.
think his posture as well seems more. I don't know.
Yeah.
different.
No hair
You're
in his
right.
face, right?
Yeah, it's
He's
less like
laughing
he's
and smiling.
hiding in his face. Like
Yeah.
in his hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're totally right about that. Sandy Soderquist said, Eve's just sad sitting on the corner with a phone team now.
She can tweet all that she wants now. She's not in the courtroom, though.
True.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Matt Bond says, can the lawyers bluff the witnesses like they did? I'm not sure what you mean by bluffing the
How-
witnesses.
You can bluff a witness, but it's
Oh,
a tough,
yes.
it's a tough job though. You don't want that to fall flat.
Yes. I mean, but she did, right? She did say, she admitted on the stand, yeah, I've watched some clips.
Here it is. Boom.
So yeah. Oh, somebody in the chat says Chocolat vibes. He does look like from when he was playing in Chocolat. That was a good movie. I like that. That's like one of my favorite Easter season movies.
All right.
They played that in
Anything
class
else
for me.
preliminary?
Which class?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
English.
Okay, we're good. We're ready for the
Oh.
jury? All right, let's
Pulmonary.
bring the jury out.
Pulmonary.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, Dr. Kipper is the last hour.
We had some agreement, we've had agreements on exhibits for both him and Lloyd. And I
Okay.
didn't know if you wanted
Cadbury,
to
the last.
tell them to you now, because then they're gonna be played, we're agreeing that the ones we have agreements on.
Okay.
will be shown
Do
off.
you want to wait for the jury and then you can enter those into evidence? Is that okay? You enter those exhibits into evidence when the jury comes out? Does that sound all right?
That was fine for me.
That works? Okay. that
That's
works.
very
Okay.
likely they worked over the weekend and agreed on the redactions for what Depp's team was trying to enter with the doctor's testimony.
Yeah, probably.
The
Jay
one
wants
thing
to-
I,
why does Nate
was
never
a-
have his camera on? By the way, Nate, great video on parse defamation last night. Didn't know there was a difference. Oh, per se
oh,
defamation. Yes. Also, he's got his camera on, so we're good.
that's right. Changing it.
We have unlimited Nate views today.
Forever. Oh, and the jury's coming in, so everybody's standing up. Aaron says, my understanding is that a lot of Easter stuff like Christmas was taken by Christianity from pagan stuff. I think that's true. That's
Yeah.
my understanding as well.
Yeah, it's the
tree
wheel
and
of
all
the
that
year.
stuff,
It's Oyster.
hmm
Ostrava, sorry.
Wings of Shoe says Easter also was related to a pagan goddess whose symbols were eggs and rabbits, along with Christians coming combing it with Jesus'
Good morning,
resurrection.
ladies and gentlemen.
I thought
Yep.
that was with the Cadbury campaign with the eggs.
Mr. Nadelhoff, did you have?
Well, then they came in and
Ladies and
reinforced
gentlemen, you might
it.
remember we're in the middle of Dr. Kipper's testimony per deposition, but I think there's some exhibits that need to be moved in.
We do remember.
Like
Thank you,
Santa
Your
Claus
Honor.
is a
Parties
whole ad campaign, right? That was just an ad
discussed over
campaign.
the
It
weekend.
But it's
was.
also
and
tied into the
we
Nordic
have
beliefs,
agreement as
which
to
were like,
plaintiffs'
And Saint
exhibits,
Nicholas.
St. Nicholas, true.
41, 42, 47, 48, and 49 of plaintiffs' exhibits. I do believe that there are some slight redactions that I think they have copies of that they can provide to you. And then we also have defendants 1063, which is redacted, and I could provide you a copy, and they also have the redactions.
Okay.
Same for defendants 283, defendants 405, defendants 455, defendants 304, defendants 307, and in addition, 395 and 414 would come in without any redactions, but I can provide you copies of the ones that we.
All right, and have you already done the redactions, or are you still working on redactions?
Your Honor, we have agreed on the redactions except for one document, which we will
Okay,
address. at
and
that
now
time.
42, I already have in evidence. I was just waiting for redactions for that one, so we're still waiting for redactions for that one, correct? Or do you have that for me?
So 42 is,
Okay.
I believe, defendants.
Defendants 42.
Oh, I
Oh,
think we
no.
decided we agreed for that one that there would be no redactions.
Plaintiffs 42?
Sorry, plaintiffs 42, we
No
agreed
redactions.
after discussion that there would be no redactions.
Okay, gotcha.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so all those are entered into evidence, is that correct, with the redactions that you've agreed upon?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's no objection?
And there's no objection.
Okay.
If I may. address ours.
I think I addressed hers, but,
All right.
and we can provide you, so they have the electronic copies, which are going to be shown while the deposition is being played, and we can provide you copies. I can provide you copies now of the redacted
Right,
ones.
if they're redacted ones, I need copies. If they're not redacted, I have them.
Right,
So
Okay.
yes, okay, that'll
okay.
be fine.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Your Honor.
thank you. All right, all right, we're ready? Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie. I used to hate second seating in trials because you sit there, even though I try to look good, but you sit there and I'm
If I
just
may,
writing
just
down everything.
before
Like,
we
oh my
begin, Your
god,
Honor.
Okay.
this is so boring.
Just
Have you
that
guys
You mean
ever?
being second chair?
Oh
what
my
you have
gosh!
seen from
And or
Dr.
even the
Kipper up
research
until
team
this
in the
point
back.
has
I've been the
the defense
research team.
counsel
It's like,
examining
oh
him.
shit.
At some point, it'll switch over and it'll be Mr. Depp's counsel examining him.
All right, thank you.
That's me looking at the jury like a fool. Like, how you guys doing this morning?
He looks good. I much prefer him this way, I think.
Mr. Depp,
Oh yeah, John.
I agree.
informing you that he was upset with Dr. Cowan.
Yes, I remember clearly that he was upset with Dr. Cowan at a certain point.
You know, do you recall this text message from Mr. Depp that I just read to you?
Yes, in reading it, I do.
Okay.
So we don't know what the text message was.
I
Unless
think
they
that's the give
shared
and
this
got.
time.
I think that's the give and got text message
then-
we were on.
Mr. Depp wrote to you again on July 5th, 2015, and said, "You're a great man and a great friend. As much as I would love to see you, ... be a waste of your time, ... I've just got quite a lot going on with business stuff, my Keith film, and some Amber issues, ... By the way, I'll try not to be too subtle about this, ... Cowan should be stripped of his license to practice his supposed profession, ... And then he should be stripped and spray painted whilst handcuffed to a stop sign.
Oh,
3
Jesus.
exclamation points. He is at best a fraudulent, irresponsible turd of monumental proportions. 3 exclamation points. I love you, John."
Damn.
One way to wake up
Recall
in the
this
morning.
text message from Mr.
I
Depp?
like that.
Again, I do upon reading this, I don't remember all the specific messages I got from him, but I certainly remember the gestalt of his feelings.
And,
The
and
gestalt.
do you continue to
Word
work
of the
with
day.
Dr.
Oh,
Cowan?
doctor.
Do you continue to refer patients to Dr. Cowan? Let me ask it differently.
Yes. I have great respect for Dr. Cowan.
And Mr. Depp sent you another text message on July 24th, 2015 that says, "Hey, dear pal, Amber is happy with Cowan, ... I just don't know what truth he gets, and I don't know what his manners and strengths are, ... I think she listens to him because when we argue, she slathers me up in those condescending psychiatric trophy lines like, ... Your fear is so visible, ... What are you scared of, ... 3 exclamation points. Why are you letting your fear and your ego control your life, etc. ... Hippie shit, ... Makes me want to rampage against anyone, all capitals, wearing Birkenstocks, 3 exclamation points. Love you large, Jay." I assume you recall this text message as well?
No, but I recall when I'm looking at it, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to another text message.
Johnny really likes ellipses.
I was just gonna say, it's like it's not like they're inserting those. Like those are, they're
On
reading those straight.
August 3rd, 2015, Mr. Depp texts you, "You can flog me soon for waiting until now, for having not to properly given my kind apparatus the appropriate and adequate general cock love, ... I've tried and mostly failed, ... Many unpleasant things happening with my business world going on that are attempting to give me the funny pain face that could render me no more and send me headfirst straight into the bowl of minestrone or worse, a green curry, ... So most necessary PRNs are all headache meds, Xanax, Adderall, and whatever this magical ointment for that traitorous redness in the much valued and region of significance, ... Thanks and love, XJD." Do you recall this text message?
No, but I'm once again reminded by looking at it.
Do you recall not being paid for 3 months?
I recall not being paid. I don't remember how long, and it always turned back around. But specifically that issue, no, I can't give you specifics.
So there was a period of time where Mr. Depp was not paying you for your services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So as of February 10th, 2016, you were very concerned about Mr. Depp's health, correct?
In the document, I'm also serving as his internist, managing some medical issues. And that's the nature of these concerns.
You weren't concerned at all about Mr. Depp's continuing with his treatment plan for drug and alcohol use?
You can't separate those two issues. They're not two distinct issues. But in order for me to assess how he was doing in general with his general health, these metrics that I identify in the second paragraph were things that I needed to have follow-up on. And I wasn't getting that follow-up, and I needed to know that we were on the right course medically.
And do you recall being concerned about Mr. Depp in June 2018?
Yes.
What, if any, concerns did you have about Mr. Depp taking drugs or alcohol that were not part of the protocol?
I was concerned that that could be potentially an issue.
Dr. Kipper, Kipper 28.
Your Honor, at this point, there's an exhibit of which the parties are still in dispute. I believe it's okay to continue playing at this point, and we can resolve it
All right.
after the fact.
Is that,
Yeah, we can resolve it after
okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Are invoices that you produced from February 2015 through from February 6, 2015 to February 1st, 2021. Do you recall producing these documents?
No.
No.
Those would have come from my accountant's office.
Okay. Are you still working for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the bottom here, there's a lot that just say case management fee. Do you know what that refers to as opposed to nursing services and doctor services?
That's a retainer fee that I have with him on a monthly basis.
Now, Dr. Kipper, we received invoices for you from Mr. Depp from Fireman's Insurance Fund for 2014. Does this look like an invoice from your office to Mr. Depp? Dr. Kipper, you've already testified that these are invoices to Mr. Depp, correct?
I've testified that these are invoices. This is something generated from my accountant. Yes.
Have you spoken to Mr. Depp's legal counsel since the beginning of this year?
Yes.
Who have you spoken to?
I've spoken to Camille on 2 occasions.
Anybody else?
No.
What did you speak to Camille about?
About the deposition.
Mr. Kipper, Dr. Kipper, I think you're incorrect. I think also Ms. Myers was in one of those telephone conversations.
That's right.
And other than the scheduling of the deposition, did they talk about the issues that you were going to be asked about?
Yes, of course.
Okay. How long were the conversations?
45 minutes each.
Were they over phone or by Zoom or in person?
The first conversation was in person, and the second was by Zoom.
And you thought there were about 2 45-minute calls?
About that.
Are you paying for your counsel in this case?
Yes, I am.
First of all, Dr. Kipper, do you remember seeing this document earlier?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize it as your initial consultation notes with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the 3rd page. Excuse me. Okay. You see here where it says impressions.
Yes.
Now, could you describe what the items listed under this heading are?
So the first one, primary dopamine imbalance. This in general terms, I don't know, primary dopamine imbalance, ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, bipolar 1, depression secondary to above, insomnia, chronic substance abuse disorder, chronic reflux.
With respect to these items, are these an official diagnosis of Mr. Depp?
These are my impressions, yes.
Seems like Johnny had everything.
Yeah.
A touch of diarrhea with it too.
It's like Elvis.
Yeah.
If you want to prescribe a lot of drugs.
Yep.
When you say impression,
I need
is
drugs
that
to help get
considered
me
a
off the
would you
drugs.
consider that a diagnosis?
Yes, Ms. Myers, that's my diagnostic impression.
I'd like to pull up what's already been
I can say from
marked
personal
as,
experience, mental
Kipper
health is a
Exhibit
bitch.
4, please.
Yeah, but he's even talking about Johnny being constipated too.
These depositions seem so painful sometimes. Is that when you're a
Dr.
lawyer in the
Kipper,
room, is it pretty painful
I believe
sometimes?
we've already established, but could you confirm that you recognize
can
this
be. It
document?
can be.
This document?
If you're the one answering the questions, though, it's pretty
And
hot for you
these
too.
are
Because I'm,
also
it's just like,
Yeah.
notes of
I gotta
the
get it
consultation you
through.
had with Mr. Depp.
Right.
Correct.
And it appears from these notes that Miss Debbie Lloyd was at the meeting, correct?
Yes.
And she's a registered nurse?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp's treatment plan contemplate Miss Lloyd remaining with Mr. Depp during his therapy?
Yes.
And was it contemplated that Miss Lloyd would personally distribute his medications to him?
Yes.
Did Miss Lloyd personally dispense medications to Mr. Depp?
Yes, she did.
And
Mr. Depp.
how regular was Miss Lloyd's contact with Mr. Depp?
She had contact with him daily, either physically or by phone.
How often would you estimate that she was physically in contact with him?
I would say 80%, 90% of the time, somewhere in there.
And Mr. Depp agreed to this supervision by Miss Lloyd?
Yes.
Alex, could we please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 6?
I still find myself wondering, what does this kind of service cost?
Yeah.
Johnny Depp type money.
Yeah.
That's why he was broke.
Yeah, I was just going to say we're finding out exactly why he was in financial straits, right?
Dr. Kipper, could you please confirm that these are your
this guy
notes
was well
from
paid to be
a
his personal
consultation you
doctor.
had with Mr. Depp in Boston in June of 2014?
Yes, this is a summary.
People in the chat are saying it would cost $100,000 a month.
That would not be surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was Johnny's drug dealer essentially. Well, you know, I wouldn't want to, but
I mean, no,
getting all
literal
this
prescription.
Yeah,
drug dealer,
he's getting him everything, and a nurse too to give it to you. He's a nurse too.
The notes reflect here that you met with Ms. Hurd at that time, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Hurd tell you that she was concerned about Mr. Depp being violent with her at this consultation?
No.
If she had told you that, is that something you would have documented in these notes?
Yes.
Your note here states that Amber has a strong family history of drug and alcohol abuse and is particularly sensitive to his behaviors and potential for abuse. The phrase potential for abuse, is that referring to substance abuse?
Yes.
Well, that's important to know.
Physical abuse.
Is it really?
No.
Wink, wink, nod, nod.
I mean, in the context of that
What do you
sentence,
mean
really?
When you
Okay.
state that Mr. is particularly
That's what he said.
sensitive to Mr. Depp's behaviors?
Having grown up in that environment, she's used to seeing the trauma that it inflicts and is not only able to recognize it, but also it affects her. She has the ability to understand what that looks like.
And was this your observation of her or something she told you?
This is something she told me.
Alex, could you please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 5, please? Dr. Kipper, you recognize these as, I believe you testified, a combination of your own patient notes and Miss Lloyd's patient notes for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified you compiled them together. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you, for the notes that were taken by Miss Lloyd, did you specifically request that she maintain these notes?
Yes. That's part of her responsibility.
And did you advise her on what types of information she should include in those notes?
No.
Is there anything in particular that you asked her to include in the notes?
No, she was trained in this, and she knew what the important metrics were in notation.
And I believe you testified that you have reviewed these notes in their entirety before, correct?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've reviewed these notes?
I reviewed them at the time they were written, and I reviewed them probably couple weeks ago. So twice.
I'm going to turn to the last page now. And do you see this note marked June 30th?
Yes.
And so do you understand that to be June 30th, 2015?
Yes.
Did Miss Lloyd stop attending to Mr. Depp around this time?
I'm going to refer to my timetable just because I'll have a better sense of where the treatment was.
All right, I'd like to talk to you briefly about the detox process on Mr. Depp's island in August 2014. I believe you said that you traveled down to attend to Mr. Depp during this time, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived on the island, who was present?
Mr. Depp, Miss Hurd, Miss Lloyd, and assistants for Mr. Depp. And I can't recall which assistants.
Do you recall how many?
No. There were people that I think lived or serviced that island when he was there. There were probably 4 of those people. And I'm not sure if he had 1 or 2 of his own assistants.
Dr. Kipper, when you arrived on the island in August 2014, did you see where Mr. Depp was staying during that time?
Yes.
And what did these accommodations look like?
He had a little home structure. It was a small structure, a bedroom and a kitchen and a little sitting area.
And was Ms. Hurd staying there with him?
Yes.
And relative to where Mr. Depp was staying, where was Ms. Lloyd staying?
She was staying on another part of the island in a structure called a yurt, which is like a tent.
My uncle used to make yurts.
The registered nurse was in a nearby yurt. That seems to
How
fit
far
this
away?
case.
How long would it take Ms. Lloyd to get to where Mr. Depp was staying?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Would that be walking?
No, that would be on a motorized.
We got
vehicle.
yurt and gestalt. We need a bingo card for these days.
And relative to where Mr. Depp was staying, where did you stay when you were on the island?
Stayed on the other side of that yurt.
Okay. Also in a yurt?
Yes.
So glamping.
Basically, that's what it
Um,
sounds like. Sounds like fun, actually.
Had Mr. Depp's detoxification process already started when you arrived on the island?
Yes.
And had Miss Lloyd been overseeing that process?
Yes.
Did she report any issues to you upon your arrival?
She certainly updated. I was updated. He started on the 10th. I arrived on the 12th. So I was in full communication with her from the beginning.
After you arrived on the island, did you personally oversee Mr. Depp's detoxification process?
Yes.
And how often would you check in on him?
Several times a day.
And was this physically going to see him?
No, this would be seeing him physically once a day and then checking on his progress throughout the day.
What a life.
So during the detoxification process, you did see Mr. Depp at least once a day?
Yes.
And was Miss Lloyd checking on Mr. Depp daily?
Yes.
Damn, it's
You
hard
were
for me to see
seeing
my
him
doctor
in
once a
person
year.
daily
He's
as
seeing him
well?
once a day.
Yes.
He said that nurse is with him
You
90%
went
of
and
the
saw
time.
Mr. Depp after receiving that
That he's like
message,
awake.
correct? And did Miss Lloyd go
The
with
good
you?
life. The good life.
Yes.
And where did you see Mr. Depp after receiving that message?
I believe I saw him outside of his little home. It was either across from this little home was like a little cantina where one would eat. And it was, I think, around the cantina.
And what was his physical condition at that
He has his
time?
detox house
He
next
was
door to a cantina.
frustrated. He was uncomfortable.
Detox yurt.
How was
He's got a
his
little
demeanor?
bungalow. She's in a yurt.
One of being frustrated and uncomfortable.
And was Ms. Hurd with him at that time?
Yeah, even her facial expressions look different. She looks
When
like a
I
different
saw
person.
Mr. Depp at that point, no, she was not.
She's gotten the note.
And at this time,
Like,
this
yo,
was
we
in the
gotta
middle of
calm you
his
down.
detoxification process, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Hurd that evening?
I can't remember.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd seeking medical treatment from you for any physical injuries while you were on the island in August 2014? Go ahead.
No, I don't.
If Ms. Hurd had sought treatment from you for injuries, is that something you would have documented?
Yes, I would have.
Is that something you would have remembered her telling you?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Hurd after this evening of August 17th?
On that particular evening, that I can't remember. But I did see Miss Hurd pretty much daily during my time on the island.
So did you see her at some point, perhaps, did you see her the next day?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries to Ms. Hurd at that time?
No.
She didn't have any bruises that you observed?
No.
After you met with Mr. Depp that evening of August,
Johnny looks good today. Whoever put him
did
together
you go
today did a
back
good job.
to his accommodations at some point?
No. I think we resolved the issues where we were outside of his little hut, his home.
So you didn't go and attend to him again in his home after that time?
No.
Alex, could you please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 8?
She's got this Veronica Lake look going today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the sexy seductive thing works though either. I still don't feel like she's hit the right look, Amber.
Yeah,
It's
all
better,
black
though.
is not
It's
good.
better.
It's better.
She gets a little bit better each day, but not
from
quite.
earlier
Like
in your
Sharon Stone today or
deposition.
something.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
And
Fatal
I
fatal
believe you
track.
testified that
Basic
you
Instinct.
recall sending this
Basic
email
Instinct,
to
You're mixing up
Mr.
your
Locke
murderous noir movies.
on August 18th.
Excusez-moi.
correct?
I think they need to put her in the middle of two
At
people.
the
Like they
time
have
you
Johnny in
wrote
the
this
middle of
email,
two
how long
people.
had you
They need to
known
put her in
Mr.
the
Depp?
middle too. Her being like on the end over there just kind of
That's what
makes
I
her look
said,
like
yeah.
she's in isolation.
I completely agree. Completely.
Approximately 4 months.
And in those 4 months, how much time had you spent with Mr. Depp in person?
I couldn't give you a cumulative number of hours, but I would say I would estimate that, including up until August 18, I would guesstimate 20 hours.
Is it fair to say that when you wrote this email, most of the time you had known Mr. Depp or spent with Mr. Depp was while he was in detox?
Yes.
During the time that you were with Mr. Depp on the island for his detox process, did you ever witness him physically abuse Ms. Hurd?
No, never.
While you were on the private island living it up
Did you ever
while he's in
see
detox.
any physical evidence that Mr. Depp had abused Ms. Hurd?
No. Same answer, never.
And during your time on the island, did you witness Ms. Hurd abuse Mr. Depp in any way?
No.
Do you recall when Ms. Hurd first became your patient?
No, I couldn't give you a definitive date.
It would have been before October 2014.
She probably went to him and was like, I'm feeling constipated.
And
Yeah, don't worry, I
it
got
would
you.
have
I got
been
you.
After
Get the nurse,
Mr.
get the
Depp's
nurse.
detox on the island in August 2014. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you started treating Ms. Hurd,
I
did
knew
you assign
Amber
a
was full
nurse
of
to
shit.
her? When you started treating Ms. Hurd, was there a nurse that you assigned to her?
I can't recall whether Ms. Myers, it was when I started to treat her. At some point, I did assign a nurse to her, but I can't tell you which came first. I believe I was treating her before I had recommended a nurse for her.
Oh yeah, we got to get
So
some more
your
money out. I
recollection
know
is
somebody.
that
I
you
know a good
started
nurse. I
treating
told
her,
you.
and after that, a nurse was assigned.
Amber,
That's my
recommended a good
memory,
nurse for
yes.
Amber. He knows how to keep
Left
that
hand-
money
Do you
flowing in.
have a
Left hand paying
sense
the right.
of how close in time to you beginning your treatment the nurse was assigned to Ms. Hurd?
It couldn't have been too long, but I honestly can't give you a specific reference of time.
Do you remember that nurse's name?
Erin Borum.
And is Ms. Borum a registered nurse?
Yes.
And I believe you covered this earlier. Ms. Borum is a contractor for you,
Yes.
but she reports to you with respect to your patients that she covers.
Correct.
During the time that Ms. Hurd was your patient and she had a nurse, Ms. Borum was assigned to her, how regular was Ms. Borum checking in with Ms. Hurd?
Very regular. Very
Would
regular.
she,
Saw her, yes.
As regular as
would she have
flax.
seen her on a daily basis?
I don't believe it was a daily basis, but I know had daily contact with her in some way.
Would Ms. Borum have seen Ms. Hurd in person on at least a weekly basis?
Yes.
Are there times that Ms. Borum traveled with Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And as a registered nurse, does Ms. Borum have an obligation to report any suspected abuse of her patient to you? Alex, could you please pull up document H? Alex, is this Kipper Exhibit 34? Yes. Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an initial intake of that care.
I'm going to scroll down a bit and just show you that there are future entries on this document as well. Do you see these?
I do. I'm I'm assuming, I don't want to make an assumption, but I would believe these notes are from Aaron Forum. But if you'll give me a second to look at this, I can be more specific.
Certainly. Let me know if you'd like me to scroll through the document a bit more. I can do that for you.
Yes, these are notes from Aaron Forum.
Does this document reflect any of your own notes on Ms. Hurd?
This reflects my treatment recommendations.
But these are Ms. Forum's notes.
Yes. Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Forum to maintain these notes?
Yes.
And for what purpose?
Because she was monitoring a patient and I needed to be informed of how the patient was doing and for any adjustments of treatment.
Did you tell Ms. Forum what type of information should be documented in the notes?
No.
And would there be anything that you expressly asked her not to document?
No.
Do you understand that Ms. Forum used her training and judgment in preparing these notes?
Yes, I do.
You weren't telling her what to include in these notes. She was drafting them on her own. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you reviewed these notes before?
I have reviewed these notes.
Have you reviewed them in their entirety?
Yes, but not recently.
And how often would you review Ms. Forum's notes on Ms. Hurd?
I review my nurse's notes as they come in, so that would be on a real-time basis.
Any other answer would be malpractice. Thank you.
Yeah.
And going back to the first page, do you see this entry is dated August 27th, 2014?
Yes.
Does this refresh your recollection as to when Ms. Forum would have been assigned to Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And does this at all refresh your recollection as to when you started treating Ms. Hurd?
Yes, this would be about the time.
During the time that you treated Ms. Hurd, did she ever seek treatment from you for injuries that appeared to be the result of domestic abuse?
No, she did not.
Did she ever seek treatment from you for any injuries that she told you were caused by Mr. Depp?
No, she did not.
And did Ms. Hurd ever tell you that Mr. Depp abused her?
No, she did not.
And you never witnessed any physical abuse by Mr. Depp against Ms. Hurd during the time that you treated both of them?
No, never.
If Ms. Bourne observed that Ms. Hurd had any physical injuries, is this something that would have been documented in her patient notes for Ms. Hurd?
Yes, absolutely.
In March 2015, you traveled down to Australia to attend Mr. Depp, is that right?
Yes.
And at the time, Mr. Depp was already in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And was Ms. Lloyd with him?
Yes.
And was Ms. Hurd with him?
Yes.
You arrived in Australia. When did you first see Mr. Depp?
I believe it was the day after I arrived.
And where did you see him?
I saw him at his home in Australia.
And how long did you meet with him during that time?
Probably an hour.
When you first met with Mr. Depp in Australia, did you see the home that he was staying in?
Yes.
And was it a standalone house?
Yes.
Was there a fence around the house?
I'm sorry?
Was there a fence around the house?
That I can't recall.
Do you recall whether Mr. Depp's security team was at the property?
Yes, they were.
Where did you see them?
I saw them in and around the house.
Do you recall how many security personnel there were?
2 to 3.
Now, after you arrived in Australia, at some point you were notified that Mr. Depp had been injured, correct?
Yes.
And I believe this was covered earlier in your deposition. You actually received a text message from Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And after you received that message, did you go directly to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And Ms. Lloyd came with you?
Yes.
And I believe you said that Mr. Depp was outside the property in a car at that time, right?
That's correct.
Was Mr. Depp's security team there with him?
Yes.
And you examined Mr. Depp in the car with his security team present?
Yes, I saw him seated in the car when I arrived.
Did Mr. Depp tell you what had happened to his finger at that time?
Yes.
How long did you attend to Mr. Depp outside of the house?
Not long, probably a half hour, because I needed to get him to the emergency room.
So immediately after meeting him at the house, you went with him to the emergency room?
Yes, I cleaned his wound to the best that I could with the supplies that we had, and then took him. So it was within a half hour that we left.
Did you return to the house after bringing Mr. Depp to the hospital?
No, I was taken back to my hotel.
After you attended to Mr. Depp and before you went to the hospital with him, did you go inside the house?
No.
Wait,
I thought he said he did.
he totally did.
You did not go inside the property the day
Good
that
second question there. Wait,
Depp
what?
contacted you about his injured finger?
No, I did go into the house, as I had stated, that after I saw him initially, I went into the home to see the home.
And that was before you went to the hospital with him?
Yes, I
As I asked
went
before,
into
doctor.
instruct
Yeah.
one of the people with him to look for the tip of the finger,
There's audio of this,
hoping
but I
that
guess
we
we
would
won't
be
hear
able
it
to
in
put
the
it
trial.
back.
Was the tip of the finger found?
It was found.
God,
Who found it?
so gruesome.
I believe this man was their chef.
And
Found it in the
do you know
food.
Where he found it, or
Hannibal
where he
Lecter.
told you he found it?
He said he found it in the kitchen area.
When you went into the house, did you see Miss Hurd?
Yes.
And how did she appear?
She was certainly upset.
Did Miss Hurd seek any medical attention from you for any injuries at that time?
No.
Did
For those who don't know,
Ms.
there's some
Hurd seek any
audio
medical
of a lot of
attention from
this
Ms. Lloyd at
available
that time?
No.
online.
Did you observe any physical injuries to Ms. Hurd when you saw her that on March 2nd, 2015?
No.
So Ms. Hurd did not have any observable bruises that you saw.
That's correct.
And did Ms. Hurd appear to have a broken nose? Was Ms. Hurd's face swollen at all when you saw her?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did Ms. Hurd have any cuts on her arms when you saw her?
Not that I can recall.
Did you recall seeing any cuts on her feet or any other part of her body?
I can't recall.
We'll talk about why we
If
can't
Ms. Hurd
listen to
had
that audio
appeared
in
to
a
have
bit.
been injured, is this something that you would have documented?
Yes.
I think one of your guests the other day said that her hair looks too fashionable or too done,
Too coiffed.
on.
Observing
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. It still looks, yeah, it's
Yeah,
Yes.
it still looks very fancy Hollywood.
Could you tell what the glass was from?
No.
Was there blood around the broken glass?
There was blood around the home, as I had previously mentioned, but I didn't specifically see blood on glass.
He's got this weird bemused face when he
Where
relates
did you
this
see
story.
the
He did this
broken
the first
glass?
time too.
In the kitchen area.
Yeah.
And that's where the top part of the finger was found as well?
Yes.
He doesn't have personal knowledge of that.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. But that's why in depositions, a lot of this stuff comes out that you can't really ask these same questions at trial sometimes. So
Oh, wow.
Alex, could you
Yeah.
please bring up what I believe was marked as Kipper Exhibit 17? Dr. Kipper, you recognize this document from earlier in the deposition?
Yes.
It's a letter dated March 15th, 2015 from you to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And you did send this letter to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
This is a week after that.
Alex,
Yeah.
could you please pull up what I've marked as document K?
he said he didn't send
And
this
I
letter,
believe
right?
will be Kipper Exhibit
I thought he said yeah.
35.
Okay. I thought the question was you didn't send it,
Oh.
but I'm not. Okay, whatever.
I don't know.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
If you could just, for my verification, can you scroll down to the bottom, please?
It goes on for 2 pages.
Yes, I'm familiar with this document, yes.
Did you prepare this document?
No,
Is this a document that was prepared by someone who works for you?
this was prepared by Monroe Tinker, who was a nurse practitioner who worked for me at that time.
Is this a record that's ordinarily prepared and maintained in the course of your business?
Yes,
And
Foundational
have you
questions
reviewed
for
this
evidence.
document before?
yes.
When would you have reviewed it?
Boring
I
but
reviewed
necessary.
it immediately
Mhm.
after the
Otherwise, it's all
visit,
hearsay.
probably the next day. And I also reviewed this a couple weeks ago.
We can hardly blame anybody for not personally
I'd
remembering.
just like to
December
direct your
2015.
attention to the last page. Is
know.
this your signature here?
Yes.
And when would you have signed this?
That was confirming that I reviewed Mr. Tinker's notes.
Going back to the top.
It's nice seeing these
this
documents
is
today,
A patient
opposed to
record for Ms.
Thursday.
Hurd, correct?
Yeah, now that they've agreed on the
And-
redactions. Yeah.
Yeah.
this, where it says date December 17th, 2015, is that the
Phone
date of this,
consultation
the date of this
headache.
document?
Yes.
And the document states phone call consultation headache, correct?
Yes.
So does that mean that on December 17th, 2015, Ms. Hurd called the offices to report a headache?
Yes.
And right below this, there's a paragraph that starts out with HPI. What does that stand for?
History of present illness.
And is the information in this paragraph what Ms. Hurd reported during her phone consultation?
That's what's written. I was not there, but that's what's written.
States today the patient reports a headache after she bumped her head while standing up 2 days ago, correct?
Yes.
This is getting to the December 15th.
A couple sentences below
issue
that
or
it says
controversy.
last seen in the office on 12/23/2015. Is that an error? Or did she come back in later?
No, I think that's got to be an error.
So based on this document, it's your understanding that Ms. Hurd called the office on December 17th.
Yes.
Scrolling down to the bottom here, it says objective data physical exam. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that mean that Ms. Hurd came into the offices for a physical examination?
That's what it signifies, yes.
And would that have also been on December 17th, 2015?
Yes. This note reflects that visit. Everything in this note reflects that visit.
And so Monroe would have also performed that physical examination?
Monroe did perform that physical examination. I did not see Ms. Hurd. Monroe saw Ms. Hurd.
And the information below this heading of physical exam, which goes on to the next page, are these the findings from Ms. Hurd's physical exam on December 17th?
Correct.
And if Ms. Hurd had any physical injuries, would those have been noted in this portion of the document?
Yes.
Did they refer to her as a well-nourished
There are
male?
some medical terms in here, but so if you could let me know, does any of this indicate that there were physical injuries?
I think that was that was the mistake he was referring to.
No, it's because the other mistake is that they said that she was last seen in the office 2 weeks after this report.
Ah.
A few in this one, I think. Few
Okay.
errors.
Does this document indicate that a concussion check was performed?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
Under the assessment and plan as written, Mr. Tinker did not indicate concussion under his assessment.
Under assessment and plan, item 4 says that Dr. Kipper is aware of the medical plan and is in agreement. That's consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And I believe you testified you didn't see Ms. Hurd on December 17th, correct?
That's correct.
How were you informed of the medical plan?
I spoke to Mr. Tinker by telephone.
And would that conversation have happened
Johnny
on
looks
the
so different
17th as
today.
well?
I'm loving it. So different. Wow.
Alex, could you please pull up document L? And I believe this is what will be marked as Kipper Exhibit 36. Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I recognize it upon looking at it, yes.
What do you recognize this document
As an email from Ms. Hurd to me requesting medical records for that month of December.
December 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall receiving this email?
I don't recall receiving it, but I'm sure I did, and I'm sure I reviewed it. Yes.
And you see that the email is dated August 8th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you have no reason to doubt that you received the email on or around that date?
Correct.
On August 8th, 2016, was Ms. Hurd still your patient?
I believe so, but I can't be sure.
Now, I'm going to read from this email here. Ms. Hurd writes to you, as per our conversation earlier, is it possible to get my medical records from the month of December, please? I know I saw Monroe during one of my office visits, if it makes it easier for you to find. I'm not sure. Anyway, it was great talking to you earlier. Ms. Hurd references speaking to you earlier in this email, correct?
Yes.
The lawyer did not read the XO.
Do you recall having spoken to Ms. Hurd before receiving this email?
I can't remember.
You don't remember anything about a conversation that you might have had with Ms. Hurd prior to receiving this email?
No, I can't recall that.
And I believe you already stated this, but you understand Ms. Hurd to be requesting medical records from December 2015, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Hurd mentions Monroe in this email as well, correct?
Correct.
And Monroe is the nurse practitioner that Ms. Hurd saw on December 17th, 2015, right?
Yes.
Did you provide Ms. Hurd with her medical records for December 2015?
I believe so.
And do you recall what those records consisted of?
The one we just reviewed.
Was that the only one for December 2015?
Again, I would have to research her chart for that information, but I know at least it was that note.
Did Ms. Hurd ever ask you for any other medical records?
No.
In the over 6 years that you've known Mr. Depp, have you ever witnessed him be physically abusive to any person?
Never.
And you've never witnessed him be physically abusive to Ms. Hurd, correct?
Correct.
You've also known Ms. Hurd for over 6 years at this point, correct?
Yes, although I have not seen Ms. Hurd for at least a couple years, perhaps 3 years.
In the 6 years that you treated in the over 6 years you've treated Mr. Depp, has Mr. Depp ever complained to you that Ms. Hurd has physically abused him?
No, not that I can recall.
This is really
Have you
positive
ever
for Depp,
witnessed
right? I
Ms.
mean, that his
Hurd
doctor is
be
saying this.
physically abusive to Mr.
Yeah,
Depp?
the female voice here is definitely Depp's team.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone who works for
But I
you
think
or
that what we
reports to
saw
you
in the medical records just now is
ever
very helpful for
reported to you
Johnny.
that they witnessed
That there was nothing
Ms.
noticed
Depp,
in
or
December of
excuse me, Ms. Hurd
2015.
be
I don't even think I know
physically
what the
abusive to Mr.
claim
Depp?
is there yet.
No.
Do I?
not
We'll
that I
touch on
can
it.
recall.
Okay.
You testified earlier from questions from Ms. Myers that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen, found on the floor of the kitchen in the home in Australia, correct?
Right.
And where, do you know where the kitchen was? Was it on what floor the kitchen was?
There was a downstairs below the kitchen area. I think those, I'm not really sure. I think those were bedrooms, but I'm not positive. So this would be on the main floor. The kitchen was on the main floor as you went into the home.
And that's where the tip of the finger was found in the kitchen on the main floor.
Yes.
He totally was told.
No, there
this
was a
by the
text
chef.
message where you got a text message from Mr. Depp,
Yes.
and he said he cut his finger, correct?
I think that's what it said. Yes.
Okay. And the reference from the emergency room said that Mr. Depp had sliced his finger with a knife, correct?
Yes, that's what he told, because I was present for that. That's what he told the emergency room doctor.
Okay. So Mr. Depp told the emergency room doctor that he had cut his finger with a knife, correct?
Yes.
All kinds of hearsay issues on that statement.
And you didn't put that in any of your notes that a bottle
But
was
it's
thrown
in.
at Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Did Mr. Depp have any cuts
They both
anywhere
agreed to
else
this
on his
video, right?
face
So
or
it is
anywhere
what it
else that
is.
would have come from glass? Now, if Miss Hurd told Miss Borum that Mr. Depp had hit her in the face several times and sent her pictures of bruises,
This is
did you
aggressive
expect Miss
cross-exam
Borum to
guy on the
report
Hurd
that in her
team, isn't it?
notes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
I would
Yeah,
have
it is.
expected Miss Borum to send me those pictures.
So you would have expected to see those pictures from Miss Borum, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would have expected, and you would have wanted Miss Borum to, if she had seen a text that said, I was hit in the face by Miss Hurd, and then received pictures of bruises, that Miss Borum would report that to you, correct?
Yeah.
Is that an instruction that you gave to your nurses to report to you any abuse that they saw or were reported to them?
It's got to be part of their licensing
yes, if
regime,
they
no?
saw that as valid. Miss Hurd, for example, if somebody hurt Miss Hurd while she was under the care, direct care of Miss Borum, and Miss Borum documented that Miss Hurd had been injured, she certainly would have reported that to me.
That's what your expectation would be, that she can report it.
Dr. Kipper, did you keep any notes of your treatment of Mr. Depp while he was in Australia?
Other than the summary notes, no.
And was Miss Lloyd with you when Mr. Depp told you what had happened to his finger before you brought him to the hospital?
I believe yes. I'm not positive, but I believe yes, because she was helping me at the car to try to clean out that finger, which is when he explained what happened.
So you believe that Miss Lloyd would have heard Mr. Depp's explanation?
I believe so.
Traffic
All
cone.
right, that completes the deposition. And the next witness is also by deposition, is that correct?
Oh, no.
That's correct, Your Honor. Debbie Lloyd.
All right, well, why don't we go ahead and take our morning break? It's a little early, but since the next witness is also by deposition, why don't we take our 15-minute break now so you can stretch for a little bit, and we'll come back
Okay.
in about 15
So
minutes.
many
Do not talk to
video
anybody, don't do any
calls.
outside research, right? Okay, thank you.
No talking, no outside research. Follow the rules so you don't get expelled like our unfortunate witness. So this part of his testimony, I think, was a little bit better than his portion on Thursday. At least for Johnny, it was better. I should say, I should clarify. It was much easier to pay attention when you have the documents in front of you that they're referring to.
It is, in
I
fact.
told
Yeah.
this clock is right today, so we'll come back at 11:25, okay? All right, thank you.
Okay. So yeah, it was a lot easier to follow along and to kind of read the page as they're looking at it. What was interesting to me was the fact that there was a note about December 17th. There was a note on December 17th talking about December 15th. Now, December 15th, 2015 was one of the big altercations that they supposedly got into, where Amber accuses Johnny of violently assaulting her by like pulling her by her hair, dragging her from room to room, punching her in the face, breaking her nose, all kinds of crazy stuff.
That's why they asked the question of whether she looked like she had a broken nose.
Yes.
But okay.
Exactly. So that would have been 2 days later, asking whether or not they saw anything like that. And it looks like no. And they did a concussion check. She had no concussion, which is not to say, you know, you can of course be assaulted and not have a concussion. But it's interesting to see that in the official medical records, there's no evidence of these physical injuries at this time.
And that she told the nurse that she bumped her head standing up.
Yeah. Which that could be, I mean, that could also be like looking at it, you know, objectively, that could be somebody who has been abused by someone, just kind of covering for their person.
But that also goes back to Australia, because they're trying to get, you saw aggressive cross-exam guy try to say, you know, he told the emergency room staff that he cut his own finger with a knife.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, so if they're going to argue that, well, you can say whatever you want to the medical person because you've otherwise embarrassed or defending your person, then, you know, that goes both ways. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, if you look at those two together, it looks better for Johnny because he actually has physical injuries that people have noted and that they have seen, and they're pretty bad. You know, the fact
it's not
that
every day
the
you
tip of
lose
his
a tip of your
finger had
finger.
to be found. It's pretty bad. So that was what jumped out to me. Is there anything else that jumped out to you guys during this?
You were going to talk about why why the audio is not going to be in this trial.
That's right. So whenever there is something like audio, if it's audio of the parties and they are making some kind of admissions against their own interests, that is much more likely for something to come in. If it's an audio of a conversation of some other witness and you can get them in to testify to that stuff, that is always going to be preferred by the court. So unless there's some specific reason why that audio is better than this, or and of course you have to have, you know, evidentiary kind of reasons to make sure that it's not going to be excluded for various reasons. But the other I was totally going to hit on something and I had like three thoughts at once. This happens to me often. I apologize.
All right.
The perils of live
processing error. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Like, sorry, reboot.
Yep.
But yeah, so generally speaking, courts want it to be, the one reason why we would maybe hear some of the audio in conjunction with his testimony is if he says something now that is inconsistent with what he said on the audio tapes. So you would use that to impeach him. Basically. So, and for anybody that doesn't understand, I know we've used the term impeachment several times throughout this trial already. I have to remember to define these terms for people too as we go along. Impeachment is basically where you use somebody's prior word against their current word to show that they have some inconsistency so that the jury can see, okay, somewhere along the line, something changed for this person for whatever reason. It could be lack of memory. It could be that, you know, all of a sudden they want to change their story or, you know, all kinds of reasons, but it's up to the jury to figure out kind of what to do with that.
Yeah, it's the Phoenix Wright of it all. You caught a contradiction. And so, you know, you're impeaching them, you're impugning them, you're doing something that would suggest to the jury that maybe they're not being 100% accurate with what they say. And yeah, you saw the doctor get right up to, this is when Johnny explained to me what happened like 3 different times. And then you just bounce to another subject. You're not going to get to hear that in that context. Johnny's going to tell you. Yeah. And, you know, I think it's fine. It's becoming increasingly clear. It's going to come down to Hurd versus Depp in terms of testimony. I think the rest is kind of icing to set the stage for those. But yeah, I think it was better than whatever the first hour and a half of just naming drugs and dosages and things. Certainly. So Yeah.
Another thing that was interesting was to hear the other mental health issues that he's been dealing with, it, which of course sucks because, you know, if you are a fan of Johnny Depp, you know, you know that he's very big on his privacy, as a lot of people would be, rightfully so. You know, but we know that he's got ADHD, he's got bipolar disorder, according to Dr. Kipper, and several other you know, mental health issues that, you know, can also compound with this stuff. And you know, a lot of those disorders or mental health issues are also things that can be even more complicated once you add alcohol and drugs into the mix, because they kind of require a sort of a way of you could say, like equalizing, or you know, bringing somebody to their equal point, you know, in between, especially with something like bipolar disorder that
Well, he
can
has a
really
text
screw somebody up.
he has a text, right, that was introduced by this doctor that is Johnny saying, I don't feel like myself without drugs, and he's having trouble with the detox process.
Mhm.
So that can be a part of that story, certainly. You know, cynically, I could also say I can frame this doctor as you need a lot of diagnoses if you're going to be handing out a lot of drugs. I mean, so we know that that's what he was doing. He was responding to give me some knockout yum yum doc texts at 3 a.m. So I mean, we know that this was happening. Concierge doctoring, as we talked about last week.
Yeah.
So like so many witnesses, it's going to be up to looking at that video, what you think about him as a juror. You can see him in one of two lights on these, but certainly just the facts presented. He says what Johnny's team would have wanted. He never saw anything happen to Amber throughout the period of time that he would have been looking. When he was at the island, which sounds like he was at the island twice, and he was in Australia once, he didn't actually see anything with respect to Amber. And of course, he's getting paid exorbitantly by Johnny, which, you know, came up in the kind of cross conversation there as part of the deposition. So treat him as you will. But
yeah. And he did say that he generally saw him about once a day on the island. He saw Amber every once in a while, never saw any physical injuries on any of them, never saw any abuse, which of course, I mean, if you see, they also didn't specify how much time he would spend with them when he saw Johnny once a day. You know, was that 10 minutes or was that 2 hours?
It sounded like a bit of a vacation for the doc, I have to be honest. Pop in, check in on things.
It sounded like a really nice way to to have a work vacation.
I just wonder how does one get on this particular career track, because I definitely need to rethink some things in my life. Go hang out with Johnny Depp. You have to, I guess the downside of this is that you have to appear in an occasional deposition, and you have to argue with him about his medication sometimes. But
that was a long deposition. Like it ended at 7:30 p.m. and I think it started at like 10 a.m. if I'm remembering how that video starts. I mean, that was all day for him.
Yeah.
So that was a very long deposition, but no, I mean, if you're willing to respond at 3 a.m. to yum yum requests, and if you're willing to deal with personalities,
Yum, yum. Never heard that before.
that's what was testified to. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's interesting. One of the big takeaways for me is how differently people use text and email than I do. You know, all the ones that are coming out, it's like, well, I wouldn't. Okay. He loves ellipses. Johnny Depp is a fan of the ellipses.
He is.
So
he definitely is.
He likes the poetic language. It seems like that's what I get from even his texts that are very, you know, aggressive about Amber Heard and stuff. They still have a real nice poetic ring to them. Yeah, I think that, you know, what you were saying about the drugs too, what's unfortunate about these addictive cycles is that generally an addict will start off with some kind of chemical imbalance or predisposition, or talking about bipolarity, and obviously, you know, created by issues of abuse years ago as a child. But then what happens is when they get into these abusive cycles, then the drugs further mess up their dopamine levels. So then they need more, like you were saying, right? And so then it just becomes this sort of hideous cycle where they just, at the end of it, years later, they just feel worse and worse and worse. And of course, one of the things that Johnny testified to in the UK trial, as you'll remember, is that his brain, after decades of drug and alcohol abuse, his brain was basically permanently depleted of dopamine, and so he had to be on, you know, drugs, you know, like ADD medicine, just to maintain that. So it's really sad, and there's something really, you know, tragic too about the idea that you have, and I know this is common in the celebrity world, but you have this grown man who's it seems like a really nice guy, but basically has to have an entourage of people to manage him, and he's not alone in that. There's a number of Hollywood stars like that, and so it's very sad to me, to think about him on this island, like trying to detox with all these people at his beck and call. But I'm not sure how much it was really helping to have all of these people. They weren't keeping him safe either from Amber. Of course, I guess they finally got her away, right? They stuck her on a plane after this finger incident. They like shuttled her off to another continent.
To another part of the world.
Yeah, literally they did. And they were trying on the audio. They were trying to determine who was going to go with her. And finally they got one of the guys said, well, I guess I'll be the one to sit with the devil. Did he say make a deal with the devil or sit with the devil? So they were going to put this handler on the plane to fly with her back to North America. So
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it definitely is. At least I don't know. Maybe it's also because I'm kind of fresh in the morning, but I feel like this testimony has been much easier than on Thursday.
You had the
to
weekend
take
too,
in.
right? You had 3 days.
Yeah.
You're not listening to Dr. Kipper. You're not listening to Eastern building managers. You come back, and then the judge gives you a break. An hour and 15 minutes in, everybody's happy on the jury and everything else. It's an early break though. We'll see. You might pay for it at some point in this day.
Very
But
true.
let me ask you too, since I'm not a lawyer, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
At this point of the case, how are you feeling I know it's still early, but how are you feeling at this point if you're Depp's lawyers, and how are you feeling if you're Amber Heard's lawyers?
I think, I mean, for me, it's hard to say because I'm not confident that I have seen all of the evidence that they are planning to introduce. The basic highlights, the high points, I think, I see. I think that document, that the medical records that we just saw are particularly harmful for Amber, because you have a doctor that has a responsibility, a duty to report any kind of injuries that she has, and will be looking for those kinds of things, and has said, I don't see any bruising, I don't see a broken nose, I don't see, any of this kind of stuff 2 days after one of the big incidents that she's claiming here. So that is troublesome on her side, because that's, like I said, this is objective kind of stuff, rather than like the stuff that's been more damaging for Johnny is the things that he has said to people, with his poetic language, either by text messages, saying that he wants to burn her alive in the back of a Honda
Rampage
or whatever.
is not nothing. You don't want to see Rampage from your client if it's not a great text.
Yeah. And then referring to his monster. It's not clear if that's his drug addiction, or if that's, any kind of a violent tendency, but it's like the fact that there's a possibility that it could be either of those is, that could be potentially damaging to him. There are a lot of things that he has said that can be read one way or another, but because of that, it's a little bit potentially less damaging than what we just saw here, which is objectively a doctor saying, I saw no injuries on this woman 2 days after she claims. So for me, that's what I see. I don't know about Rick, because I think Rick is even more like, you're coming at this stuff fresh.
Yes,
right?
I'm a juror with a legal background that would never be allowed on this jury. But I don't have any. You talk about recordings, you talk about other stuff. I'm not coming with that. I'm trying to evaluate it as they present the case, and think about what we've seen. Frankly, I think we're way too early to have strong feelings one way or the other from the Hurd or Depp team. But I'm still of the position that if it's muddy middle, if you're not quite sure whether people are hitting each other, that still, in terms of the legal case, I think leans to a Hurd win. And so I don't know that we've gotten far enough to really suggest that Johnny Depp would win this case right this second. Obviously, we're not anywhere close to being done with his direct case. So we'll see from there. And it's all ancillary, right? When we've got 4 hours of getting surveillance videos in. I thought the marriage counselor was probably one of the roughest. If you're Johnny Depp, you don't want to hear mutual abuse. And so, I think that one stuck out. That one got reported on. Obviously, you don't know what's going on in the jury's head. But that's one that jumped out at me. And yeah, I do really honestly think it's going to come down to Depp's testimony and Hurd's testimony. And realistically, I've talked in other streams about how I have a little bit of an issue with these particular Washington Post lines being used for defamation. I don't think it's a strong case, but as the rest of my colleagues here streaming with Alita have suggested, at some level, you're going to determine who's evil and who's good. And the jury is going to examine the boxes before them and try to punish the evil person. And I think that's right.
Yeah.
So ultimately, it's going to come down to, how do you feel about these two? And right now, because of these depositions, because you're introducing essentially direct and cross at the same time, it's this weird kind of just avalanche of evidence. And I really do wish that the videos were labeled with at least which counsel was talking. You can get a feel for it. You can be like, that's got to be Amber Heard's team because they're doing these things. And that's Johnny's team. But you can even see in the chat who is asking the questions. What are they trying to elicit? Because so much of it's foundation, which you just kind of roll your eyes and let it go. And then the rest of it is, what are they trying to achieve here? Like when they go back and ask about detox in 2014, again, I'm like, why are we back here? What is happening? And I think they were trying to get to the doctor was there and he didn't see anything. But it's not obvious to start out with, and it's not even obvious at the very start that it's switched over to Johnny's team. So I'm not good enough at recognizing the voices except for aggressive cross-ex guy, and so the deposition form is just not as good for a jury evaluating facts, evaluating what's happening. For one, because you're not really reacting. Depositions are gathering information as much as possible. And you're not going further down that next question that you might want to try to set up a story. Why did you do that? And then when did you go in here? And so the jury has just gotten right now, this is day 4 officially, right after the jury selection. They've just gotten this big pile of, I think the metaphor I used last time was board game pieces. Like they've just gotten a ton, and very few of them have been started to set up into anything looking like a story.
Yeah. And as a reminder, that's why when I was talking about the opening statement, that's what's so important about it, is setting up that framework, because you're getting all of these pieces, as you guys are noticing, is you're getting all these pieces, essentially, really good metaphor, by the way, of taking out the pieces from the board game and just putting them on the table. And then eventually you're going to be setting them up. So to the extent that you can set up the framework beforehand, is very helpful.
Okay.
I'm going to go grab some lunch, but I'll be back.
Okay, well, which one of these do you
Okay,
have a
sounds
disagreement on?
good.
We might as well
Thank
do it
you.
now before
Bye-bye.
we go on
Of
to the next
course.
deposition.
Sure. So the exhibit it's Invoices from Dr. Kipper. and
What number is it?
I'm sorry, it is,
1067.
that's correct. And we have no objection to the document coming in. It's
Okay.
just we have a disagreement about the redactions.
All right, if you want to come forward, then maybe we'll take a look at and you said 1067, correct? Okay.
Just a few pieces of evidence.
Just a few pieces. And by the way, guys, if you are enjoying this commentary and you're enjoying everybody that has been coming here, they get zero benefit, at least directly.
Your company, yeah.
I mean, well, of course, yeah. And they get to see this trial too, and they can kind of have fun with it. But in terms of like subscribers and views and all that kind of stuff, like they don't really don't benefit. So they are definitely donating their time, or I guess donating. Yeah, giving their time to us for our benefit here, for the conversation and for the content, so that you guys can have a great viewing experience. So be sure to check out everybody that is linked in the description below. Everyone who has shown up throughout the day will be linked there as they show up. So everybody that's been here so far is linked there. Check out Colonel Kurtz. She's got some great stuff on this case, on the Marilyn Manson case. It's going to be very similar to this one, it looks like. Check out Rick Hogue. He's got a lot of video game stuff, a lot of stuff about Elon Musk and social media.
Oh yeah, we got a
and
lot of Elon and Twitter in there now.
I learn something every time I check out one of his videos. It's great. You will be learning so much through his content. Check out Kurt, also a great person to learn from, especially on appellate and Supreme Court stuff. Nate, he was our U.S. women's soccer guy with their litigation against.
He's still the women's soccer guy to me. I bring it up every time I see him.
Every single time. And he had some great content on there. So be sure to check him out. He's always a joy to watch too. Who else did we have on here? Legal Mindset. if you like fire and brimstone and just pure entertainment value, check him out. He is so much fun to watch too. So everybody here that has been showing up is really, really great and really worth checking out. So please do them a favor, check him out for sure.
Thank you, Alita. And like and subscribe here where the magic is actually happening. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm actually following this. I may have to bounce to do an Activision video.
Okay, that's
but we'll
fine.
see. We'll see.
No worries. No worries.
It's not one of those emergencies. When Twitter fired off a poison pill, I had to bounce very quickly on that one.
Well, you are always so fast on your videos too. I remember I'm always like, okay, if I ever do the same subject as Rick Hogue and I manage to beat him by publishing before he does, then I know that I have there are pigs flying in heaven or something.
I just like to jump on things. Absolutely. So no,
and you're so quick and you're so on it with the content that you jump on. It's great. It's great.
Well, I jokingly said to my wife, I said, wait, Twitter has the #1 trending term in the world is a corporate mergers doctrine. This is never going to happen again, folks.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, one more sidebar. I'll get another super chat here. C. Neil says, morning, Miss Bites. Glad to see you made it home okay. Hope the zoo was happy to see you. Started with all y'all during Rittenhouse. FYI, never celebrate Purim with Adam and Blue Joe. Thank you so much from the ROT. Hook 'em horns. Hook 'em. Hook 'em. Hook 'em. Yeah, that was a good logic. Joe, he celebrated Purim with a stream after drinking quite a bit. Oh, there you go. Big 10. And Andrew, Legal Mindset, who Joe was referring to him as Adam. So now that's officially a new alter ego for Legal Mindset is Adam.
I'm glad you're here to fill me in. I never understand half these.
I know. It's a really funny video because Joe shows up covered in blue skin because apparently Purim is like Jewish Halloween. So he was dressed up as the genie from Aladdin. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So absolutely hilarious. Rusty Robot says, sorry if covered. What sanctions are active against Amber Heard due to the pre-trial effery? And does the jury get to know about it? Love from England. Thank you guys. Well, we haven't seen any official written word from the court, but my suggestion is from the opening statements because of the fact that Johnny Depp's team commented during their their opening statement. They commented on the fact that the photos have all kinds of issues and that they're probably not real, et cetera, et cetera. My guess is that is the remedy that the court gave them. May have also been financial ones too.
I mean, the underlying that is that they're coming in as well. So
it looks like it, yeah. Which is not particularly damaging for Johnny. It's almost better for them to be able to see the photos, question them, and be like, okay, wait a minute.
His biggest opportunity to win is that she actually faked stuff. If they can actually get that to a preponderance of evidence, then she starts to look real, real bad.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. Right now, I'm still in exaggeration land. We haven't gotten any hoax evidence.
True. Let me get some more here. Kellyanne says, Johnny looking fine. See you next Tuesday, Amber. See you next Tuesday.
See if you can make that into merchandise, Alita.
See you next Tuesday, Amber.
We'll work on it.
You know what? That might be possible.
Okay.
Jay Watts says, is Kathleen Zellner there? I don't believe that she has been seen in court, but my guess is she's behind the scenes kind of helping to arrange things as a consultant for the team is my guess for Johnny Depp's team.
People have asked about this person. Is this a high-powered somebody? I apologize for being entirely unaware.
That's okay. I was unfamiliar with her before this litigation as well, but my understanding is that she has been on other high-profile cases before, and so this is kind of like bringing in big guns by bringing her onto the team.
Okay, so they might have her also prepping for whatever might be appellate stuff.
Could be, but I think she's primarily a trial lawyer, is my understanding.
Okay.
But
like I said, I haven't heard of her.
Yeah. But there was one, I remember that was a late addition to Amber Heard's team, who is a litigation, like a trial lawyer and an appellate lawyer. So the implication there was that they were using her to sort of line things up for a potential appellate review.
This is so fun once. Why not? Why not do it twice?
Let's take it all the way up to SCOTUS, right?
I swear to God, if there's a SCOTUS Depp versus Hurd, I'll eat my hat. I'm not sure this presents novel issues for the big nine, but hey, it would be hilarious just to see oral.
It would. It really would. And you know what? For that one, Kurt would for sure cover that because he does the audio of a lot of these oral arguments in front of the Supreme Court. And sometimes it's very, very entertaining. It really is.
I find it disenchanting when I actually listen to the justices. I try to avoid it. I need a certain amount of suspension of disbelief for our genius robed leaders.
It's like seeing the backstage of Disneyland, right?
It sometimes
you don't want to
breaks.
know that it's there, even though you know it's there.
When they ask really stupid questions. See, like I'm in tech, right? So virtual legalities, video games, technology, that kind of stuff. And my God, I watched Google versus Oracle. Yeah. Lawyers not good at tech in general, not good at math almost always. Supreme Court doesn't change that, and they tend to be older. So tech cases, wow.
Yeah.
The metaphors in Google versus Oracle were like terrible for what code is and how it works with libraries and things like that.
Well, yeah, the legal profession in general tends to be pretty bad about tech. I
Very
would
slow.
imagine the age range of most of the Supreme Court justices also sort of prevents their initial understanding of a lot of this stuff too. You know, they have to really be brought up to speed on a lot of these things.
Yep. You add tech, you add misunderstandings, then you add the inherent nature of the Roberts Court to try to split babies wherever they find them. And that decision has all sorts of issues, but mostly right. It's mostly right, but problematic in a number of ways.
Yeah, for sure. Talia Eve says, I think Amber is feeling very vulnerable and that's why she's wearing what she's wearing. It's like her armor, but that's my theory. Could be. I think that definitely is very possible that she's thinking, I need to put on my armor and feel brave for this. I totally could see that happening, being part of her reasoning. Isaac Baruch's wholesome gabagool art says, Nate, that's because you wore pantsuits, not a skirt suit. I can't remember what it was that Nate said to elicit this response, but that's funny. Evie Warner says, ugh, more video depots. Kill me now, please. Well, we managed to get through it.
I think that was for the doctor before we were told we were getting another one. So sorry.
Yeah. I apologize, but we're getting through it, guys. Potato Pirate says, imagine being in court and passing notes with your client's friend for no reason. WTF. The team must have been involved on some level. Could be.
You ready for the jury? Okay, just make sure. That's right. Thank you.
Carolyn R., thank you.
That's some reasonably long sidebarring.
Yeah, it really was, but it's helpful to us. Give some commentary, get some super
Nobody
chats
yells
in.
at us because it's silent.
I know. And by the way, guys, just a reminder, if you want to see it without commentary, go to Law and Crime, go to Court TV, go to Sky News, go to some of these others that don't have any commentary. If you want to watch here, we are adding our commentary as attorneys. We often have non-attorneys, non-lawyers that are knowledgeable about this stuff. And that also are other YouTubers that comment on this kind of stuff often. And so we are giving our commentary to help guide you, to help educate you about the process and to have fun with it. So sometimes we're joking around too, but we do try to talk over portions that we see as less critical. So, occasionally we're going to talk over something that may have been important, but we're really, really limiting that because, we can tell, especially when a lot of documents are being introduced and they're just doing foundational questions.
Right,
those are less important. So keep that in mind too, that we're aware
just for
of
the record, I
the parts that
assume
we're
juror number
talking
10,
over too.
that's your address to your employer because you need a letter from your employer. Is that correct? Okay. So the court's going to do a letter for his employer so he can be released from work for 6 weeks. So that's what that information is, just for the record. It's just his employer's address. Okay. All right. Thank you.
The employer being
Are we ready
like,
for
are you
next witness?
sure?
Yes, Your Honor.
6
Mr.
whole
Depp
weeks.
calls Debbie Lloyd.
Okay.
By a video.
By
Debbie Lloyd
deposition.
video.
Yeah, the jurors are upset and the employers are upset.
Well, of course. I can totally see that.
Absolutely. Now we're going to get it on the video, but do we know who Debbie Lloyd is?
She is one of the RNs that worked for Dr. Kipper.
Oh, okay. Ms. Lloyd. All right.
Yep.
My favorite caption for his name this time has been Mr. Duck, by the way. In case you're keeping track of these for just, your merchandising efforts. Mr. Duck was used today. I enjoyed that one. Better than Mr. Death, certainly for appearances.
Definitely better. Yes, I appreciate Mr. Duck. Rhiannon Adams says, Yurt, Gestalt, Turd, Amica Bingo. very much hitting some bingos here.
We did. Did you notice Johnny Depp called Amber Heard's psychologist a turd? So he actually used the term in court. So there you go.
Chrislyn DeMonte says, I need the commentary. You guys explain things in a way that makes us understand things as well. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Live or work in Virginia, correct?
Correct.
Oh, man.
Have you at any time spoken with, can you please provide your full name?
Deborah Lynn Lloyd.
And Ms. Lloyd, you live in California?
Yes.
And you work in California?
Yes.
And you do not live or work in Virginia, correct?
Correct.
We need to get them to put their sound
Have
up
you
at the
any
100.
time spoken with Mr. Depp or any of his counsel, either in preparation for this deposition or for any other matter after you no longer work with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall who you spoke to?
I believe her name was Camille.
And do you recall when you spoke to Camille approximately?
2 weeks ago.
And what did Camille and you discuss?
She had asked me if Johnny had ever thrown anything at me.
And what did you say?
No.
Was there any other, was that the total of your communications with Camille?
That was the only time that I remember speaking to her.
Did you speak about anything else other than whether, and when you say Johnny, I assume you mean Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any other, did you discuss anything else other than whether Mr. Depp had thrown something at you?
They had asked if I would be willing to go to Virginia to the trial.
And are you willing to go to Virginia to be a trial witness?
Apparently not.
Did you, at any time, did you speak, and did you have any other, do you recall anything else you and Camille spoke about?
Not in detail.
Do you know how long the conversation was, approximately?
Approximately 15 minutes.
Was it over the phone?
Yes.
Do you recall at any other time having any other communications with any other counsel for Mr. Depp?
No, there was somebody else on that call, I believe, from his side, but I don't know who it was.
Do you recall if it was a man or a woman?
A man.
Did you ever speak to Adam Waldman?
I know an Adam reached out to me a long time ago. I don't remember a last name.
You're a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain what that is?
I'm a nurse practitioner that specializes in psychiatry.
And did you go to, where'd you go to school for that?
I got my master's from Maryville University.
Is that in California?
It's in Illinois.
And
No,
I understand.
it's in Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri. Sorry.
No problem.
An odd one.
And I understand you're also a certified addiction nurse.
Yes.
And can you briefly explain what that is?
I had to get a certification in addiction nursing.
And what is addiction nursing?
And nursing that specializes in taking care of patients with chemical dependency issues.
And chemical dependency, that's drugs and alcohol.
Yes.
How long have you worked in those fields? Addiction nursing and mental health nursing?
Since 2004.
And would you agree that one of your specialties is concierge addiction services?
It was, yes.
What are concierge addiction services?
We would, good question. I mainly deal with higher end clients and provide care, go to their home rather than have them come into facilities.
And would you at times provide 24/7 nursing care?
Yes.
And you'd also be a patient's travel companion for nursing care?
Yes.
And you owned your own company?
Yes.
And what was the company's name?
Turning Point.
Okay. And how, do you still own Turning Point?
Yes.
And what does Turning Point do?
Provides services. It's actually no longer, I still own it, but I don't work with it anymore. It provides services to either nursing or sober companion services to patients.
And when did you start Turning Point?
I don't recall the exact year.
Does anyone else own it?
No.
How many people work at Turning Point?
I'm the only employee.
And what do you have, contract nurses who work for you?
I did, yes.
And what does Turning Point do now, if anything?
Sits dormant.
Okay. And when did it start to sit dormant?
About 2 years ago.
Is there any particular reason why?
That's when I became a nurse practitioner and changed my career path.
And where do you work now?
I work for Headlands Addiction Treatment Services.
What do you do there?
Nurse practitioner.
And what is there a difference between a nurse practitioner and a nurse?
Nurse practitioner, I can diagnose and prescribe medications underneath a doctor's supervision.
So when you were working at Turning Point, or when you were working at Turning Point, were you a nurse practitioner?
No.
What was your title then?
Registered nurse.
And you performed work for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Was that with Turning Point?
Turning Point was contracted through Dr. Kipper.
Can you explain how that arose, how you began to work for Mr. Depp through Dr. Kipper?
And Dr. Kipper was his doctor and he needed nursing services. So Dr. Kipper reached out to me.
And it's Dr. David Kipper, correct?
Correct.
Had you worked with Dr. Kipper before working with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Mr. Dad, you can add it to
You
the
know
list.
when you started working for Mr. Depp?
Still better than Mr. Death.
Approximately, I think it was 2015 or 16.
Okay. And we can look at some documents and that may help. Do you know how many patients you would work with Dr. Kipper before working with Mr. Depp?
That would be a guesstimate.
Do you have any approximation?
20.
And when Dr. Kipper reached out to you about Mr. Depp, did he reach out to you by phone or by written communication?
By phone.
Do you recall what Dr. Kipper told you he was looking for in regards to Mr. Depp's care?
Detox.
And detox from what?
Originally, I don't think I knew any of the specifics.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was looking to detox from?
Opioids.
Any other medication or any other drugs that Mr. Depp was looking to detox from?
Not that I recall.
Do you know if Mr. Depp ever took cocaine?
I never witnessed him use any cocaine.
So, did Dr. Kipper contract with your company for the care for Mr. Depp?
I don't recall the specifics of how we were brought on.
Well, okay. How were you paid?
Through Dr. Kipper.
Did you have to submit your time to Dr. Kipper
Yes.
for Mr. Depp services? Did Mr. Depp ever pay you directly?
No.
Did you ever get any gifts from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What gifts did you receive from Mr. Depp?
I remember getting a jewelry box and a I forget what it's called, like a notepad, a fancy notepad, I guess.
You got her like
This
an
goes to
iPad?
potential bias.
It was. Do you recall why Mr. Depp
Oh yeah, is that
gave you the
an
jewelry box?
electronic one or like a paper one?
You can answer that.
I don't know why. I believed it was for a thank you.
And the same, you believed it was a thank you with the fancy notepad that you received?
It was at the same time.
Did you receive anything else ever from Mr. Depp?
Not that I recall.
Probably just a bound notebook, but who knows?
Do you still do work for Dr. Kipper?
I have not recently.
Do you recall when you last worked with Dr. Kipper?
Not exactly.
Do you remember the year you stopped working with Dr. Kipper?
No.
Do you recall the last time you've spoken to Dr. Kipper?
This week, I think.
What did you talk to Dr. Kipper about this week?
He's my personal doctor.
Oh, that's interesting.
So, did you speak to Dr. Kipper
Interesting,
at
yeah.
all about this case?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Dr. Kipper about your deposition?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Dr. Kipper about his deposition?
Yes.
And you know who Erin Borum is, correct?
Yes.
And who is she?
She's a nurse that worked with us.
And Ms. Borum worked for Turning Point, is that right?
Yes.
And she, and did you hire Ms. Borum?
Yes.
Contracted her.
Was Erin,
If
was,
her
Ms.
prior
Borum,
description is correct.
a salaried employee of Turning Point?
No.
So Ms. Borum was a contract attorney.
There you go.
Good job, lawyer.
employee for Turning Point, correct?
Correct.
So how, in kind of general sense, how did that work with Ms. Borum and Turning Point?
Objection, Dave.
If you needed her for a particular case, you'd hire her for that case?
Yes.
And you're saying, your testimony is that you had hired Ms. Borum previously for other patients, is that right? Before Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And do you recall how Ms. Borum came to work for Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
And do you recall how Ms. Borum came to work for Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
How did that happen? What happened?
I was taking care of Johnny and Amber. It was decided that Amber needed some support, so I brought her in for Amber.
So were you Mr. Depp's primary nurse?
Yes.
And was Ms. Borum Amber's primary nurse?
Yes.
And would you ever share responsibilities where Ms. Borum would perform nursing care for Mr. Depp and you would perform nursing care for Amber?
I know Aaron covered for me a few times. I do not believe I ever cared for Amber.
And you said that a decision was made that Amber needed nursing care?
Yes,
Who made that decision?
I don't recall.
Can we put up attachment 2 and we'll call this Lloyd Exhibit 1?
Stand by.
Thanks.
As a transactions guy, I'm inordinately interested in how the businesses are set up. So
That was kind of curious. That her business has been dormant since 2020. I wonder if that has to do with the legal changes in California for employment. That's probably why it basically doesn't function anymore, is because she would have to hire those people as employees because that's a central core of her business.
and if
Exhibit
you're
1.
interested in that, I have videos on that.
Mr.
Talks
Lloyd,
more
I'm
about the
showing you
video
it's
game
marked
industry,
as
but
Lloyd
yeah,
Exhibit
California's doing some
1.
interesting thing with contractors.
You'll
I've got a
see
bit
it's-
on
it's
my
m-
channel
it's
too, but
many
check out Rick's.
pages,
It's probably better.
and we're going to go through some of these during the day. But just looking at it, do you recognize what this is?
Hey, we
Yes.
saw this one. This is
So
good.
what is
Mhm.
It's like a
Lloyd
sequel.
Exhibit 1?
My nursing notes.
And so these are notes that you created,
Yes,
and these are notes you created for your care of Mr. Depp. Is that right?
correct.
And if at a break you want to go over to see the whole thing, I'm happy to let you do that, just to save time rather than having you read 123 pages. But did you create these notes in the ordinary course of business?
Can you clarify what that means?
You created these notes.
I'm required to ask
as
these
part of
questions.
your job
Please say
of being a
yes.
nurse, correct?
Yes,
Did Dr. Kipper ask you to keep these notes?
we just keep notes as nurses. I don't recall.
So this is your normal practice, keeping these notes. It's not particular to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Did you receive any training into how to keep these notes?
Nursing school.
And the notes are typed, right?
As you can see.
Yes.
Did you
Sometimes lawyers have to sound like
bring a
absolute
laptop
idiots
with
during
you
foundation.
when you were,
They just have to.
working with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
That's when you say, I know
Let's
this
just go to
may
the
seem
first
obvious to
one.
you,
It
but
says
I
June
gotta
12th,
ask.
2014, 2300. You see that?
Yes.
And 2300, that's military time, correct?
Yes.
So that's 11 p.m. at night.
Yes.
And it says RN and MD met with patient to discuss plan and medication regime. You see that?
Yes.
The RN is you, correct?
Correct.
And the MD is Dr. Kipper,
Correct.
and the patient is Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
So where it says 6/12/14 at 2300, is that when you met with Mr. Depp, or is that when you wrote up the note?
That's when I wrote up the note.
Okay, so you may have met with Mr. Depp at some other time before this.
Sometime during that day.
Okay. So the time you have here is when you wrote the note.
Correct.
Okay. And would you typically type the notes as opposed to writing notes and handwriting and then typing notes?
Correct.
There's not another document.
Did anyone review the notes?
You can answer, Tina.
Notes were sent to Dr. Kipper.
How often would you send the notes to Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall.
And was there a system where he could see the notes, or did you email him, Dr. Kipper, the notes?
Email.
So is it your understanding, based on these notes, that the first time you met Mr. Depp was on June 12th, 2014?
Yes.
And if we scroll down to the 6/13/14, this says you met with patient in his apartment, correct?
Correct.
So the next day you met with
Mr. Depp in his apartment. Is that right?
According to my notes, I don't recall.
Okay. And in the second line, you write, he stated that he initially started taking opiates after some dental work and became dependent on them. Is that something that Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes.
Would there be a reason you would write that if Mr. Depp did not tell you that?
No.
Okay. And then you write, patient is fearful of coming off of opiates, but knows it's what he needs to do. So again, that's something, according to your notes, that Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes, yes.
And then it says, patient also expressed some emotional trauma, which causes him depression and anxiety. Again, according to your notes, that's what Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes, yes.
Do you recall at all what the emotional trauma was that was causing Mr. Depp depression and anxiety?
I do not recall.
Let me ask this again. Do you recall what the plan was for Mr. Depp's detox as of the end of June 2014?
Plan in what regards?
Where was Mr. Depp's detox going to take place?
I don't remember when it was determined, but I remember that it was after filming, we would go to the island.
And that's the island that Mr. Depp owns?
Yes.
And you went to the island, correct?
Correct.
Who else was on the island in this time when Mr. Depp was doing the detox?
You can answer, Tina.
I know I was there. I cannot remember if Amber was there the entire time, and some of Johnny's staff and Dr. Kipper came at some point.
How did you get to Mr. Depp's island?
Flew.
And then what, do you take a boat to his island?
Yes.
And if we go to, in the same document, Kipper 69, which I believe is page 17.
This is what they were fighting over, what they said was so much extraneous information.
You can see a lot of black boxes there. Those are all redactions.
You see where it says 8/8/14?
Yes.
And it says arrived on island today?
Yes.
Does that mean that you arrived
Do
on
you
the
believe
island?
that you arrived on the island
August
that
8th,
day?
2014?
Do you have any reason to believe that maybe you were lying in your
According
notes?
to my notes.
Okay. And on August 9th, 2014, it says patient expressed fears of never feeling normal without his drugs. You wrote that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that Mr. Depp told you?
According to my notes, yes.
And if we go 2 pages to Kipper 71. Oh, you can, yeah, there we go. You see where it says at the top, MD's flight has been canceled.
Yes.
Arrangements are being made for him to arrive on the island 8/12/14.
Yes.
So according to your notes, Dr. Kipper, after the flight was canceled, was set to arrive on the island on August 12th, 2014.
According to my notes.
Miss Lloyd, I'm showing you it's been marked as Lloyd Exhibit 2, which is ALH 16110 through 113. Do you remember texting with Amber at all while you were on the island with Mr. Depp?
That is some of how we communicated, yes.
And does this refresh your recollection that Amber was at least at some point on the island with Mr. Depp during the detox?
Yes.
The gray part of the text is your text, correct?
Yes.
And the blue is Amber?
Yes.
And is in the gray
part of the text where it shows a phone number there. Is that your cell phone number?
Yes.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm
If
showing
they
you what's
show it,
marked
it'll be
as Exhibit
redacted.
3, text message chain between you and Amber Hurd on August 16th, 2014. And again, in the gray box where it shows a phone number, that's your phone number, correct?
Correct.
And this, Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Lloyd Exhibit 4, text message chain between you and Amber on August 18th, 2014. You see that?
Yes.
Do you recall when on the island, Amber would be telling you how Mr. Depp was doing?
According to these texts, that's what was happening. Yes.
Do you recall how long you were on the island?
I do not.
In a day, do you recall how long you would see Mr. Depp?
It varied.
Would there be reasons why it varied as to how long you'd see Mr. Depp in a day?
I don't recall how it was determined.
How far away were you from where Mr. Depp was staying?
5 to 10 minutes.
By foot or by some other transportation?
By a John Deere tractor.
And what type of place were you staying in on the island?
It was a yurt.
And were you staying with anyone?
I was by myself some of the time, and then Dr. Kipper was also in the yurt for some of the time.
And did the yurt have separate rooms?
Yes.
And would you typically eat with Mr. Depp?
Varied.
And what was when you were on the island, what was your role in terms of Mr. Depp's detox?
Medication management.
And what do you mean by medication management?
To administer medications.
I thought you were going to say to manage
Kipper,
medication. So
the person who was prescribing the medications?
Yes.
Did, as part of the medication management, did Mr. Depp get a bag of meds? You can answer to the extent you know.
Did I give Mr. Depp a bag of medications?
Either you or Dr. Kipper?
Not that I recall.
Staying on this last page for a second of Lloyd 4, the picture of looks like a pillbox, right?
Correct.
Would you have provided either Mr. Depp or Ms. Hurd Mr. Depp's medications in a box like this?
Yes.
Okay, well, why don't we actually just take a break right for this moment? We've been about an hour. Take a, I don't know, 5-minute break. Is there any reason to believe where you wrote RN receipt?
I don't know why that
they didn't cut that out.
That that's not a.
do you guys feel like Panera? Yeah, Panera? All right.
No.
Lloyd Exhibit 5 is a
Actually, usually they'll order lunch and it'll arrive by that point.
in a production for Mr. Depp. It is Depp 7819.
Death 719, according to the
You
caption.
see the second entry,
Look at all those redactions.
entry 131.
Yeah, no, you're right about ordering at a law firm. Deposition day is a good time because about
Yes.
3 o'clock, rest of the firm gets
And
the
where
lunch from the
in
depot.
third row, there's
Yep.
a name and above
Whatever's
that
left over. Ding
name
ding.
is a phone number. Is that your phone number?
Yes.
And you would sometimes text message with Mr. Depp too, correct?
Correct.
You see, it says in the body on that row 131, I will come by 80 within an hour to drop meds off just in case. How are you feeling? Your head back on straight. Do you see that?
I see that.
so
And this was a
tiny, I
text you
can't
wrote
read it.
to Mr. Depp.
He read it all from the 826 one.
According to this,
Do you recall, as of around August 26, 2014, what you meant by your head back on straight?
I don't recall.
And then Mr. Depp responded to you, you see in the next row. Pretty much, I don't have the ability to take anything more on my back right now. I'm fucking strong. If my arm is gangrenous, I would cut the fucker off. I'm threatened by the love I feel. I need to stop. Simple math. Do you recall receiving that text from Mr. Depp?
I don't recall. No, I
These
don't
texts
recall
are
receiving
wild.
that.
Yeah.
Do you have any reason to believe you did not receive this text from Mr. Depp?
No.
If we go back to Exhibit 1, and if you can go to Kipper 101, and you see where it says 0125 under September 22nd, 2014.
Yes.
And you wrote, RN received text from patient stating that he'd been in an argument with fiance and she, quote, had a nasty freak out, end quote, and he would like RN to come give him some, quote, some fucking knockout yum yum.
More
RN
knockout yum
instructed
yums.
patient to take PRN, Neurontin, 300 milligrams, PRN, and Seroquel, 50 milligrams, and that RN was on her way over. You wrote that?
Yes.
Do you recall anything about what the nasty freak out that Mr. Depp was referring to about Amber?
I do not recall.
And then you see the note for 3:30 for September 22nd, 2014.
Yes.
Okay, and again, that's 3:30 in the morning, right?
Correct.
And you wrote, upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen
Yeah, this is
with
the
scraped
whiteboard
and
incident.
bloody knuckles
We heard
on
about this.
right hand.
Mhm.
Patient stated he punched whiteboard in kitchen after fight. Patient stated he'd been texting his friend explaining why he didn't show up to play music, and fiance got upset that he was not giving her enough support, and the fight escalated from there. You wrote that note.
According to this, yes.
She's well trained on
Do
those.
you recall?
Yes. She
going
only
to
answers
Mr.
what she's
Depp's
asked.
Home and
And that's
seeing
it.
him with scraped and bloody knuckles on his right hand.
I do not recall.
Do you ever recall any incident where Mr. Depp had claimed he punched a whiteboard in the kitchen?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to believe where you wrote that you wrote, upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen with scraped and bloody knuckles on right hand? Would you have written that based on your observation of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On Kipper 111, there's a highlighted note at 1930 for October 14th. Do you see that?
Oh wait, I'm on it. Yes.
Okay. And you wrote, a patient finished filming and was extremely agitated leaving the set. Patient kicked in the door of his trailer and refused to speak to director. Patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set. So for no apparent reason, per MD, patient is to take Xanax 2 milligrams to reduce his agitation at this time. You wrote that?
According to these notes, yes.
And
According to these notes.
were these notes based on your observation of Mr. Depp?
She's probably done a depo
I
or
don't
two.
recall.
Would you go to
Sure, sounds
would
it.
you have-
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever attend filming where Mr. Depp was filming?
Yes.
She's even more cautious than the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Where you wrote patient kicked in the door of his trailer and refused to speak to director, that's based on your observation of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
And where you wrote patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set, so no apparent reason. Do you recall what that's based on?
I do not.
Would it have been based on anything other than your observation of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Do you regularly lie to
If you had been
yourself in your
told that
personal notes?
Mr. Depp was verbally aggressive, would you have written that in your note?
I don't recall.
And the note above it for 1630, you see that?
Yes.
You wrote RN and MD arrived on set to assess patient. So that's you and Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote patient appeared agitated and was short towards RN. You wrote that?
According to this, yes.
And where you wrote patient appeared agitated and was short towards RN, meaning Mr. Depp was short towards you, correct?
I don't remember.
That's what the note means, right? Is there a
That's
reason?
what it says, yes.
Okay.
I mean, she's being
And
very,
this
very
note would have
cautious.
been
But if you
based on
truly
your
don't remember
observation of Mr. Depp
why
at the
you
time,
wrote
correct?
what you wrote, these are the answers that you should be giving.
I don't
Right.
remember.
Exactly. Don't admit to remembering something if you don't,
And then you
because
see
then
under October 15th,
you can get into some
there's
weird
another
questions
highlighted,
with weird
entry,
answers.
correct?
Yeah, that don't line up with what somebody else said.
Exactly.
And you wrote patient awake and states he slept from 2200 to 4:30. You see that?
Yes.
Patient continues to be agitated about work and is verbalizing having desire to escape with drugs. You wrote that?
It's in my notes.
And that would mean that you wrote that note, correct?
Correct.
And you would have written that note based off Mr. Depp telling you he had a desire to escape with drugs, correct? I'm sorry, did you answer it?
Yes, I said I don't remember.
And this is Exhibit 8. More text between you and Mr. Depp.
This is almost like when you try to depose a
Feel
lawyer.
free to look through it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
She's
Depp
definitely
wrote,
coming
"I'm
across
all-
as very
I'm all right,
professional.
confused as fuck.
Yeah,
She said
and
nothing
people are
last
asking in the
night,
chat whether
almost
this is good or
certainly
bad.
not one
It's
thing
really
proud
neither. The
of
notes
the
stand on their
exist-
own.
of
She's
the
not
wrap
disputing them
party's
really, but she's not adding
existence.
anything.
All the
Yeah.
proof that I predicted last night. How will I look at her when she gets back professing her undying love? All a fucking lie. I for sure, unfortunately, wouldn't mind some company, but I've inundated you with too much already. Love, love me. That's a text you received from Mr. Depp.
I don't recall.
Exhibit 9.
And this is more text between you and Mr. Depp that you can take a look through. On November 11th, 2014, Mr. Depp wrote, "All good. Haven't read her text yet. I'm feeling so fucked. Why was she at the goddamn rap party until 5 a.m.? Did Aaron say anything? The lies are so clear now. They're making me nuts, wondering what was so interesting to keep her there that goddamn long. Please ask Aaron. I must have truth. I need it. It's not the easiest thing to do at this point, though it's been a shitty and painful experience. I cannot help but hear her voice begging and crying. She wants to change and is going to change, etc. Help. I don't know what's real and what's paranoid jealousy." You received that text from Mr. Depp?
Amber's going to use that to paint him as a
I don't recall.
jealous and controlling
And you
man.
don't recall.
Well, and I don't know what's
recall
real
ever
isn't
Mr. Depp
also not what
not
you want
feeling
your
trust
client
for
to have
Amber?
said to somebody.
I don't recall.
Yeah.
While you were working with Mr. Depp, did he smoke marijuana?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if he took any, if not smoked marijuana, ingested marijuana in any sort of way?
I don't recall.
Exhibit 10.
Can you think of another instance where there was a patient, without giving me the patient's name or information, where they were allowed to continue to take marijuana while detoxing from other drugs?
I don't recall.
Exhibit 11 is Lloyd.
It does seem like a very,
225.
very, at bare minimum, a
Do you
targeted
recall
detox.
producing
Yeah.
documents in this matter?
He doesn't want Roxy, but
Yes.
he wants everything else to stay.
You produced
Yeah.
text messages with Mr. Depp and with Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And this is a text message between you and Amber starting on December 26, 2014. You see that?
Yes.
And you understand that you're in the text from you are the blue, correct?
Okay.
All right. You wrote, sorry to bother you. Is JD up? He has an important appointment at 2 p.m. and he isn't responding to me. Hope you guys had a beautiful Christmas. And Amber wrote, hey there. Yes, he is. He's opening presents with Lily Rose. What appointment is he being picked up? Who's Lily Rose?
His daughter.
Johnny's daughter.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp super stoned when you were working with him?
I don't recall.
Does that mean
Define
that you never
stoned
saw
or
him
super
stoned, or you
stoned.
just don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall one way or another.
Do you know who the wit is?
Amber's sister.
Okay. Do you recall any time where Mr. Depp seemed confused about something that had occurred?
I don't.
Did
I
you
can
ever
vouch for being
recall Mr.
confused about
Depp
something that has occurred.
wondering if he and
A lot.
Amber had a fight or if he was dreaming?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Mr. Depp ever not taking the medications he was prescribed?
Yes.
Did you recall Mr. Depp sometimes potentially doubling the medications that he was prescribed?
I recall thinking that at times.
Did you believe that Mr. Depp wanted to detox off of drugs? What was your answer?
Yes.
And how did Mr. Depp show you that?
It was on his own free will that he hired us to be with him.
And then did Mr. Depp have any relapses with drugs when you were working with him?
I don't recall.
You recall Mr. Depp and working with him ever take cocaine? Not that you necessarily saw him, but that you understood. That
Seems like you'd remember if you're there to
I never saw
detox,
Mr.
whether
Depp
he
use
has a
cocaine.
relapse. But
Did you have any understanding that
fine.
Mr. Depp took cocaine, whether you saw it or not?
I don't recall.
Did you administer drug tests to Mr. Depp?
In the beginning.
Did you see the results of the drug tests?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Depp being positive for taking cocaine?
I don't recall.
Do you recall accompanying Mr. Depp to Australia?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall accompanying Mr. Depp to Australia in around March of 2015?
I don't remember dates.
Do you recall accompanying Mr. Depp to Australia when he was filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5?
I do.
Where were you staying in Australia in relation to Mr. Depp?
Distance wise,
Yeah, how far away were you from him?
about 30 minutes
Where was Mr. Depp staying?
in a rental house,
And where were you staying?
in an apartment.
And what city were you in?
I don't recall the name.
she's not big on details.
Dr. Kipper there with you?
He came and went.
Did you fly to Australia with Mr. Depp?
Sometimes I did, and other times I flew on a commercial.
Do you recall talking to Dr. Blaustein about Mr. Depp in Australia?
I do not.
Do you recall Mr. Depp not doing very well while he was in Australia?
Just define
So
not
March
doing
1st,
well.
2015.
Yeah, can't answer that one.
I don't recall
You
anything.
know who a
around that
Dr.
time.
Blaustein is?
Do you have an understanding as to what Mr. Depp was doing with Marilyn Manson?
I do not.
Did you ever tell Dr. Kipper that Mr. Depp was doing what he wants with Marilyn Manson?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Marilyn Manson being in Australia with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
It says Debbie is worried and somewhat exhausted. Do you recall being exhausted while in Australia and working with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to believe that what Dr. Kipper wrote is not true?
I do not.
We could take this down. And go back to Exhibit 1. And if we could go to Kipper 157. You see 3715?
I do.
Before I ask, do you recall how long you
So
were
many black
in
boxes.
Australia with Mr. Depp?
No, however long the filming of Pirates was.
And at 3715 at 11:30, you wrote, MD received a text message from client that he'd been arguing with wife and that he had cut his finger. According to patient, his assistant and security were on their way to pick him up. You wrote that?
According to my notes, yes.
Is there any reason to believe you didn't write that note?
No.
Do you recall Dr. Kipper receiving a text message from Mr. Depp about Mr. Depp cutting his finger?
I don't. I'm just what this note says.
Do you recall going to Mr. Depp's house after learning that he had cut his finger?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
That we went to the house and I don't even think I went in at first. Dr. Kipper went in and he had cut his finger and we took him to the emergency room where his finger had been cut.
You recall what the house looked like when you went in?
Yes,
What did the house look like?
it was a mess.
Hey, can you describe how it was a mess?
I don't remember details, but I remember there was some writing on the wall and I remember a smashed TV.
The
Do you
writing
remember
was
what
on the
any of
wall.
the writing said on the wall?
I do not.
Did you, and you said you recalled the smashed TV?
Yes.
I'm actually really
Do you
surprised. You know, if there's
recall,
bloody writing on the wall, I'm probably going to at least check out
Was
what it
Amber in
says.
the house?
Yeah.
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing Amber that day?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall what rooms you went through of the house, Mr. Depp's house?
I remember looking for his finger in the downstairs area.
And what was in the downstairs area? Or what rooms were in the downstairs area?
It was like a pool table entertainment room.
Did you look anywhere else around the house?
I don't recall.
What was the pool table entertainment room? Was that a mess?
I don't recall.
Do you recall going into the kitchen of the house?
I don't recall.
Do you recall finding Mr. Depp's finger?
I did not.
Do you know who found Mr. Depp's finger?
Yes.
Who?
Ben.
Ben who?
I don't remember his last name.
And who was Ben in relation to Mr. Depp?
He's like our house manager.
Okay,
You
so we got
recall-
chef from one
you recall
person,
where
house
the finger
manager
was
from the
found?
other.
I do not.
Do you
The
recall
incredible
Mr. Depp
missing finger
appeared to
recovery.
have
God.
dirt, grime, and paint on his hands?
That's why I'm not a
Yes.
doctor.
He did.
That and a general aversion to science and math.
Do you recall seeing any glass anywhere?
I do not.
Do you recall smelling any alcohol?
I do not.
Who else was with you when you went to the hospital?
Malcolm and Stephen.
And who were Malcolm and Stephen?
Stephen was his assistant and Malcolm was one of his security guards.
Do you recall who was holding the piece of finger that had been cut?
Ben brought it to the ER.
What did Ben bring the finger in?
I don't recall.
Was it on ice, the finger?
I
I
don't
don't recall.
If it's not in my notes, I'm not giving you anything else.
Yeah.
Did you ask Mr. Depp how he cut his finger?
I don't recall if I asked him.
Did you ask anyone how Mr. Depp had cut his finger?
I don't recall.
Do you have any understanding as to how Mr. Depp cut his finger?
I heard different stories from people.
As we all
What were the
have.
different stories you heard?
I had heard that Amber threw a bottle of vodka at him. I had heard that he slammed it.
I'm wondering why this is going in.
with
I
a
heard
phone.
these various stories.
Do you recall who you heard that Amber had thrown a bottle at him?
I do not.
Do you recall who you heard that he slammed it on with the phone?
I do not.
Not only is it hearsay, we can't identify who said it.
I know.
On that day of March 7th or March 8th, 2015, or later?
I don't remember.
Did you ever talk with Mr. Depp about how he cut his finger?
Either way, none
don't
of those are by
recall
knife, which is what he had said to the ER apparently.
That's true. What was
Did you
hers
ever talk
from
with Dr.
him?
Kipper about
He
how
slammed
Mr.
into
Depp cut
something
his
or
finger?
slammed down a
Slammed
phone?
his phone.
I don't recall.
I want to know the
specific
specific
conversations.
logistics of how one slams a phone and cuts off a part of their finger. But hey,
I mean, there's a lot of glass on the phone, I guess.
all right,
Maybe.
all right.
I don't know.
Did
But
Mr.
yeah,
Depp,
never heard of that either.
how long was Mr. Depp in the hospital for?
I don't remember.
Did you have any concerns about the nurse supervision of Mr. Depp?
Emily D. Baker's in the chat.
Oh,
Emily,
hey,
come on
Emily.
in. You've got a link. If you can,
I
if you
know
can make
at
it.
times we would go days without me seeing
Yeah, I
him,
agree. It doesn't hurt to
but I don't know
that this stuff is going in
specifically
because
when
they're
this
going to
is
argue about it
regarding.
anyway. It's just a little bit weird
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
hear
that
what you
was-
say. I heard these things.
Yeah.
While in Australia.
Welcome, Mike. Let me
Hello, hello.
You're a little loud. Let me turn you down just a little bit. There we go.
You have no
We got to try to match the
recollection
world's
of Dr.
quietest
Kipper
court feed
withdrawing
here.
his care of Mr. Depp for any
It's
period of time.
ASMR
No.
testimony.
It's all very quiet.
I know at times it was discussed when he would miss
I'm gonna mention that
appointments.
maybe it
but I
was a
don't
Motorola
recall him ever
Razor.
actually going through with withdrawing his care.
Do you recall there being concerns about Mr. Depp taking substances that he shouldn't have been taking?
I don't recall what that was regarding.
Do you recall having major concerns about leaving for Australia with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
While that's going up,
I tell you what, the real blackout in Australia is from
Mr.
her.
Depp cut his finger. You don't recall seeing Amber one way or the other, is that right?
I do not.
Exhibit 16 is Lloyd 140.
And again, I think this is a perfectly fine way to answer these questions.
And
But
Mr. Depp
it is
responded,
annoying for the
"It's
rest of us,
sad.
no doubt.
I love
Yeah.
you so much, little Debbie." And of course, Kipper too. He was right, though I did feel a bit of a sting when his letter, paper trail, arrived on the off chance that I croak, which I also understand. Just never heard of anyone being fired by their position before. So I'm kind of proud of that little fact too. I love you, kid. Even attempting saying thank you to you would be like a monkey trying to fuck a football. It's just simply impossible.
His
I
text,
wish
man.
things could have ended on a better note. All my love, Nurse Shark, JD. Do you recall receiving this text from Mr. Depp?
I don't.
This text was on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Would Mr. Depp call you Nurse Shark?
Yes.
Would Mr. Depp call you Little Debbie?
Yes.
And
Like Little Debbie cupcakes.
you
Yeah.
don't recall Mr. Depp saying never heard of anyone being fired by their position before.
I do not.
Sometimes you got to fire clients, folks.
And then you respond on the next page. I love you too and hope this is not the end. Be safe and be smart, my son. You sent that text to Mr. Depp.
According to this, yes.
According to this.
And do you know what you meant by be safe and be
I end my
smart?
memories 1 week before whenever I'm talking.
And then Mr. Depp wrote, I've been off of for 3 days. The doc jumped the gun. Also, please thank him for the Motrin and the baclofen. They work a treat for amputated fingers. Goddamn, I love that weird fucker no matter what. You received that text from Mr. Depp.
According to this,
He is 100% a character. There's no
you
question
understand what
there.
is meant by
Yes.
I've been off of for 3 days?
I do have no idea.
Okay. You respond, so glad to hear you have been off. No matter what, I just want you to feel better.
Yeah, I don't know what we were referring to.
When we go down to the next page, you write, I'd be more than happy to come back and help you with pain management and Paradol injections. I know Kipper loves you and would always want to continue your care if you're no longer using. You wrote that to Mr. Depp?
According to this,
And this text was on your phone, correct?
correct.
I have no idea whether this
What
was
do you mean
doctored
by-
counsel.
Kipper loves you and would always want to continue your care if you're no longer using.
I don't know just what it says.
No
I
longer
don't,
using.
I don't know what that was regarding.
You don't know what no longer using is referring to?
I do not.
And then Mr. Depp wrote, I don't know. I'm going to stop it all except whatever I was on before and just deal with it. You received that text from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you know what he was referring to where he said, I'm going to stop it all except whatever I was on before and just deal with it?
I do not know what that's regarding.
And then you wrote, I respect whatever decisions you'll make. I'll be sad to leave the crew as I love you all. I hope to always be in touch, even if you choose not to continue a working relationship. Miss you already. I will get in touch with Kevin and get my stuff out. 472 soon. Hugs. You wrote that message to Mr. Depp.
According to this.
And then Mr. Depp wrote, take care, darling. I cannot ever thank you enough, all you've done for me. On the junkie side and the broken heart side, you've been a lifesaver. Literally, we'll be seeing each other again, sweetheart. Love you so much, little Debbie. And so does my entire crew. X. You received that text message from Mr. Depp?
According to this, yes. I'm going to cry.
Maybe we need
Miss
crews.
Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit
No.
Lloyd 17.
I wanna talk about my crew.
158 through 160, which is a text message between you and Johnny Depp from your phone. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And on March 27th, 2015, you wrote, good morning, sleepyhead. Aaron came by to give you a shot. You were still sleeping. Take the pill form of Tadderall to hold you over, and I will check in with you when I'm done my appointment in Beverly Hills. And then you wrote, have you taken pill? If not, hold off, and Erin is on her way to give you injection. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote that text message, correct? Those messages?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the next page,
Somebody else has a doggo.
Mr. Depp wrote, the fucking pain is as bad as when it was cut off. Horrific. You received that message from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And he's talking about his finger there, correct?
Yes.
And you received that text message from Amber, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then you wrote, he's at the studio with Marcus and is supposed to call me when he gets back to Lofts. I will drive up there if you want me to. Always feel weird showing up unexpected. Do you want me to go? You wrote that text message to Amber?
I don't recall, but according to this, yes.
And do you know who Marcus is?
Yes.
Who is Marcus?
Marcus Mumford,
And what was his relationship to Mr. Depp?
friend.
And then you wrote, I know Steven is there. Let me just check in and see what I can find out. I'll get right back to you. So who's Steven?
His assistant.
Do you ever remember checking if Mr. Depp had been taking cocaine?
I don't remember specifically asking any questions related to that.
Is there any reason to believe that you didn't do what you said in your text message?
No,
Do you recall what you were giving Mr. Depp Valium for?
I do not.
Ms. Lloyd, showing you again what's been marked as Exhibit 1, and I'm going to point you to Kipper 167, which is from April 13th, 2015. Okay, do you see it? You see the entry for 1500?
Yes.
All right. You wrote bandage changed and hand exercises done at appointment with surgeon's office. Per RN at surgeon's office and occupational therapist, hand is healing well and finger has good range of motion. Exercises to be done 3 to 5 times per day. Patient is in good spirits and said he's not smoked marijuana in 3 days. States he feels majority of his issues with his wife have been from him using drugs and alcohol. Patient states he will no longer sneak, use, and wants to enjoy clarity. You wrote that?
Yes.
And these are part of your nurse's notes?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp told you that he felt the majority of his issues with his wife had been from him using drugs and alcohol.
According to the note, yes.
And Mr. Depp wrote he will no longer sneak, use, and wants to enjoy clarity.
According to the document, yes.
What is being referred to as no longer sneak, use?
I only know what's stated in my notes.
Would it be anything other than drugs or alcohol?
I don't recall.
Was there anything that Mr. Depp was sneaking other than drugs and alcohol that you were concerned about?
I don't recall.
If we go to 175, Kipper 175 on this page, on this document, it's notes for June 28th, 2015.
June.
It says at 1700, RN received initial results from brain MRI. No obvious abnormalities noted. Final report will be done tomorrow. Patient informed of results. Do you recall why Mr. Depp received the brain MRI?
It's a good
He
question.
was having chronic headaches.
And then you see at 6:30 at 1300.
Yes.
Okay. And that's highlighted.
Yeah.
Okay. You wrote RN arrived on set to visit patient. He was upset due to having an argument with his wife. Patient stated he had taken about 4 Xanax, 1 milligram over the past 24 hours to deal with the stress he was feeling. Patient was able to express his emotions appropriately. Patient stated that he had not slept the night before due to an argument with his wife. That's a note you wrote?
Correct.
And that's based off of information provided to you by Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Well, we're
According to my note, yes.
So Mr. Depp told you he'd taken about 4 Xanax, 1 milligram over the past 24 hours, correct?
According to my notes, yes.
Okay, and then at 1920 on June 30th, it said patient had another argument with his wife. Patient was anxious and was asking for medication to help calm him down. Seroquel 50 milligrams administered. You see that? And that's a note you wrote?
Yes.
Do you know why your nursing notes ended on July 1st, 2015?
I do not.
How did you continue to care for Mr. Depp as his nurse after July 1st, 2015?
I don't recall.
I do not recall my last date.
Did you prepare nursing notes through the time that you were Mr. Depp's nurse?
I did.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
And did you provide those notes to Dr. Kipper?
I did.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Lloyd 19. This is an email from Dr. David Culver on June 27th, 2015 that you were copied on. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you know who Dr. Culver is?
I don't recall exactly who he was.
Did you understand that Mr. Depp went to a specialist for his finger?
Yes.
That you're copied on this email?
I see my name copied on the email. Yes.
Okay. And you recall that Mr. Depp was treated for a bad crush injury for his finger?
I recall him being treated for a finger injury.
Ooh.
I didn't realize. This is the first I remember hearing it was a crush injury.
And that's the email you received from Dr. Culver, correct?
I'm seeing this today. I don't recall receiving this email.
Is there any reason you believe you didn't receive this email?
No, I just don't recall.
Ms. Lloyd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 20, which is a text message chain between you and Mr. Depp from your phone. You see that?
I see that.
On July 5th, 2015, Mr. Depp wrote to you, canceling the squeezing and needles tonight. Need to get the recluse out of his cage and his brain. You received that text message from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And then you said, how come you're canceling? You okay? Not sure what you mean by the rest of your text. Please let me know if you need anything. I'm here if you want to chat or want me to go hang at the house with you. You wrote that text to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And then Mr. Depp wrote to you, I'm in a very anxious and painfully confused state. Rather not get into details, but in a nutshell, problems with family, my company, the ex-business manager, and my fucking jumbled brain will need refills of meds tomorrow. Thanks, honey. X.
Closed captioning is redacting a little bit.
According to this, yes.
And Mr. Depp talked about how he was having problems with his family.
He enjoyed saying it.
That's what this states.
And Mr. Depp was having problems with his company.
That's what this states.
And Mr. Depp was having problems with the ex.
That's what this states.
And Mr. Depp was having problems with his business manager.
According to this text.
And Mr. Depp was having trouble with his fucking jumbled brain, correct?
According to this text.
That was gratuitous.
Just going back to Exhibit 1 for a moment. If we can go back to Kipper 167.
I want to ask you about the bloody handwriting.
Ms. Lloyd,
I know we don't have time.
Okay.
I want you to look at the entries.
At the next recess, if you're still here.
It's at the bottom.
Okay.
You wrote at 1400, RN and MD arrived at patient's home to have meeting to set treatment plan and boundaries while traveling in Australia. You wrote that?
Correct.
And the RN is you, correct?
Yes.
And the MD is Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what the treatment plans and boundaries were while traveling in Australia as of April 2015?
I do not recall.
And then if we go to the next page, you see the April 15th entries?
Yes.
And at 12:15, you write, arrived at patient's home, assistant was in hallway and informed RN that patient was in a bad mood and told assistant he did not need anything from him today. RN was let in home by security and knocked on patient's door to let him know she was there. Patient screamed, "What?" RN informed patient she was letting him know she was there and would be downstairs. About 5 minutes later, security came into house and informed RN that patient has told security to get everyone out of his home and he did not want any more unexpected guests. RN left the property and informed MD of the events. Her MD dropped tomorrow's meds off with security and do not reach out to patient again. Wait for patient to reach out to medical team. You wrote that note?
Correct.
And this document also, this note also talks about you informing Dr. Kipper about what happened in this note, correct?
Yes.
This Lloyd, I'm showing what's been marked as Lloyd 21. You see at April 15th at the bottom, there's a text from Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And he wrote, "Hey, sweetheart, I'm so sorry about today. I thought you were Stephen, whom I'm not. Particularly enthused about for his loss of loyalty and his loss of memory. He has tried everything to fuck me over as far as traveling with my wife. He also bursts into my fucking house like it's goddamn Grand Central Station. I'm truly sorry if I upset you. If you like, you can give me some morphine to see if my tongue and penis touch. All my love, Jay." Did you receive this text from Mr. Depp?
It appears so. I don't, yes.
Okay.
You'd think you'd remember that one.
Do you have
but
any
you don't.
understanding as to what Mr. Depp was referring to?
Not
when
if
he
she got a
says,
lot of texts like that from him.
Stephen
Maybe
tried
not.
everything to fuck me over as far as traveling with my wife.
I do.
It's very
First
true.
of all,
They're all blending together in
going
a sea
back
of metaphor
to,
and
your
weird
work
references.
For Dr. Kipper,
Mhm.
you said, I think you testified earlier, you cared for multiple patients that were of Dr. Kipper's, correct?
Correct.
And when you would care for Dr. Kipper's patients, how would you report their status to Dr. Kipper?
Objection vague.
Multiple different resources: phone, text, verbal and written.
And how often would you report to Dr. Kipper about his patients?
It responded. I mean, it depended on different patients, varied.
And I believe you testified earlier that you maintain nursing notes for those patients, correct?
Correct.
What type of information did you maintain in these notes?
And mainly we provide care given and patients' responses to care given or any external factors that could affect the patient.
Is there any information that you would not include in your notes?
Not.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your answer.
Not specifically.
Other than Dr. Kipper, does anyone else review your notes?
If another nurse was to work on the case, they could have access to the notes.
And does Dr. Kipper advise you on any information that should be maintained in your notes?
Not directly.
Has he ever told you that certain information should not be included in your notes?
No.
When did you become a registered nurse?
2004.
And have you been employed as a registered nurse from that time up until you became a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
In your time as a registered nurse, have you ever had a patient that you suspected was the victim of domestic abuse?
No.
Do you have any professional responsibility to report domestic abuse?
Yes.
And what is that responsibility?
I'm a mandated reporter for child elder abuse and any suspected injuries.
How would you define suspected injuries?
If I was to work in a facility and somebody came in and reported, or I felt that it was a result from an injury caused by somebody else.
Who do you report the abuse to in that instance?
I've never had to report abuse.
Okay. Given your professional responsibility, do you know who you would report that to in that event?
I do not.
Oh, okay.
Whoa. Well, hey.
In
They
your
probably have a
time as a
hotline.
registered nurse, have you ever
Yeah.
witnessed physical violence by one of your patients?
I do not recall ever witnessing any violence.
And when you say any violence, does that mean perpetrated by your patient or against your patient, or just
in general violence?
So you met Mr. Depp either on June 11th or June 12th of 2014?
According to my notes, yes.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with him before that date?
No.
When did you first meet Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall.
Do you recall when you first met her? Not specifically when, but do you recall the instance when you first met her?
I do not.
When you first met Ms. Hurd, did you have an understanding as to what her relationship to Mr. Depp was at that time?
Yes.
And what was that understanding?
That they were in a relationship.
Were they engaged when you first met them?
I don't recall the dates they got engaged.
Were they married when you first met them?
No.
Did you attend their wedding?
Yes.
And where was that?
On the island in the Bahamas.
Can we take this down and please pull up what I've marked as document B?
But 23.
Now, just for the record, I believe these are the nursing notes you were looking at earlier. This is just has a different production number, and I just thought it might go more smoothly if I am calling out the correct page number. So just to establish this, do you recognize this document here?
Yes.
And these are your nursing notes that I believe you looked at with Mr. Nagelhoff earlier, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to the entry for June 17th of 2014, which is on page with, perfect, there it is. This is a note you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And at the time that you prepared this note, were you in Boston with Mr. Depp?
According to the note, yes.
Now, in the subsection that says to 2330, do you see where it says accompanied patient, fiance, assistance, and security to concert?
Yes.
Okay. And in this note, patient refers to Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Yes.
And fiance is Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
This refresh your recollection that Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were engaged in June of 2014.
According to this, yes.
Is this the first time you met Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall when I met her.
Further down in the note, do you see where it says assistant was also asked to pass on RN and MD's numbers to fiance, as we would both like to speak with her and to obtain her input towards patient treatment. You see where I'm referring to?
Yep.
Okay. RN is referring to you in this instance?
Correct.
And MD refers to Dr. Kipper?
Correct.
Do
Do you recall why you wanted to speak with Ms. Hurd at this time?
I do not.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd expressing interest in participating in Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't remember the events other than what's stated in my notes.
Your phone number was given to Ms. Hurd, though, correct?
Correct.
24.
Ms. Lloyd, do you recognize this document?
No.
So I take it you did not prepare this document, is that correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention to the bottom of the
Ladies and gentlemen, that's probably a good break to go ahead and have our lunch break. So we'll go
Okay.
ahead and break until 2 o'clock. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, okay? We'll come back and continue this deposition.
Don't watch Legalbytes.
Yes, please don't. Not until after trial. Then watch it all.
All right, so I was checking in
Mhm.
before I came on because I had a busy morning, and I saw something about bloody handwriting on the wall. This was like just a little bit before I got on. I'm like, what is going on? So I want to ask you guys about that because that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
We heard that in the opening statements. The Hurd team said we were going to hear about bloody
So we're
handwriting on the
tuning
wall.
at 2 p.m., correct? All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, 2 p.m., so 1 hour.
Yeah, shorter lunch break.
Yep, because
Feel
they
for
want to
the
get through
jury.
it.
Seriously, Amber's doing the whole black thing again.
Yeah, she's wearing black again, which is
It's too stark.
yeah. So
It
she's
looks like
trying a
she's
softer
got
look
the
with
Grim
her
Reaper
hair.
collection going on.
I know, and maybe it's. I mean, it could also be that she's thinking this is very stressful. I mean, I say this because I typically will wear all black to a deposition when I'm the one taking it or defending it. Partly because it's like sweat doesn't show up when you wear black. So, if she's feeling a little bit amped up, she might be thinking like, I don't want people to see me sweating, so therefore I'm going to wear darker colors.
Yep.
That could be something that she's thinking, but as far as optics go, yeah, I mean, I still think she needs a softer look. Now, her hair down is nice, but it's still very coiffed. It's still very done. It looks like she's got a stylist. I also noticed that it's parted on the other side, as I've seen in other like videos and photos of her, and it almost seems like she's now trying to block her face from the jury.
Yeah, I get. I'm still at which is exactly what you're saying. She looks too high maintenance. It just looks expensive and time consuming and self-absorbed. I think it's something softer and simpler. She looks the best she's looked so far.
Yes,
I agree.
each day has been an
for the first
improvement.
day, but attractive in the wrong way and 2-star. Anyway, that's
Yeah, I like Johnny's hair back. I like it.
yeah.
He looks like he's not hiding as much, and he looks just cleaner overall. It's just
His
a cleaner
whole
look.
thing. The whole time I thought he really has done well because ultimately he's wearing a very conservative suit with a vest. It's newer. It's nice. It's probably a little more flamboyant than your average guy, but not much, and very conservative by his standards.
Mm-hmm.
If he wore just a straight normal suit like I wear with a red tie, he would almost look out of place. It's not his character.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I think it's like to a certain extent, he almost needs to look a little bit offbeat, a little bit not average, because I mean, guaranteed these people have heard of Johnny Depp, even if they have never seen any of his movies, which I would doubt anyway. But even if they are not so familiar with this case, for sure they've at least heard of Johnny Depp. So knowing who he is, knowing that he's a celebrity superstar in Hollywood, it would seem strange if he truly did dress down like your average person.
Mm-hmm.
Completely. I don't know. What do you think, Rick? What do you think?
I feel woefully underqualified every time we go into the fashion of the two people here. This is why I'm not a litigator. Very rarely does this come up in negotiating contracts or acquisitions and things like that. Yeah, I do agree, however, that I think she looks the most naturalistic that she has in the first couple of days of the trial. Again, optimist me, who just wants to see these things settled on law. I would hope it wouldn't matter that much to the jury how people actually look, but I know, I know that's not the case.
Yeah.
So I don't mind the analysis. I see them being them. I do think Johnny Depp looks different now. I think it's encouraging him to look more engaged. I think the whole thing does. When I think I commented last week, especially when he was really trying to focus on his drawing and not listen to the marriage counselor and Dr. Kipper, that I think he reacted better this morning with the remainder of Dr. Kipper's testimony. And now this is very similar in nature to that testimony. He doesn't appear to be like hiding as he was before. So I think that's great for presentation. Certainly we're now hours and hours and hours deep into basically Johnny's got drug problems. And so that's fine. I am interested in seeing how they try to tie that from both directions into the actual subject matter of the case.
Yeah. 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 And it definitely feels like I was thinking about this too, when we were initially talking about his sister, Christy Dombrowski, and how she wanted to be so cagey about talking about the drugs and his addictions and all that kind of stuff. She like really didn't want to give that information when it looked like she was in a very good position to know that kind of stuff. She felt like she was being evasive, or it felt like she was being evasive.
Definitely.
And that felt very stingy. That there was this information had a lot of sting to it. At this point, I don't know if I still feel that way because there's been so much of it that's just sort of washed over that it's like, okay, this one person feels very cagey about it. She also is his sister. She also has been his personal manager for however many years. She's kind of in that position to be protective of her brother.
Yeah, you can read the bias that way. She just doesn't want to talk about her brother's drug problems. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that aspect of it feels like it's less stingy. Like I feel more used to this whole subject by now because we've been talking about it for so long.
Well, presumably that's why it's coming up right now as well, right? To get you to that place where it's like, he's got drug problems. So they can't zing us with it later. This is his situation. Now they seem this way with his sister. They seem absolutely fixated on cocaine specifically. Do we know why that is?
I don't know.
Because we're talking about 100 different drugs here and we're talking about all sorts of different problems. And like, they are very keen on getting somebody to say they watched him snort up some coke.
I'm wondering, one thing that I think is I'm pretty sure I've seen some photos that Amber has produced that she says are evidence of his coke use. So she has said that. So it's helpful to have people, corroborating that for her story, I think. So there's that level. On another level, I'm wondering if there's also a certain element of it too, where they're going to come out and have some doctor say that cocaine makes you crazy and violent or can make you crazy and violent or something.
That's the idea behind it. It's a stimulant. If you want to say, hey, this guy gets violent, a coke addict is a better target than a pot smoker.
Yes, that's true.
By a wide margin. I mean, it certainly would tend to make you more aggressive.
Yeah.
They have a panoply of drugs to choose from. I believe the doctor referred to another of his prescriptions as a stimulant. I'd have to really go back because they made him go through the drugs he had prescribed and say what they were. Mm-hmm. So he said one was a stimulant. He said one was a benzodiazepine. He was saying medical words. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to go back through my notes because I know I wrote it down.
Okay.
But again, and that's mellow you out.
Yeah, no.
If you're trying to put somebody as an abuser, you want them on coke, meth, and drunk.
Yeah.
If someone's smoking dope or on painkillers, that tends to just mellow them out, put them to sleep.
I mean, it does sound like a lot of what they've been treating him with is drugs that are to help anxiety, which sounds like those are generally going to be downer kind of drugs, right? So that would not be helpful for Amber's case.
Yeah, it really isn't. I mean, it's not like you couldn't get violent because you had a benzo, but it wouldn't. The drugs would not be contributing to it. You'd be doing it despite the drug. That's exactly what there to tamp down.
Well, but that's what like the white. What that's who is that?
Sorry, this is me. It's the feed. The feed went it went rainbow bars and
Oh no.
So
Oh,
I
I
just
thought we were
muted
getting.
it.
I thought that was it. I thought we were just getting. Big Brother was knocking us off now.
Oh God, don't say that.
That was it. That was it. No, but I mean, like that's why some of the stories are at least interesting, because you've got references now to saying essentially Johnny wanted to not have roxycodone, but he wanted to continue with whatever else he was doing. And then you had other stories that say while he was on drugs, he punches a whiteboard. He gives text messages about rampages and all sorts of things. I mean, they're definitely intending to come back to that hatred of his wife's therapist as like one of the inciting events in the spring of what is that, 2016.
Sounds about right.
Got too many years here. I'm like the nurse. I do not recall.
I know.
So yeah, so I think they're trying to set this up. This is so muddy throughout so much stuff. I just don't. I can't even envision a way that I get to the end of this trial and say that it's definitely defamation. So I'm really interested to see if they can pull that off.
Yeah. Also, I see Ian Runkle of the Bailey in the chat. Welcome,
Hey,
Ian. You've got the link. So just check in our DM thread for it. But yeah, pop in whenever you're free. But welcome and happy to see you in the chat.
Got a lot of pop-ins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see, I haven't watched all of it because I've had stuff going on, but I don't see, I agree, them making a defamation case. They've certainly made a prima facie case that she's full of it. That for sure, just on general principles. You've mischaracterized the situation. At worst, it's mutual abuse. But you got to prove she made a false statement. And I don't see it.
Yeah, that statement right now is overly angelic to what she was and what she is, but it's hard to see it as defamation so far. Hey, like I said while we were in there, if he can actually show that she faked some stuff, she threw glass on the floor, she punched herself, whatever it is, that changes the equation if you get to that level of subterfuge. But before that, I still see it as, okay, he did drugs. I don't have any problem with the direct case saying, let's get this out there. Let's get the doctors out there. Let's get the nurses out there. The Hurd team is going to say, well, you said here you don't know what's real. You said here you can't remember last night. You said, so that's going to cast doubt into whatever it is that we say is our story. But if they can come back with a whole heck of a lot of doubt for them, and we saw that starting with the timeline at the apartment.
And I can actually, in combination between it'll be important, I think, to show a combination of her injuries aren't what she said they were, and she was planting evidence, so to speak, making things look a certain way. So the common is, but we've started to see that in multiple ways. Oh, for some reason now the stream has ended with Sky News, so I'm gonna find. Maybe they'll start a second one after lunch. They'll start a second one after lunch. They have to. They have to, right?
We'll never get to know if she recalls.
Well, and that's so to bring that part up. So, I mean, we can even say, just looking back at our notes throughout this trial, right? We're like, I mean, I know I wrote down the various drugs that Dr. Kipper said that he put him on, or that Johnny Depp was on otherwise, but I don't really actually recall like what exactly he said. You can look back a few years, and especially if for her, she's a concierge doctor, right? So or concierge nurse. She's probably seeing a lot of patients that are like this, and they may be just as wild as this. Who knows? If you're in Hollywood, there could be a lot of celebrities that are kind of similar.
I don't disagree that you get snowed over a long period of time, but I mean, her position here is 24/7 with Johnny Depp for like a year. Like she's essentially saying she doesn't recall like the year 2014 or 2015, and that's fine. Like if I were her lawyer, I would have said, if you don't remember writing that sentence exactly, you have no idea where it came from. Okay. I mean, like that's totally fine to say, but it certainly comes off kind of weird. Certainly when she says, I don't know who I would report an injury to. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's not the worst either, because you offload stuff. You say, okay, I know where to look it up. And that's kind of the same thing effectively, but she's just not giving anything. Like I said, it's like deposing a CEO or a lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah. She's clearly been either trained or something, right? Like she's been very well
don't think it's
prepared
her-
for this for this deposition.
I don't think it's her
Sorry
first
about that.
rodeo. I think you got
Yeah.
that right.
Yeah, it's she's been through a deposition before at some point. I think she also has been very well prepared for this one in particular. I mean, because she's being very clear that it says something in her notes. She's not independently recalling something, right? If it's in my notes, then that's what happened. You know,
Yeah.
she's very
And I have no
well,
reason
and
to believe I lied.
perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. She's defending the notes. They're getting in what they need insofar as these notes are real. There's nobody disputing really the notes on a substantive basis, but I'm not going to give you more because I don't even remember writing it. Which, by the way, would be how I operate. If you showed me a contract I wrote in 2015, I'd be like, I mean, it looks good, looks solid. I probably did it, you know. So
Yeah,
but
yeah, like this seems about right. Probably.
You guys bring up a good
Like, I
point,
don't
though.
have-
It's interesting because I don't do defamation. I'm wondering because I clearly think she's fabricated things, but did they prove it beyond, did they proved it by a preponderance of the evidence?
Preponderance,
That's one
yeah.
thing. The other thing is, let's say, for instance, I think the bruise was, I think she made it with makeup. I could be wrong. That's the impression I get so far. Okay. Let's say they can prove that. She comes out and admits it at some point. Is that defamation? It's a lie. But that's not what you pled. You pled that she lied in that article.
yeah, well, I mean, I think I said this right at the top, was that if there was defamation here, the most obvious of it was in 2016 when she goes out with the information about the divorce and the abuse and that kind of thing. This is almost a secondary function going back to that 2016 and 2018.
Yeah.
And basically, I've been convinced by my litigatory betters here that it's close enough. That if you can show that she's a crazy person and that she does all this bad stuff, there's a good chance the jury's going to go for that.
Yeah, if I remember correctly from the opinion letters from the court on this issue about whether or not it was going to survive a motion to dismiss, the court basically said, there are references back to 2016. So yeah, we can reach back to 2016, the claims that she made for her domestic violence restraining order, et cetera. So it essentially is going back to those claims that she made back in 2016 to figure out whether those were true or false, because those were all very public. She references those in the op-ed. And so it's all kind of part of it. There's this implication that what it was back in 2016 was the way that it was. And so that's really the defamatory lie, even though these statements kind of like are very impressionistic, kind of referential to it. It's very, very gray and loosey-goosey. And that's the part that every lawyer that has been on this panel has been like, ugh, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's not a home run.
But you got to go to the op-ed for nexus to damages. Not that he really much cares about damages, but that's what caused him to lose roles.
He just wants to win.
So you want to? I'm just telling you, like I do plaintiffs work, and like you definitely want to go to the op-ed because that's what caused him to lose parts in movies.
Right.
I don't think he's ever going to get that money back from Amber Hurd on this version. I think the best case scenario for Johnny Depp is a win, that he can take a piece of paper to and say, she defamed me. I should be Grindelwald. I should be, whoever.
Rehire me.
And move forward. He probably doesn't want to be Grindelwald.
A win and $5 awarded in damages would be a huge win for him.
I think so.
It really would. And even a loss, if a lot of people look at this and think she was wrong, is a win for him.
I just don't know if enough people are following the details enough. Like, I do think just the scoreboard is going to matter the most out of this, because you still go to any corner of the internet and say, and you'll have Johnny fans and you'll have Amber fans and you'll have all these various things. Yeah, you'll have the fights in Alita's chat. You can watch them. You can watch them happen in real time.
Which, by the way, and on that note too, I meant to say this earlier that, I always welcome opposing opinions. I love having them on the panel. We've got a lot of very rich discussions that we've had about whether or not this is a good case, if it's a bad case, if it's, who's going to win. I love having different kind of opinions so that we can really discuss things, kind of pull things apart, poke holes in people's arguments. So I like seeing that in the chat too. I just want people to be respectful. So when people are doing, starting to get into personal attacks against one another, that's probably when you're going to start to see people being moderated. So I don't care if I've got people that are Johnny Depp fans, Amber Heard fans, excuse me, alpaca fans, turd fans. I don't care. You're welcome in the
alpaca
chat.
One of the factions.
Well, Johnny Depp refers to alpacas in one of his depositions.
I see. Okay.
I think I can't remember exactly, and people in the chat will,
This is what I don't
correct
know.
me. But this is something that I think it was like there was something some kind of a question about, is this about the money or something, like how much money you're trying to get out of her, and it was something about like, I don't really care about the money. This could be worth 1 alpacas, 2 alpacas, whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. So alpacas has kind of become a meme in the Justice for Johnny Depp community.
As general, I'm an alpaca fan, but I don't. That doesn't mean, that really doesn't reflect on my thoughts on the case so much. Certainly, alpaca is superior to llamas in every way, and that's fine.
Yeah.
So what was this bloody handwriting nonsense?
So this was in the Australia incident on March 7th, 2015, when one way or another, the tip of Johnny's finger was displaced from the rest of his body.
Ouch.
It
and then
disappeared.
somebody had to find it in the kitchen.
Who might have been the chef or the property manager.
Now, there are multiple explanations for how this occurred. We have testimony that Johnny told the ER doctor that he did it with a knife.
Yep.
We have from the Amber Heard side that he did it by smashing his phone. We have from Johnny Depp's team that she threw a vodka bottle at him, it smashed and sliced it.
Yep.
So
and then lied to the doctor to cover for her.
yeah, essentially. Yeah. So, but either way, neither of their explanations line up with what he told the ER doctor.
Right.
So it seems like no one seems to accept that explanation.
We haven't seen a knife in play at the actual location. Also, the doctor says it was just smears. The nurse says it was writing. There's a distinction there in terms of the blood on the wall.
And we haven't seen anything as to what the writing was, at least not through testimony. There have been photos that I have seen around around the internet that is interesting. And I think the implication is that he did it with his finger.
Mm-hmm.
That's what their opening statement said.
Yeah. So I can't imagine the amount of pain that would require. But if the insinuation or the accusation is that he was on a lot of drugs, then
But they're partying, yeah. So I mean, he's pretty numb.
Yeah. So who knows what he was actually feeling? But it's
all sorts of fights there. Although I think I said it at the time, strains credibility that you saw writing on the wall and didn't read it.
Yeah I can't imagine it was a lot of words. Like you would kind of know what that was.
Yeah
but she doesn't recall.
A lot of I don't recall. But it's, I don't know, to me, let me know if you guys think this way, but to me, it's not so many I don't recalls that it seems like she's hiding something. Like I've seen those depositions and those witnesses testifying in court when they have so many I don't recalls. It's like, what's the point in you testifying, right? Like you don't remember anything. So like you're not helpful to anyone here.
I think it works because philosophically she's using it in the same place. She basically started at the front saying, I don't remember writing any of this. And so every time they ask her to verify or to add color to one of her sentences, she's like, that's what the notes say. I don't recall anything more. So philosophically, she has stuck with that the whole way. If you don't remember writing them, okay.
And that's consistent with what you're saying, which is she just doesn't want to get caught in something, but she's also not disputing that they're her notes.
Yeah.
She isn't. No, she's letting the notes stand, and you can tell. I mean, the one thing you can see is she thinks real hard about adding color in a couple of places, and then always falls back on I don't recall. So it's like she recalls like some things, sparks, ambiguities, whatever it is, and she's just not willing to add them to the testimony. I don't blame her. I don't blame her either. Next to her, I would say don't.
Yeah. As soon as you add something, then all of a sudden you've opened up a can of worms, and you really don't remember all that much. You just remember that little thing, and you're like, I don't want to talk about this for 20 minutes.
She clearly appears to be one of those people that operates in the moment and really does put aside the last client, and then there are the notes. I write the notes so I don't have to remember. I mean, like that kind of process.
Exactly. And personally, I don't have a particularly good memory of a lot of events, on a very specific level. And that's also why I take a lot of notes too. So I can really empathize with that position if that is truly her case. And it seems like it to me.
Right? I mean, like I don't want to have to keep it all in my head. Absolutely. So none of it
were there any
bothers me.
live witnesses today?
Not yet, unfortunately. But at least we've got some visuals to work with this time. So for me at least, it feels a lot easier to pay attention than it did on Thursday and Wednesday
except when counsel couldn't find like two of the references in the middle as they're scrolling all over the document. I'm like, now you're just distracting me. All right. No, it's totally fine. Lawyers are human beings. I know it doesn't seem that way. Lawyers are human beings, and the poor second-year associate scrambling to get the email up on the video didn't succeed every time.
Yeah.
Well, I think they did a really good job with their witness list in terms of pacing the trial. They obviously gave it a lot of thought.
Yes.
You open with your banger that they knew that guy would be a great witness. Well, everyone's fresh and paying attention. You bury this stuff. This right here is this is pulling the sting out of the defense case. That's the point of these witnesses in here. Let's do it a few days in when no one's paying attention. And just drop this stuff on it. And then you want to close with a banger like Johnny or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, where they put Johnny is part of the story. Where is Johnny going to go? Is he last? We'll see.
I would think so. I mean, because you have the primacy and recency effect, right? You remember the beginning, you remember the end, and a lot of the stuff in the middle you tend to forget. For whatever reason, that's
these
just the
two
way
are
the
going to
brain
be Johnny
works.
does drugs. I mean, like that's what's going in my head on this stuff.
Yeah.
Two things. I think Johnny's going to be an effective witness because he's sympathetic and people know him and he's all that business.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have him that. I also don't want some other witness. They're all watching it. It's just whether or not you admit it to the judge. They're all watching it. I don't want some other witness seeing his testimony and then bringing it in later.
Yeah.
I don't want to create cross-exam material for the defense and then have additional witnesses. I just don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with you on that too.
Hey, Kurt.
Welcome back.
I thought I'd jump in for the midday break.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, guys, I know I said this earlier when it was just me and Rick, but everybody that has been on here is, like I said before, donating their time so graciously. They get no immediate effect from being here. Also, welcome Ian Runkle. How's it going?
It's Ian.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good to see you. Oh, let me adjust your volume so that we're all on the same.
We all got to get up to
here.
low
Ian,
level.
I enjoyed your recent video about the search and seizure in people's homes in Canada.
Oh yes,
that was entertaining / depressing.
The rant one or the longer 40-minute epic?
The 40-minute
which was
one.
the short video.
No, that's the way it should be. That's where I get to learn things.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Supreme Court's decision in that one because
I picked up on that.
Yeah, the police are going to find some safety concern every time they do an arrest in somebody's house now. So they're always going to get to have a little poke around and, dig through your stuff. So
to be clear, is it safe to say you're referring to the Canadian Supreme Court, Ian?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, just
for those that don't know, Ian.
There are other countries.
For the people who don't know me, I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer. So
So yeah, it's always great to have you on here, especially when we're talking about Canadian law, and that's come up a few times in recent months. Yeah, great having you here, and welcome to. This is your first time on the Johnny Depp stream, so glad to have you here.
Oh, I've been running around, so I haven't been able to follow as much as much of it as I'd like to. But the one witness, what was his name? He was hilarious.
Isaac Baruch.
Yes.
He was so good. So good. But like I was saying, guys, they don't get any immediate benefit for being here and giving their commentary, but they are graciously giving their time to help me out, have better conversations rather than just talking to myself or ramble to myself. I guess ramble to all
By
of you.
yourself is tough. It really is. So.
It is, and and great for you guys too, because you guys benefit from getting better commentary by having more than just me. So if you guys haven't already, go check out their channels, check out their stuff, watch their videos, subscribe, like their stuff, all that great stuff. You will be doing them a massive benefit by helping them out as well, and it does me a great benefit, because when you help them out, then they want to come back.
It's true.
So it helps everybody.
Everybody
so
helps.
So yeah, so be sure to check them out and subscribe to their channels and all that great stuff. So yeah.
Alrighty, and you got your ad for your first appearance. You can pop off now.
There you go.
I gotta admit that I'm a Runkle of Bailey fanboy too. I was watching you during the Canadian truckers strike and the declaration of emergency by the government and all that stuff. I mean, I gotta tell you, that was very interesting to me. We don't have a lot of great sources, and I was watching your channel because you were really covering it well.
Well, and one of the shocking things on that is just how much of the information they used to justify it has now turned out to not be true.
Oh, what a surprise.
We're all shocked.
You're trying to tell me that the government was using falsehoods and figments of their imagination in some sort of bid to seize power?
Well,
whoa.
It's actually funny
Pretext
because
of an emergency to ramp it up the police state. This is a first.
Well, and I was warning a lot of people saying, like, listen, even if you hate the truckers, you got to be worried about this, because they're going to use this tactic to shut down all sorts of protests.
No, they won't. They'll only use it against the people I don't like. This power for the government is rightio, because it will never be used against me, says the person who has less than 3 seconds of insight.
Well, and now in British Columbia, there's anti-logging protesters where they're threatening to seize their vehicles and forfeit them.
Are they sad?
It's like, who could have seen this coming? Oh, right. So it's a bad thing that's going on up here.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it gets better soon. I don't know. I always want to like add a silver lining.
Yeah, I guess I just came on to be depressing.
The lack of foresight by people in politics and sometimes on advocacy and law sometimes amazes me, because they argue for positions, and I can't help thinking to myself a lot of times, it'll probably be soon, and it'll probably be tomorrow, that someone you like is on the wrong side of the V. I mean, why you can't see that far ahead is beyond me sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like it just amazes me that it's like so short-sighted.
Yeah, I mean that can happen. I mean, I can understand why, because people don't necessarily, a lot of times people want the shorthand answer, and I don't blame them for it. People are very busy. They've got very complicated lives as it is. Not everybody wants to dedicate a lot of time to these kinds of issues, and I kind of understand that too.
We want to deal with the big issues like Johnny Depp.
Yes, yeah, that's what we're.
Johnny
here
Depp
for.
gets more attention than the Canadian protest probably, or something.
Although this does, I talked about it on the first day here. This does have big overriding. This is a big battle of the sexes situation too. It really is,
and not even necessarily battle of the sexes. It's a battle against the overreach of a movement, I think.
Yeah.
Like this is like you don't even need to be like anti-woman, so to speak, and I think a lot of the people that are Johnny Depp supporters in the Justice for Johnny Depp community are women. Like, that was something that actually kind of surprised me a little bit when I first sort of started to explore this area, was that I kind of expected there to be more men than women, but the opposite I found was true. I think that this is just a lot of people that are looking at the extension of the Me Too movement and how the pendulum has just swung too far, and now it needs to kind of come back to center. And hopefully this case is a representation of that, so that other people that have been wronged by it can get things equalized a bit. Hey,
I agree.
Lawyer, welcome.
What's up?
I know I said sorry already by DM, but I unintentionally disrespected him the other day by missing a time for a scheduled stream, so I apologize.
Oh no.
Just more boring for everybody listening to just me.
Left him hanging.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. It was
Reacting
it was
turned
totally
into
my
just
fault.
A lawyer reacting.
We'll try again.
No. I did that to Kurt once. It's okay.
Good.
I know
So
we've
then it's even.
I know we've talked about this before, Lita, but the only problem that I have with that kind of social movement on trial itself framework for these things is that they actually do come down to specific data points, right? This is actually Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. And whether or not he did do something that would be brightly defined as domestic violence doesn't solve the problem of whether a movement has gone too far or whether it's not gone far enough or anything in between. So I agree that it's being read through that filter. I don't think it's wrong to actually apply those kinds of concepts here. I just think people should be aware that it's not actually functionally that this jury is going to be deciding things, hopefully not on the framework of what the political zeitgeist is or gestalt, as we've heard referenced today already, but more along the lines of what actually happened or didn't happen with respect to these two individuals. So I always figure that's a dangerous game a little bit, but I certainly understand why you frame it that way and why people frame it that way, to be fair.
Well, and I should clarify too that this if Johnny Depp wins, it's an example of where the Me Too movement went gravely wrong. So it's not to say that it it calls into question the entire movement. For some, of course it would, but I don't think that it would necessarily call into question the entire movement, but just to say that here's an example of where it shouldn't have gone and it went.
The opposite, if he loses, which I think right now he's on pace to lose, regardless of the rest of this stuff, that doesn't mean that it didn't go too far even here.
That's true.
Because we're looking at a legal question separate from that.
True.
Yeah. And the facts are often disappointing in a lot of these political cause trials. So, we had similar stuff here in Canada with Gian Gomeshi, who was accused of very serious crimes, and then it fell apart because ultimately the witnesses were colluding with each other and had misled the court about that. So people were upset and angry, and the real danger that you run into then is that you get this legislative response where people are like, this didn't meet our social goals, so we want, there's got to be a change in the law, and that's where things get real worrying.
Yeah.
Yep, I can hear that too.
Yeah. Let me get some super chats here. Mike the Dad Crosby says, for all those trolling that she has bad recall, referring to the nurse practitioner, Debbie Lloyd, I can pull up my calendar from this day in 2015. I had a meeting and a birthday celebration. I cannot, however, tell you what either of those events consisted of. Completely fair and reasonable.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't troll over the I do not recalls. I think they're fair. They're just annoying.
Yeah, it's just kind of silly to be able to start to predict them.
The only time you can troll I do not recalls is exactly what you said. When it's only I don't recall when it's bad for Johnny Depp, and I recall things that are good for Johnny Depp.
True.
Then you can hammer her for them, and it's not fair for the super chat guy in 2015 because he hasn't been being asked about this for the last 6 years. She's had multiple times where she's asked about this, talked about this, reviewed these notes. She had a subpoena ducis tecum where she had to produce these notes, and you're supposed to look at them when you do. So, I mean, it's not exactly the same thing, but it is fair. You're not going to remember every detail from 7 years ago.
Do you think she said anything where she recalled that was pro Johnny? I was actually watching for that too, and I thought that I did not recall, even on things that she easily could have, hit a softball to help Johnny out with some of the statements.
I just remembered everything that was bad for Johnny. She didn't recall even some stuff where you had to have reviewed these.
Yeah, no, I agree that there was a couple that walked the line, but I haven't seen her playing the game because I think she's held philosophically to I'm just not going to give you anything on the notes.
I think that's fair. Yeah, no, I think that's fair. There was a lot of questions pointed as negative for Johnny and maybe there will be more coming up. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, I certainly, I think I even said a couple of times on stream, oh, that's surprises. I got to figure you recall something about that.
I would think.
Yeah, I would think so too. Pamela 2 a.m. says, thank you everyone on the panel, and I've subscribed to all of you. I think Amber put her hair that way so the body language of her face won't show to the jury and the body language experts. Could be.
Just have more body language people. That's its own giveaway. No,
I mean, it definitely could be because, like I said before, in the past, she's parted her way one way, so it goes over the right side of her face, and here she's parting it to the left side of her face. The jury is to her left, so she may be using that as a little bit of like, I'm tired of trying to keep this RBF. I want to be able to let my face slip a little bit. I'll put my hair in front of my face. That's possible. I'm not saying that is definitely what's happening. I'm not saying even necessarily that is what's happening, but it's certainly possible for sure. Ashley's Pretty Little Life says some random JD IMDb facts. 1, Johnny Depp sold ballpoint pens when he first moved to LA. That's interesting. 2, the video where he's mad in it is from the day he discovered he had 500 to 600 million stolen from him by his management team. I think you're referring to the video of him in the kitchen where he's kind of like slamming cabinet doors shut and stuff, and just kind of like a caged tiger around the kitchen. That sounds about right. I don't know.
I'd ask how you
independently if
steal
that's
a
correct.
$500 million from,
I hate it when that happens.
embarrassing.
It was various like accountants and other people that were supposed to be like in charge of that kind of stuff, I think was my understanding. I don't know if that's correct or not, but yeah.
A million here.
Usually you can't get away with stealing 500 or 600 million dollars. Usually that's a claim somebody makes, but it's kind of hard to just get away. Usually that's frowned upon by the government.
Generally speaking, yes.
Especially
I
If he's not paying
wonder,
attention, if he's
financial
not paying attention at
professionals
all,
with
if he's not-
fiduciary duties.
the text messages and everything else certainly are suggestive of a person who really doesn't want to pay attention to that kind of stuff at all. So if it's just like, I'm handing it off to you, financial advisors or whatever,
And you signed a deal saying I'm paying $1,000 an hour, and later when you realize how expensive that is, you're like, crap, I don't want to pay $1,000 an hour. It's like, did they steal
possible.
it, or is it a bad deal? I mean,
Well,
not
I mean, yeah.
condoning that,
If
but
it's $500 million at $1,000 an hour, that's a
lot
lot
of
of
work.
time.
It's a lot of work.
That's a lot of time.
All
some
six
of
of
these
us
law
will be
firms-
billing it right now for him.
some of the law firms, you bill 10,000 hours a year. You say, well, there aren't 10,000 hours in a year. They say,
We got a lot of lawyers.
yeah,
That's a lot
got
of
a lot
point
of
ones.
lawyers working on a lot of stuff.
yeah, it's a lot of simultaneous point one. So that was a response to an email. I'm sorry.
He liked the text.
I dreamed about your file last night, so I'm billing 8 hours.
Strategizing.
An honest to God ethics conference, by the way, was if you're in the shower and you're thinking about it. Oh my God. Okay.
Yep. That
yeah.
can be billed in some firms that way.
Yeah,
it could be,
that's why I like
point
flat
one-
fee billing.
Point 1, read email. Point 1, strategize email response. Point 1, respond to email. Point 1, overanalyze the email that you just sent for any typos.
Well, and then if you're in the real law firm, point one, billing.
Oh,
Oh
Yeah,
gosh,
where I
that's
am.
terrible.
billing for billing gets you into
Yeah,
A lot
I
of
don't
trouble.
think that's ethical. In
You got to check your jurisdictions.
Oh wow. Wow.
yeah, where I am, that gets you that gets removed and possibly some additional commentary.
Yes.
Commentary.
Colorful Johnny Depp text-esque commentary.
There you go. Oh man. Goddess of War 2702 says if you don't want the commentary watch it somewhere else. You're welcome. Thank
Damn
you so
straight.
much. Very true. Yeah. If you guys just want the straight testimony, check out Law and Crime, check out Sky News, check out Court TV. I think like Fox 11 is another one.
Check out Court
for sure.
TV, skip Law and Crime.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. We're all a little bit salty about Law and Crime with their takedown notices that end up, oh gee whiz, they get overturned. But after it's been a full 24 hours and somebody has lost streaming time to be able to contribute to this trial, right?
What is
So,
it? They're hostess humani generis, the enemy of all mankind.
Pamela 2am also says when Johnny found out all the money was stolen, he fired his agent and his law management team, and he took them to court, sued, and won. Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know.
The problem with a lot of those lawsuits is somebody steals $500 million from you. You sue them, you get a
then you
judgment
spend
for
more
$500
money.
million, and it turns out they've got like $8.50 and a pack
Yeah.
of gum left to their name.
I'm taking their $8.50 and their pack of gum. That's what I'm a vindictive SOB.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
will get the sheriff. I will get my writ of attachment, and I will take your used bed linens just out of spite.
Which
Oh,
is
absolutely.
probably what Cardi B is doing to Tasha K, by the way. If you guys don't know, Cardi B sued a YouTuber, Tasha K, for defamation, won big time, like $4 million in damages. Tasha K said, I don't have the money. I don't have the money. Too bad, too bad. And then she also then was ordered by the court to take down all videos where she's talking about Cardi B making defamatory statements, has now since refused to do so, apparently, last I read a couple days ago, and could be facing not court time, jail time as a result.
Oh yeah,
Well,
you can't say no.
Here's
Dum
That's a
dum, don't
permanent
do that.
injunction. You got to do that.
Here's the other fun thing is that the channel itself might be something the court would consider an asset. So if you've got
Oh,
that
yeah.
big judgment,
Exactly.
I want your channel.
Work it off. Yeah, let her
Give me
work
your
it
play
off.
button.
Well,
the
not
thing
even
about
work it off.
YouTube.
Just give me the play button is fantastic.
No, it's definitely worth something. No, I will. Yeah,
is?
I will definitely come after you for the dirt in the carpet just to like the spite.
Yeah.
It might cost me more money, but I
No,
win.
it definitely is going to cost you more time, and that is only worth it like one time, and then you're like, yeah, I'm probably not going to do that again. But if Cardi B wants to pay a bunch of lawyers to go get it and squeeze her,
Oh yeah.
then sure, that sounds like fun.
And it sounds like
gonna
that's what
say.
she's up for. She's like, doesn't need the money, but she's
Yeah,
just
she doesn't
like,
need the
I
money.
just want you to suffer because you have been a vindictive bee.
It's always
Many
circular
litigation
argument.
practice has funded itself.
What was
from
it? Who said it was? It's not fuck you money. It's fuck me money. I have so much money I can fuck myself by spiting you. You know, it's gonna fuck me over, but that's how much money I have.
And who cares?
Right.
It's always
It's
funny
entertaining for us, at least.
when clients really want to hammer a defendant like that. They're like, oh yeah, let's throw them in jail, let's take everything they have. It's like when you throw them in jail, they can no longer make money. And so
Yeah.
there's even less chance for them
I'm
to pay
comfortable with
this
that
to
too.
you. And most of them aren't Cardi B where they can just go, make another music video or whatever. But so it's funny when they all want them to go to jail until they realize then they're not going to even be able to pay you. It's going to be even harder for them to pay you.
I've had criminal files where where the victim of it is saying, I don't want this guy to go to jail because I want the money back and I got a lawsuit going on. Keep him out of jail, please. I want him earning.
Exactly. That's smart.
Exactly. Well, this is why, like, in divorce cases, I haven't practiced family law, but I know from someone who was divorced and said that he was required, he was not allowed to get a job that was below a certain pay because of the
Mhm.
fact that can be considered like trying to get out of paying your alimony, child support, or whatever. So it's like it's weird that you have to make certain job choices for a certain period of time in your life.
Quasi indentured servitude right there. Yeah, no,
it's
it's one
weird.
of those where if I were getting divorced when I made the decision to leave Big Law, and I know this is a shock to the rest of you here. I don't make as much money as I used to when I was at a large law firm. That I
But I'll
couldn't
bet you
made
have more
that-
fun.
Yeah, I do. I do have more fun. Well, look at me. I'm here. I wouldn't have been allowed to make that decision because I was also working with a gentleman that was actually trying to make the decision with me to do some partnership stuff. And he wasn't allowed because he was going through a divorce at the same time. So,
Yeah,
it's a tough intersection of law and duty.
Yeah,
I've heard stories of people who were in like full out burnout spin and like just couldn't do it and end up in a really bad place because the court is basically saying you got to keep working or else. And it's like, I can't do it, especially in in professions like law and medicine where people might be working, ridiculous schedules.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that was the reason. It wasn't to try to make my wife less money. it was I can't do 3,100 hours a year anymore.
Well,
I
yeah,
can't
and
do it.
also contributing to your family in other ways, right?
Yeah,
Like,
hopefully.
finding
I don't know.
trying to
We'll
bill
have ask her.
3,100?
We'll get her on here. Am I contributing to the family in other ways, honey? Yeah, no, it's but it's the truth. It's one of those really specialized areas of law where the law actually comes in and says you have to do this thing because the law isn't great at that. The law isn't great at telling you have to work in this particular way. You have to produce this thing. It's much better at you all failed. You owe this amount of money to that person, or vice versa, rather than telling folks what to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Renee B says Amber found your live and sent her PR team to the chat. So desperate. Oh
We
no,
welcome her
referring
PR
to
team.
some of the trolls.
We welcome her
just as
PR
long as
team.
they hit the
and
super
Johnny Depp's
chats.
PR team. We welcome all the PR teams.
But as Alina
come
said,
and
people
watch.
can be on Amber's side and not be trolls. So reasonable minds can differ.
That's true. Absolutely. That is Rick Hoag's tagline. Reasonable minds can differ. And I love borrowing
With
it from time
merch
to
on my
time.
channel. So yeah, no,
Yeah.
I love that one.
Go check it out. Buy some merch. Eli Ostreicher, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, says, why would Amber have asked for her medical records for that 1 month? Probably because December 15th December was when she was asking for it. December 15th was when she alleges that Johnny Depp violently assaulted her one night. That was one of the incidents that she alleges. Forever Keeper says, hey Alita, how was your flight back? Must have been a long flight. Great coverage of the trial. Thank you so much. It was very long. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was over 24 hours of travel. I'm very glad to be back. I got some rest. Hey Bree, welcome.
Hello. Thank you.
Hey, and I will adjust your volume really quick. Oh, actually, no, you're good. You are good. Yeah, it was a long flight, but I've managed to recover, I think, probably sufficiently. So thank you. Code Monkey says, question, does female lawyers on Depp's team subconsciously help his case to the jurors? Example, why would women defend an abuser? I think, yeah, absolutely. They definitely want to have female attorneys on there just for the subconscious image of having female supporters. That absolutely is helpful to his case, even though it's not something that the jury really should be taking into consideration.
I mean, juries make decisions for all sorts of reasons, and most of them are bad.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, Mr. Bites just came in here with a note. He said, please read this aloud to Tragos Law. Tikanis Malaka, Christos Anesti.
Some of that should not be translated, but that means the end part means Christ is risen, and alithos anesti is the Greek response to that. I guess Mr. Bites is Greek.
He's a little bit, okay. Yeah.
Just a little bit. And your pronunciation was spectacular.
Thank you. I've heard it. I've heard it around the Orthodox Easter dinner table after Easter Vigil with drinks and
Very
and
good.
dinner many times.
Awesome.
You should just have a bit where Mr. Bites hands you notes. And read
That
them
was kind of
aloud.
cool. I'm not gonna lie. That was like very cool.
Well, it's usually either like fizzy water from heaven or food from heaven, or sometimes I'll get a text message, saying, "Hey, Legal Mindset, where are you in the bathroom?" That was during the Rittenhouse trial.
Sure.
And now that's a whole meme. So yeah.
You do tend to grab things from off screen and then just, yeah.
Usually it's just me grabbing at Indy so that I can pet her again. But yeah, she's just relaxing over there. So to answer the question, yeah, it's for the optics of it. You definitely like seeing female attorneys defending him, just like Amber. I mean, not necessarily having male attorneys with her, because this is it. I don't know. Having both for both of them is just good, I think. What do you guys think? Any difference of opinion there?
It can backfire if people think that it's blatant pandering, but or if you have a lawyer who's not top notch. But I don't think with his kind of funds that he's probably hiring anybody who's like, who's not at the top of their game.
I think both seem to have good teams. I mean, I have my issues with aggressive cross-examination guy, but
Yeah.
I think they have good teams.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I think
I agree. Oh, go ahead, Bree.
I said, I think the other day, I haven't been keeping up as much lately because I was like super busy with work, but I think the other day, Amber's female attorney was also quite aggressive as well. So
I'm so yes, you're right. Aggressive cross-sex guy and aggressive cross-sex girl.
Right.
They seem to be having an aggressive cross-sex kind of start to their.
It seems like their overall vibe or approach is a little bit aggressive, which I personally don't think that really helps Amber, because Johnny's team is trying to paint her as aggressive, instigating, and violent even. And so having them come across as very hot right off the bat doesn't quite feel right to me. But
Well, and you
I don't
can
know
hear
if
it
the
even in the
jury's gonna
depot.
notice.
You could hear it in the depot. The reason I said, hey, that's cross-sex guy, is because his questions were effectively, so you're an asshole, yes? And you're lying to me and to the court right now, huh?
Yeah.
No?
And my philosophy on cross-examination is that you can always go hot later,
Yeah.
but you
build.
You can't go from hot to friendly.
That's
and
a
so,
very good point.
That's my contract negotiation strategy. Start with honey. Let's
Yeah.
all be friends.
Because
unless you have another lawyer in there at the same time, you could do some bad cop, good cop. That might be good.
Right.
And
At
My,
least
my
one
part
of
my
them.
partner just isn't very respectful. I'm on
people
your
will
Yeah,
side
say
I
here.
apologize for them.
people say a lot more if you're being friendly and you seem like you're a pretty chill guy than they will when you're coming in all aggressive. So let them say the stupid things because you're being friendly, and then you can hammer them hard later.
That's
Yeah,
actually, that's
what's
actually
the
true.
saying?
I've read that it's even true of like prisoners of war, because one of the most there's a great story out of World War II. Like one of the German interrogators was
Yep.
really, really good because he was just really, really friendly. He used to take the POWs on like just nice walks and, you know, be
I'm
their
just
friend
a
and stuff.
searcher
And
of
he
truth.
actually was very successful getting
We just wanna get
information
to the
out
bottom
of
of this.
captured POWs as a result.
Well, it's
Yeah.
actually been a major factor in how we do police interrogations and so forth. You see always people get upset because there's some horrible killer or something, and they're like, and they bought him cheeseburgers. It's like, do you think they did that because they like him, or do you think they did that because it's
Yeah.
actually really effective at
If the
getting him?
$2,
Yeah.
it's also it's a classic sales tactic. You give them something of value, anything of value. It's like even like a glass of water, because they'll feel the need to reciprocate. So like you give them anything, like you want a cup of coffee, you want a thing. It's like
Yeah.
you want a
You-
Coke. It's like if the
they don't-
$2 hamburger will make them talk.
You don't
We'll
start
give
out
them the
with
$2 hamburger. It was pretty good investment.
you don't start
Yeah.
out with, and your entire business and livelihood would be gone if Johnny Depp were gone, wouldn't it? No? You don't open with that? No?
Not maybe not. But it's
Okay.
it's like, you know, it's like the saying, right? Like you attract more flies with honey than vinegar.
Mhm.
You know, I don't know why you want to attract flies, but
Is that why
you know,
you're so
but
nice
the
to us
saying,
instead of abusive?
of course.
That's all
I
for
want to
DMs
attract
and behind the
everybody.
scenes.
It's all part of
Yeah,
it's all part of
no.
a tactic.
I truly believe you start
I'm
out
actually
saying, let's
cold
do
and
this friendly
calculating.
like, let's get to where we're going. And I got the stick if I need it. Like we will escalate this if we need to. But no, but they've definitely taken a different approach. And Alita, I think you said to their side, in their favor, that they were clearly trying to get, for instance, the sister on tilt very early. Like just come at her like hellfire and get her not thinking. And that certainly worked at the immediate start of the cross-examination. And then she caught up, and then it didn't work so much.
Yeah, that did seem to be the case there. Gold Perry says, "Is Dr. Kipper the only one testifying today?" No, we did see from Debbie Lloyd, the registered nurse, who then became a nurse practitioner. But at the time, she was a registered nurse when she was working with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and we haven't finished with hers.
No, I think
correct?
we did about
Right.
an hour and 8 minutes out of.
That's
I think
right.
it said 3:38
Yes.
on that
So,
video.
and then we will be. My guess is we'll probably be hearing from a portion of someone else's testimony afterwards as well.
You don't think they would? I was going to ask you that actually. So if this comes back at 2, we have like just about 2 hours. You don't think they call it at 4? They get another hour in?
I think they're going to try, because I think that Judge Ascarati is she's noting the time, and she's noting how time is, even though it's 6 weeks long. She said towards the beginning, after day 1 or 2 of testimony, she said, you know, I know you guys think that 6 weeks is a long time, but we've already burned a couple days here.
Well, that was
and-
after the Eastern Building Manager Massacre, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so she said, you know, try to stipulate to things. Let's get things moving. So I think that she's going to try to fill the time wherever she can, and then just cut off and then resume the next day with continuing with that same witness.
Yeah, she was a bit sarcastic. She was a bit sassy. She said something along the lines of like, you know, stipulation is a thing here, or something along those lines.
My favorite word, she said. Rachel Mills said, wait, notes still allowed to be passed? They're allowed to be passed between the legal team.
Sure.
But as we found out, Eve Barlow is apparently not part of the legal team, so she is not allowed to pass notes. She's not allowed to have a cell phone, and now she's not even allowed in the courtroom. She's
Right.
been kicked out summarily, sent to Siberia, off to Siberia with you. Goodbye, so that she can still probably text directly to
Yeah, I mean, she can still
to
tweet.
Amber and the legal team now. You know, watching live streams and whatnot. So what good that does, I don't know, but she wouldn't be able to get their attention physically now. So I guess that kind of limits her a little bit somewhat. Who knows?
She
Who knows? if
might
that has
actually
an
be
impact.
more able to communicate with them now.
Could very well be. Babylonia Rising says, I'll bet Hurd demanded her friend's inclusion as a personal writer, future book. Her team felt played along until the judge made it an issue.
A ever-present reminder that judges do
Yeah.
control their courtroom.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
She's been good about that. She's on the dot. I would be willing to bet this thing starts at like 2:02 in 3 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. She's very organized and very
You
rule
can see the
bound, I
court
think.
clock every time. So it's like even this morning, it was like 10:003.
I find it hilarious. She's got a digital clock to the second on the bench. I mean, it's like,
Oh, yeah.
this is
I
someone who's
like it.
very interested in the time.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it because you don't always get that in state court. In federal court, it tends to be much more like time oriented. But yeah, I
one
think
of the things I thought was weird was during the transcript of the hearing where Barlow got booted, the judge was not following how they were explaining what was wrong with the Instagram post and the screenshot cutting out the date. She's like, I wouldn't know the difference if you showed this to me. You got to explain it to me, which just is a reminder that most judges have no clue how this stuff works, which is why we have experts that have to explain this stuff, that to most people that are chatting in a YouTube doing super chats, it seems easy and normal to them. But in the legal field, it's like the Stone Ages. I mean, people don't understand how stuff works and how easy it is to edit stuff. And, to me, I think it just showed in that hearing that the judge is one of those types of people, as prompt as she may be.
So I have to bounce at 2:00. I'm going to miss the afternoon session,
Yeah, I'm gonna
Alita,
bounce
but
too.
like, subscribe to her, follow her. She's the one putting in this time off of a 24-hour travel day. And then I should be back, I think, popping in tomorrow. I don't think I've missed a day
Okay.
yet, but got some other
Yeah,
stuff to
you've
do
been
this
here
afternoon.
like every single day. Be sure to go and check out Hogue Law. He's got so much great stuff. And also check out, like I said before, check out everybody that's on this panel. They are donating their time. They don't get any immediate benefit from it. So go and check out their channels, subscribe to their channels, watch their videos, like their videos, share it, all that great stuff. It helps everybody. And then we can all dedicate more time to providing content for you guys. So if you want more
Alita's
content,
too nice. I was not
it all helps.
soliciting another ad. Subscribe to her. Subscribe to her. Like
Well, I'm
button. I
always
got
gonna turn it right
5,500
back on you.
people. 3,000 of you hit like right this second. And maybe just because you liked it, I'm leaving. I will see you guys later this afternoon, tomorrow, probably. Have a good one.
See you, Rick.
All right, I'm
Thank you.
also going to head out and try to do some work, but I'll check in with you later.
Sounds good. Thanks, Kurt. So, and then there were 4. It should be any minute now. I'm watching the feed right now. There's nothing yet that is popping up. So as soon as something does pop up, a new feed, we will be continuing with it. But it looks like it's still. I mean, it's 2:00 on the dot. Nothing yet. So.
Can we hop back real quick to one of your super chat questions about the medical records? They asked why they would, you don't have to put it up, but they asked why she would ask for her records or something like that for just 1 month.
Yeah.
So that happens in every single time we get any document in a case, right? So why is it coming out? Why is it in a depot? Is it there purposely? And to me, maybe it's something Johnny Depp's lawyers are going to say. She went to the doctor, made sure she documented the injury so that she could then go order the record and produce the evidence that she got tested for a concussion and said she got abused. Yet that RN has never reported abuse, even though she specializes in, rehab or addiction or whatever, which a lot of people that struggle with that also are in abusive relationships one way or the other. So all that I thought was kind of interesting to see how it's going to be used later, maybe. And, people in your chat, just like jurors, are picking up on the fact that Amber Hurd requested just that 1 month of treatment. Why? Maybe they'll provide an answer for us.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because that, for Johnny Depp's team, that would go towards their argument that she is creating this whole conspiracy, that she wants to create this image of abuse, but it's not real. And so she's trying to sort of create this ahead of time by saying, hey, can you just give me my medical records from December? I don't care about November or January, just this 1 month, right in the middle of the month. It does raise a question, right? Why would she only want that? So very, very good point. Thanks for bringing that up again. Let's see. And what else? Inger Joanna says, love your commentary and coverage and the company. Thank you. Alicia Wilson, love your commentary through this trial. I don't understand why they can't use the audio proof. Do you think they will get to that? It depends on whose audio we are talking about. So earlier there was a question about, apparently Dr. Kipper also had, there was an audio recording of him from the Australia incident, from when he was, I guess, helping Johnny out, with his injury. So because he was testifying as a witness via deposition, albeit, the court is always going to prefer to see a witness testify rather than to introduce a recording of them, if at all possible. And so where he's going to be testifying to that, you know, generally speaking, they're going to want that instead of the audio recording. And the audio recording would be used most likely if there was some sort of deviation in his testimony from what he said previously on a recording. So that would be used to impeach. Oh, it looks like, are we back? Okay. Yeah, it looks like we're back in the courtroom. So let me take that super chat away and get this pulled up. Okay, let's do, here we go. Okay. It will be, give me just 1 second. It's like they do this instantly and then want to go back. Okay, it looks like okay. Yep. All right. Looks like the jury is coming back. They're waiting for the jury. Give me 1 second. Let me focus this in a little bit better. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah. So you can have a seat. That's fine. Microphone. Oh. Maybe if you could just talk real loud. Oh, hold on just a minute. I really can't hear you.
Neither can we. Jane says, sorry, as an RN X2Q 2 years in ER ICU, I would remember the shit. It would be burned in my mind.
That's why I start pain.
Okay. Oh, you have a problem with a hernia.
Yes.
Okay, and it's really bothering you to the point where you can't concentrate.
Yeah, today I don't know why it bothered me too much.
I know, but what I want to make sure you understand, if I excuse you today, I'm excusing you from the jury.
I'm trying to go today home and take medicine and rest, get ready for tomorrow.
I can't do that. I can't have that done. We have to keep going. Okay. So, I mean, has it been bothering you other days while you've been on the jury?
No, today start now. Never bothered me more than 1-2 weeks I'm here.
Okay, but it might bother you also tomorrow?
I'm not sure, but I'm trying to do my best to.
I know you're trying to do your best, but I want to make sure you're healthy too. I don't want you to ruin your health for this. All right, just sit there for a second. If I can have the attorneys. Do you have any?
Okay, sidebar, but possibly excusing a juror because of a hernia issue. This is why we have alternates. This is why we have enough for people to be excused. He probably, my guess is he's going to be excused because she doesn't want the risk of keeping him on this jury while he's got a hernia problem. This sounds like the kind of thing that is going to be excusing him, and then we'll be left with 10 people. So starting with 11, 7 to go to jury deliberations, which means we'd have 10, and then means 3 alternates left. So, but this happens. This happens in a lot of trials. It's not uncommon. So you want somebody who's going to be paying attention, who's not going to be distracted by pain. And you also don't want to be held responsible for somebody if that turns into a bigger issue when you're like, no, you have to stay here. So yeah. Jefferson C. Post says, when the jury finally goes into deliberation, all they're going to recall of this witness is, I don't remember. Possibly. They may be taking notes as well. Yeah, could be.
She's got to remember something if her depo's 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah.
You'd think,
Jessica, yeah. Jessica says, JD said he took 1 milligram Xanax. Amber Hurd was prescribed 0.25 milligrams of tabs. Are they going to argue he stole her meds? I don't know. They may also say that they ended up giving him
So we just
more
want to
than
make sure
initially
you're healthy
prescribed.
and everything. So we're going to excuse you
Not
from
sure.
this jury, okay?
Yep, he's getting
All right.
excused.
Just take care of yourself, okay? All right, thank you.
Janie says she's lying. It's drilled into all mandated reporters how and who to report to.
If you're reporting, doesn't sound like she's doing much reporting.
Yeah. She said she's never reported before. She's never had to.
It's not great.
Yeah. Cherokee Girl says, Indy is here. Well, she's not on the couch, but she's here. Katie DeVry says she wears what
Yes,
he
ma'am. You have
wore the
something
day
before the jury
before.
comes in?
I've been seeing a bit
Okay,
of
which
that.
one?
It's a little interesting, to say the least.
548. Perfect. Okay. All right. Okay, 548 is done. All right. I did have one question. there seems to be a few, oh, that's okay, you can stay there. We don't have the jury here. There seems to be a few exhibits I just want to make sure of. We have everything that you just gave us earlier from Dr. Kipper's deposition, but I just want to make sure if there were redactions needed for 395 or 414, or am I using mine for that? I just want to see. I mean, I can just give you the numbers of ones I'm not sure about, and you can look at it and we can move on. I just did 405, 455, 304, 307, 395, and 414. I'm just not sure if those, I'm waiting for redactions or if I'm using the ones I'm going to use. And then you had one that I'm not sure if you said 1083 or 283. So if you could let me know. I heard 1083 as the exhibit number. Jamie heard 283. So I just want to make sure we get the right one. That was with Dr. Kippers. You said 1063, then you said either 1083 or 283, and I'm not sure which. You can get back to me on it, Mr. Nadelhoff. I don't want to catch you off guard.
304, 455, 405.
Oh, well, there you go.
I think it's probably 283.
283? Jamie's always right. That's good.
Lisa
Good to
says
know.
if Johnny
Okay.
cut off his
All
own
right, if you
finger,
want to hand those up, that'd be fantastic.
why did they have to look for it?
All
Doesn't
right.
anybody remember
Is
the
there
Elena
anything else
Bobbitt
before the
case?
jury comes? Yes,
Your,
ma'am.
Your Honor, just for the record, Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, Plaintiff's Exhibit 48, and Plaintiff's Exhibit 41 were also used and offered during Kipper, but Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe I passed the redacted versions of those up to you.
Yes, we have all of those.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that should be everything. If not, we'll get back with you. Okay, thank you.
Life Sanders says Amber Heard needs to dress so
Okay,
men
we
like
ready
her
for the jury then?
and
All right,
women
thank
can be
you.
sympathetic to her. Also, she can't look better than any of the women on the jury. I mean, I don't know if I would go that far, but she definitely wants to be drawing sympathy with her wardrobe, and she doesn't want to be too cold and distant to a lot of people, right? And having her wardrobe helps to serve that purpose. Renee B, drawing / scribbling is a technique ADHD people are taught to help them stay focused. It helps direct the excess energy like a fidget spinner. I can definitely see that, and we have heard testimony that Johnny Depp does have ADHD. So that's a very good point. Thank you. Anna P says they're bringing up the cocaine because there were witnesses that testified Amber did cocaine. Could be.
And as somebody with ADHD, that makes perfect sense to me because I do that too in trials and so forth.
Okay.
It's way better to be seen writing
Thank you,
something
ladies
on
and
a
gentlemen.
legal pad
Just to
than
let you
it
know,
is-
Juror 25 was experiencing some health issues, and obviously
Yeah.
your health is a top priority for us. So I went ahead and excused
I would
him
not
from the
have
jury.
said
That's
health
why we have
issues.
alternates.
I would have
So,
said
okay?
something else
All
because
right?
they're all
All right,
thinking
thank you.
COVID now immediately.
All right, we can continue with Miss Lloyd's testimony.
Just to be clear, he's extremely contagious.
Dealing
And now
with a
everyone is at
prior
risk.
issue, I would say. A prior issue has popped up.
Personal psychotherapy and couples therapy with his fiance Amber. Both are in agreement to this plan. Do you see where I'm referring?
Yes.
Guess we're back
Do you
to-
recall that couples therapy was a component of Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall what was set between him and the doctor.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd attending couples therapy together?
It's ASMR commentary.
If we could turn to the next page here. And then at the top, it says, I met with Amber for 90 minutes and discussed the above and her concerns that he be strictly monitored. Johnny looks 25
years younger with his hair pulled back.
Do you
He looked
recall
horrible the other 2 days or 2 weeks.
Dr. Kipper
It's a
meeting
lot
with,
better
with
today.
Amber early on in Mr. Depp's treatment?
I do not.
If we could bring back up document B, which is now marked as Exhibit 22, is that correct?
23.
23. Can we please go to the entry for June 24th, 2014, which is on Def 1661.
Is there any way to turn this up?
No, I can only turn us down. We're already down like a ton.
Okay. Now, with respect to the entry for June 24th, 2014, this is a note, this is an entry you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And the first line says, RN and MD met with patient's fiance to inform her of treatment plan for patient. Do you see that?
I do.
Does this refresh your recollection that you attended a meeting with Dr. Kipper and Ms. Hurd concerning Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall the meeting.
Do you have any reason to doubt that this meeting occurred?
No.
Do you have any, other than what's reflected in this note, do you have any other independent recollection of any such meeting with Dr. Kipper and Ms. Hurd?
I do not.
If I could direct your attention just to the last line of the note, it says here, she was encouraged to call RN or MD with any questions or concerns that might arise. Do you see that?
I do.
Throughout your treatment of Mr. Depp, did Ms. Hurd reach out to you with questions and concerns?
Yes.
She had your phone number, correct?
Yes.
And I think we saw some text messages that Mr. Nadelhoff was asking you questions where Ms. Hurd was reaching out to you, correct?
Correct.
When Mr. Depp became your patient, did Ms. Hurd ever show you any pictures of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd showing you any pictures of cocaine?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd ever showing you any audio recordings of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Do you know where you are right now?
Okay, I'd like to move on to the Mr. Depp's detox, and that was on his private island, correct?
Correct.
And you traveled down to the island with Mr. Depp, is that right?
I don't recall. I'd have to, it should be in my notes.
We can look at those in a moment. But you were on the island with Mr. Depp for the majority of his detox, correct?
Yes.
And when you were on the island, did you see where Mr. Depp was staying?
Yes.
And was Ms. Hurd staying with him in that location as well?
Yes.
And what did their accommodations look like?
Can you be more specific?
What type of structure were they staying in?
It was a house.
Could we pull up document E, which is a short video?
Please stand by.
And sorry, I gotta go, but pleasure being on the show again,
For the
and
record, this was
I'll try to
produced as
hop
Deb
on again when I
98.
can.
Oh, good. I'll see you. Thanks for being here, Ian. Okay, so we got some video.
During Exhibit 25. Let me know whenever you need me to play, counsel.
Please play, thank you. Ms. Lloyd, do you recognize the location reflected in that video?
Yes,
And what is it?
it's the Johnny's home on his island.
And is that where he was staying during the detox process?
Yes,
Is that video consistent with how the house looked in August of 2014?
yes.
Okay. Is there any part of the house that's not reflected in that video?
The bathroom wasn't in the video.
When you were on the island, you were personally overseeing Mr. Depp's detox process, correct?
Correct.
And how often would you see him in person during that?
That's an answer.
It varied.
Did you see him in person at least once a day?
I cannot recall.
When Dr. Kipper arrived, do you recall how often he would see Mr. Depp?
I do not.
What substances was Mr. What substances was Mr. Depp detoxing from?
Opiates.
Was he detoxing from any other substances?
Not on the, no, I don't recall.
Have you overseen other patients detoxing from opiates before you were caring for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many would you estimate?
Hundreds.
What is that process? What does that process do to the person physically?
They go through withdrawal symptoms and we medicate them.
And what type of withdrawal symptoms have you observed?
I'll be right back real quick.
Nausea, vomiting, body aches, hypoerection, rhinorrhea, restlessness, anxiety.
Is there a time during the detox process when those symptoms are particularly the most acute?
Yeah.
What stage in the process is that?
Typically day 3 through 5 or 6.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's physical state throughout the detox process?
I don't recall specifics. I'd have to refer to my notes.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's psychological state throughout the detox process?
I don't recall. I'd have to review my notes.
All right, let's go back to your notes then, which I believe is Exhibit 23. Okay, great. Could we first go to the entry dated August 8th, 2014? Ms. Lloyd, does this refresh your recollection as to when you arrived on the island to assist Mr. Depp in his detox process?
According to my notes, it was August 8th.
Okay, and so as I think we established earlier, you met Mr. Depp in June. Fair to say that you had known him for about 2 months at this time?
Correct.
Okay. Can we please go to the entry for August 11th, 2014? Okay. And this is a note you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. If you need to take a minute and read it over, just let me know when you're done, or I can go right into it.
Okay.
fair to say that this note reflects that Mr. Depp was experiencing discomfort on this date?
According to my notes, yes.
It says he was experiencing muscle spasms, chills, and pains, right?
Correct.
Did you personally observe Mr. Depp in this state?
According to this note, it does not appear I did.
Are these symptoms typical during a detox process?
Yes, they are.
I've got to jump off. I'll try to jump back on later.
2014?
Okay. Thanks.
And I believe you looked at this earlier, but I just like to direct your attention to the last line in this first paragraph. MD arriving this morning and will assess patient. Do you see that?
Where are we on? What?
So I directing your attention to the August 12th, 2014 entry.
Yes, I see it. Sorry.
Oh, great. And so based on your note, it appears that Dr. Kipper arrived on the island on August 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was the plan always for Dr. Kipper to come down to the island to attend to Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
Do you recall any issues in your caring for Mr. Depp prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival?
Is this still Johnny's witness?
Yeah, let me turn you down though.
Mr. Depp
Oh,
before Dr. Kipper arrived.
Okay.
Cause you concern.
Yeah, it technically is, but they're both sides are asking questions. It's weird because it's video deposition.
Serious
okay.
medical issue
I was just wondering why
prior to
his
Dr.
sister was like so
arrival.
reluctant to say that he had a drug problem if all of this
Yeah.
stuff was
If
going to
Mr.
come in
Depp's
anyway.
behavior had been
Yeah,
unmanageable
yeah.
prior to Dr. Kipper's arrival, would that have been reflected?
Yes.
Can we please go to the next entry for August 13th? And Ms. Lloyd, this is also a note that you prepared.
Yes.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the portion of the note that starts with 1340. Again, this is military time, is that right?
Correct.
And I think you testified earlier, this is the time that you prepared the note, not the time of the events reflected in the note, is that right?
Yes. Sometimes, I mean, I don't recall specifics, but sometimes they were at times and sometimes they were done later.
So generally speaking, when you prepare these nursing notes, how long after the events reflected in the note was the note actually prepared by you?
It varied.
Okay, so directing your attention back to the portion that starts with 1340, do you see where it says patient's fiance text to say it wasn't feeling well. MD orders Phenos 64.8 milligrams, Neurontin 600 milligrams stat. Patient and fiance informed that today and tomorrow will be the most difficult days and to keep in close contact with us. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall informing Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd that the following days would be the most difficult?
Just what was stated in my notes.
Okay. Can we please go to the entry for August 17th, 2014? Do you see that?
I do.
And this is a note you prepared?
Correct.
Do you recall the specific event?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to doubt that what is reflected in your note is accurate?
No.
Okay. So when you wrote RN and MD found patient sitting quietly on his porch,
you believe that's an accurate recitation of how you found Mr. Depp on this date?
Correct.
When you wrote that he was calm and stated he was frustrated, you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of that statement.
Correct.
Could we please bring back up Exhibit 23 and specifically go to the August 18th, 2014 entry, which is on Depp 1677. Ms. Lloyd, I'd like to direct your attention to, well, first of all, this is a note that you prepared, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'd like to direct your attention to the end of the note, which is actually on the second page or the next page. Do you see at the end here where it says patient was escorted to bed? Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that have been you who escorted Mr. Depp to bed?
I don't recall.
You testified earlier, though, that you did see Mr. Depp in the home that he was staying in on the island, correct?
Correct.
And it says plans to leave the island tomorrow. See that?
I do.
And directing your attention to the next note, August 19th, do you see that it says next to 2335, arrive back in LA?
Yes.
Okay, so does this accurately reflect that you left the island on August 19th, 2014?
According to these notes, yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the August 20th, 2014 entry, which starts on the next page. And then if you go to the next page as well, you can see that there's another entry for August 20th, 2014. Do you see that?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. On this page here, I'd like to direct your attention to the portion that starts with 1230. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now it says here RN and MD spent time talking with patients. Do you see that?
I do.
This would have been you and Dr. Kipper, correct?
Correct.
And does this reflect that you spoke with Mr. Depp in person?
I don't recall. I would, yes.
Okay. And the note goes on to say, patient expressed frustration with the detox process and with not liking how the phenobarb was making him feel. Initially, he stated he was done with the process and no longer wanted MD and RN services. After processing his feelings and realizing how far he had come, and that part of his wanting to give up was due to tensions between him and his fiance. Patient, fiance, RN, and MD came up with a plan for fiance to take a few days for herself, and patient was willing to continue treatment, but was going to refuse phenobarbital from this point forward. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you recall tensions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd at this stage in his detox process?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
I recall Johnny feeling that she was trying to interfere.
In what way did he feel she was trying to interfere?
by reporting to us things that he didn't feel were true.
Can you think of a specific instance where Ms. Hurd reported something to you that you found out later was not true?
I cannot remember specifics.
Do you recall the plan for Ms. Hurd to take a few days for herself?
I don't recall specifics.
But you do recall there being tension between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd around this time?
Yes.
And do you recall that having an impact on Mr. Depp's treatment?
I don't recall specifics.
Let's go on to the entry for August 25th, please. First of all, is this an over you've prepared?
It is.
Directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1900. First line says, meeting at MD's house was quite stressful for patient. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall attending a meeting with Mr. Depp at Dr. Kipper's house?
I don't recall.
The next line says, him and his fiance are having a hard time communicating and understanding each other's point of view and feelings. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall any specifics about this situation?
I do not.
A couple sentences down, it says, plan is for fiance to start therapy tomorrow. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall that Ms. Hurd started therapy shortly after Mr. Depp's detox process?
I don't recall.
Do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Hurd was starting therapy?
I do not.
Directing your attention to the entry for August 27, 2014, which starts on Depp 1687, or 86, excuse me. 1686, yep. Again, this is an entry you prepared?
It is.
Okay. Do you see where it says, received text from patient's sister that patient had been recording music with his friend until 5 and did not go to sleep until 7 and is currently sleeping?
Yes.
And who is Mr. Depp's sister that's referred to here?
Christy.
And at this time, had you met Christy before?
I don't recall.
Have you met Christy before?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know.
More than once?
More than once, yes.
At this time, had you communicated with Christy about Mr. Depp's treatment before?
I don't recall.
Okay, the entry goes on to say, sister stated that patient and his fiance had had a disagreement last night and that patient was able to remain calm and handle the situation appropriately. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall Christy telling you that?
I do not.
See the portion of the note that starts with 1330.
I do.
The second line reads, patient expressing feeling about argument with fiance and feels relationship is putting unwanted stress on him right now. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall this exchange with Mr. Depp? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay.
Based on this note, can you tell whether this was a conversation you had in person with Mr. Depp?
Based on this note, yes.
Do you recall on other occasions Mr. Depp expressing to you that his relationship was putting unwanted stress on him?
I'd have to review my notes.
Okay, directing your attention down to the portion of the note that says, that starts with 2130. It says, patient back home. For patient, he had a long conversation with fiance, and they both understand that right now is a time to work on themselves as individuals. Patient's fiance now has an RN to help her anxiety and to monitor her while she is starting a new mood stabilizer medication. Do you see that?
I do.
Who was, I believe you testified to this earlier, Miss Hurd's nurse was Erin Borum, is that right? And Miss Borum was an employee of yours, is that correct?
She was an independent contractor.
Okay. But you placed her, Dr. Kipper, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall when Miss Borum was assigned Miss Hurd?
I do not recall.
Do you have any understanding as to why Miss Hurd needed a nurse?
Other than what my notes state, I do not.
Do you recall witnessing Miss Hurd being anxious or having anxiety?
I do not recall.
Now, the last line here says, patient feels this will take some of the stress off their relationship, and in return, if we go to the next page, take some stress off of him. Did I read that correctly?
I do.
Do you recall why Mr. Depp felt that Ms. Hurd having a nurse would reduce the stress on their relationship?
I do not recall.
From your perspective, was it important to Mr. Depp's treatment that his stress be reduced?
Yes.
And why is that?
Any patient going through detox or changes, always important to relieve as much stress as you can from them.
Let's go to the entry for September 10th, please, which is on Dep 1694 and continues on to 1695. September 10th, 2014 entry. This is your entry, correct? You prepared this?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry. And if I could direct your attention to the portion that starts with 2330, which is actually on the next page. The first line says, met with patient, he complained of body aches and nausea. Do you see that?
I do.
And does this reflect that you were physically with Mr. Depp at this time?
It would, yes.
Okay. A couple sentences down, it says, and this portion is highlighted here, while RN was visiting patient, fiance came in and tried to start argument with him. Patient was able to stay calm and talk his fiance down. You see that?
I do.
Do you recall the incident reflected in this note?
I do not.
Do you recall any instances where you witnessed Ms. Hurd
try to start a fight with Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
How many instances do you remember?
I don't recall specific numbers.
Do you remember at least one?
Yes.
Do you remember more than one?
Yes.
More than two?
I don't recall specific numbers.
What do you remember about that first instance that you can remember?
I remember one night trying to leave the penthouse and Amber standing in the elevator and not letting us leave.
Why wasn't she letting you leave?
She didn't want him to leave.
Had they been fighting previous to that point?
I wasn't there previously.
And what's the other instance you remember?
I can't remember specifics.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what's reflected in your note here?
No.
Do you have any understanding as to what you meant when you said patient was able to remain calm, was able to stay calm, excuse me, and talk his fiance down?
I don't recall the events of that note.
Have you seen Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd get in a fight before this date?
I don't recall.
Let's go to the entry for September 12th, please. And this is a note that you prepared as well, Ms. Lloyd?
Is correct.
Okay. The first line here says RN and MD visited patient at work. Do you see that?
I do.
And so this reflects that both you and Dr. Kipper went and saw Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Correct.
And the entry states here, patient expressed some concerns with fiance's behavior and how it is adding stress to his life. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall this, Mr. Depp saying this to you in this instance?
I do not.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what's reflected in your note?
I do not.
Could we please go to the entry for October 22nd, 2014, which starts on 1717 and continues on to Dep 1718.
My notes are different. What's the top of the, I see the top of that, just so I know what I'm looking. 10. Okay.
First of all, this is also a note that you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And if you want to take a minute and read through the note, I know it goes on for 2 pages.
Okay. Oh.
For those asking about why she's even testifying if she says that she can't recall, what she's really doing here is putting these documents into the record and into evidence. So she's submitting them to show that they're authentic, they're real, they mean what they say, all kinds of stuff like that. So the jury will be able to see these notes as evidence and basically take them as she says that these reflect accurately what happened.
Okay.
Fair to say that this note reflects that you and Mr. were in Georgia at when the events in this note occurred?
I think we were at the end. It says now in Georgia. I don't recall, but a travel day.
Well, do you see above that where it says 10/22? And then below it, it says now in Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on your notes, you were in Georgia on October 22nd, 2015? Okay. Do you recall being in Georgia with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall who else was with you in Georgia?
I don't recall who was with us, but the purpose of the trip was to visit Amber on location.
Okay, so Amber was in Georgia as well.
Yes.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the portion of the entry which is on the next page and begins with 1530. It states here, he requested an emergency session with the psychiatrist to discuss feeling about arguments with fiance and would like some tools to help him feel with his emotions. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd having a fight on this trip in Georgia?
I do not.
Do you recall who Mr. Depp's psychiatrist was at this time?
I do not.
Do you recall why Mr. Depp started seeing a psychiatrist?
I do not.
Directing your attention down to the portion of the note that starts with 2010. It says here, patient spoke to a psychiatrist for 50 minutes and was open and honest with his feelings. He feels better after conversation, but also feels he is in a no-win situation with fiance. Do you see that?
I'm kind of lost where we're at right now.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, 1530. Okay, yes, yeah, I see it. Sorry.
Okay. Does this reflect that you were present with Mr. Depp when he spoke to his psychiatrist?
I don't remember. It was based on him telling me or if I was present.
Do you recall Mr. Depp ever expressing to you that he felt he was in a no-win situation with Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall those specific words.
But you wrote them in your nursing notes, correct?
Hi.
Do you see at the bottom, so still in this portion that starts with 2010, do you see where it says?
I turned your mic down just a little bit, but welcome. Sounds good.
Plan is for patient and fiance to go to dinner this evening. Patient is feeling exhausted and wants to stay home, but does not want to upset fiance. You see that?
We're on the same page.
Yes, we're still in the portion of the note that starts with 2010.
2010. Okay. Yes. Yep.
Do you recall this specific incident?
I do not.
Do you have any understanding as to why Mr. Depp would be concerned about upsetting his fiance?
I do not.
She can't. She's not going to say anything that she's just going to say she can't recall because otherwise she can get sued, or they could twist
Yeah.
whatever she's saying.
Yeah, I saw you saying that in the chat.
Yeah, it's basically as soon as they teach you that almost immediately in any kind of. So I'm a nurse and a nurse practitioner, and that's what they say. They're like, don't you only go with your notes, and you never even read your notes out loud because then that's putting that in your own voice, and they can use that against you.
Check in on Mr. Depp?
Yeah, so she's definitely been very well trained here for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and everyone before would have. I mean, she's probably had to do this before.
Were you ever concerned about Mr. Depp when he and
That's
Ms. Hurd
exactly
were
it.
in argument?
From anything I've ever been involved with. That's what they say. You say, yes, that's my note. Yes, that's what it says.
Yes.
Period.
Yeah.
Are we
Yeah.
concerned?
The only time
Their
she has been able to
arguments were a
comment is
trigger for him
when she's talking about something that didn't have to do with her actions as a nurse. Like, oh, we were stuck in the stairwell.
Any other
There's
reason?
nothing that has, she didn't have anything to do with that.
Very interesting.
What do you mean by a trigger for him emotionally?
It could cause him to be upset, add stress.
Also, sorry that the court feed is so low. I can't turn it up. I can only try to turn us down and
Portion of this
whisper.
note says, when Aaron arrived in the room, patient was agitated and felt fiance was using the term mania to explain his behavior and excuse herself from any fault during arguments. You see that?
Yeah.
Do you have any? Did you ever hear Ms. Hurd use the term mania to describe Mr. Depp?
I don't recall if that was, I heard it from her or heard it that she was saying it to others.
And so she can say that because that's
But
not
you do
something
have
that she
some
directly
recollection of
observed, but it doesn't have anything
hearing
to do
that
with
Ms.
her
Hurd was
actions
using that
as a
word,
healthcare
whether it was
provider.
directly from her or from
Interesting.
others.
Yes.
The note goes on to say, patient was upset by this label. RN processed his feelings with patient, and he was able to see fiance's negative behavior. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of what you meant when you wrote that?
I do not.
You don't have any understanding of what fiance's negative behaviors refers to?
I don't recall specifics.
Do you recall generally?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
At times, what's the word? She would almost try to instigate him.
And when you say she, you're referring to Ms. Hurd? Did you ever witness that personally?
Yes.
On more than one occasion?
Yes.
Ballpark, how many times did you witness that during the time you cared for Mr. Depp?
I don't recall a number.
More than 5?
I don't recall.
When you say Ms. Hurd would try to instigate him, what do you mean?
I remember an argument or being in there when he was going from room to room trying to remove himself from a situation, and she would just follow him from room to room and not give him his space.
And that's one specific instance that you remember?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that type of behavior on other occasions?
Yes.
Are you aware of any of the fights that we just went through? Are you aware that any of them became physical?
No.
From what you observed, what was the cause of the friction between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd during this time?
I don't know.
Could we please go to the entry for November 3rd, 2014, which is on debt 172?
172, sorry, counsel.
Yeah, 1721. Ms. Lloyd, this is also a note you prepared?
Correct.
And it says here, you arrived at Mr. Depp's home and he was, quote, focused on relationship with fiance and is struggling with conflicted emotions. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Based on this note, is that something Mr. Depp would have told you?
Based on this note, it appears so.
Looks like there's another note for November 3rd below this one. Do you see that? And it continues on to the next page, which is Depp 1722. If you could go there, please.
Very good. Very good. You sound.
And Ms. Lloyd, directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1700. You see where it says RN went back to patient's house. He was chatting with a friend and is feeling stressed about his relationship. Do you see that?
I do.
And it goes on to say he feels she is not being truthful with him and he is not sure how to comfort her about this when, confront her about this when she arrives home. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the she here refers to Ms. Hurd, is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember this exchange with Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your note?
I do not.
If we could turn to the entry for November 17th, 2014, which begins on Depp 1723. Just like you see at the very bottom, it says 1117.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think the entry itself is on the next page. Thank you. This is also a note you prepared.
Correct.
And this says RN and MD went to patient's house to assess him. Do you see that?
I do.
And so again, this reflects that you and Dr. Kipper went to see Mr. Depp.
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of why why Dr. Kipper was visiting with Mr. Depp at this time?
I do not.
The next line says, patient appeared anxious and depressed over relationship issues. Do you see that?
I do.
And then it says, patient continues to be ambivalent about relationship status. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall Mr. Depp expressing these sentiments to you?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't recall specific conversations.
But you also have, but this is what you wrote in your notes, correct?
Have some water.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Oh.
Correct.
Sorry.
For the people asking in the chat, she's doing exactly what
Do you
she would
recall
be
when
told to
Mr.
by
Depp and
any
Ms. Hurd
legal
got married?
healthcare representative, which is you don't recall anything you didn't
I don't
write down.
recall the dates.
But you
Just
said
let
you
the
testified earlier that
notes
you
stand
both
as they are. In
went
other
away.
words.
Yep. And don't even read your notes out loud. The only
Yeah.
thing you can
Were
really
you
comment on are
there
things that
to
don't have
provide
anything to do
nursing
with your own
services?
actions, which normally you wouldn't comment on, but obviously in the sake of this trial,
I
she's
don't
his
really
witness. So.
recall if I was a guest or I don't think they made that clear to me.
Did Dr. Kipper attend the wedding?
He did.
And did Aaron Borum attend the wedding?
He did.
Do you recall any discussions of a prenuptial agreement between Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd before they got married?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
I don't recall specifics.
What do you recall generally?
I only recall what Johnny told me about the conversation.
And what was that?
That she didn't take it well.
Didn't take what well?
The idea.
Sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
The idea of having to sign a prenup.
Did Johnny tell you that he asked Miss Hurd to sign a prenup?
I don't recall specifics.
But you recall Johnny telling you
Definitely,
that Miss
Dawn.
Hurd
It's
didn't.
boring but necessary. If you ever go to like a healthcare court hearing, it's
So when you
dreadfully
say
dull
didn't take that well,
because it's just them being like, "Is this what you wrote?" And you're like, "Yeah."
From what Johnny said, her reaction
Because she should have
was
even, they're having to
when he
clarify a lot,
asked-
like,
when they
is
spoke
he
about
this,
the
is she
prenup.
her? When you're writing a note, you're really supposed to write it so that it
recall that
never
in
says he or she,
January
it
of
says like
2015,
patient or
Mr. Depp
a
and Miss
different
Hurd
name,
traveled to
so that that
Japan
wouldn't even need
together?
clarification.
I don't recall.
Do you recall traveling to Japan with Mr. Depp?
I recall being in Japan, yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that trip?
No.
I do not.
It's funny how it can
Do you
get
recall
predictable,
Mr.
but I
Depp and
completely
Miss Hurd
understand why
having a
she's
fight
doing it.
on a plane?
Oh, it's very annoying.
I recall a fight on a plane, but I don't know the time it was around.
What do you remember about that fight?
It was another instance where he was sitting at a table and not wanting to talk, and she wouldn't leave the table.
What was she doing?
She wouldn't leave the table. And he was saying, you know, please just just go away.
And what was she saying?
I don't remember. I don't remember her words.
How was her tone?
I don't recall.
You spoke with Mr. Nadelhoff about this earlier, but at some point you traveled to Australia with Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
Can we pull up
It's probably redacted because it has to do with mental health.
what has been previously marked as Exhibit 14?
I don't know if they can show that,
Direct your
but usually they
attention
have to
the
pull it
March 1st,
if someone's talking about.
2015 email from
There have,
Dr.
there have
Kipper
been other records that they've showed of his
With
mental
it.
health through Dr. Kipper. So maybe
Do
not.
you
So that wouldn't be
recall Mr. Depp having issues with his sleep when he was in Australia?
Not specifically in Australia.
Do you recall Mr. Depp having issues with his sleep generally?
Yes.
And what issues were those?
A hard time sleeping and staying on a sleep schedule.
Miss Lloyd, when you were in Australia with Mr. Depp, did you see where he was staying?
Yes.
And how many times did you go to that property?
I don't recall specific numbers.
Fair to say you went there multiple times, though?
Yes.
You talked about this with Mr. Nadelhoff earlier. At some point in Australia, you learned that Mr. Depp had injured his finger, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was already in Australia at that time?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that
you and Dr. Kipper went to see Mr. Depp after he injured his finger, correct? Correct. Do you recall anything about what do you recall about Mr. Depp's physical appearance when you first saw him?
Don't recall specifics.
What do you remember about his demeanor, if anything?
I don't remember the events of when I first arrived.
But you did see Mr. Depp at that time, correct?
I can't recall when I initially saw him after the finger event.
And I believe you testified you don't recall whether Miss Hurd was at the house when you went to attend to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember seeing Miss Hurd in Australia?
Yes.
Did you ever see any injuries on Miss Hurd when she was in Australia?
Yes.
What did you see?
A bruise on her arm.
Anything else?
No.
Did she have any injuries to her face that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
Any cuts or abrasions that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall Miss Hurd ever seeking medical treatment from you while she was in Australia?
I do not recall her ever seeking a medical treatment from me.
At the time that Mr. Depp injured his finger, Miss Hurd was a patient of Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether Miss Borum was already assigned to Miss Hurd?
I don't recall if she was working with her at that time.
Can we turn back to the nursing notes, which is Exhibit 23? And specifically, the entry for March 7th, which is on 1732.
This March 7th of 2014, or
yeah, it says 3/7/15. Do you see that?
oh, so 15. Hold on, no, I wasn't there.
Yes. You said you saw a bruise on Miss Hurd's arm at some point when you were in Australia, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any understanding of how she got that?
I do not.
Okay, directing your attention to the entry for March 7th, 2015. You see here it says MD received text message from client that he had been arguing with his wife and that he had cut his finger.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so this is the date that you went and saw Mr. Depp after his injury, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could direct your attention down to the portion that starts with 1530.
Okay.
It says MD cleaned and dressed wound to our middle finger. You see that?
Yeah.
What does our middle finger reflect?
Right.
And so Mr. Depp had cut his middle right finger, is that correct?
According to this, yes.
Now, if I could direct your attention down to the bottom part of this entry that starts with 1130. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, this starts with patient and staff returned from ER at 21:30. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So, is it correct that the 11:30 at the beginning of this is referring to 11:30 p.m.?
Yeah, that would make sense.
So this is the same day that you were notified that Mr. Depp had injured his finger, correct?
According to this, yes.
Okay. And this was also the same day that Mr. Depp was seen in the AER for his finger, correct? Okay. In the middle of the page here, do you see, or in the middle of this entry, do you see where it says, upon arrival back to apartment, patient discussed feelings of anger and sadness about his relationship. Patient was encouraged to stay away from wife as the relationship is toxic. Patient expressed verbal understanding and why they needed to separate. You see that?
Yeah.
Do you have any recollection of this conversation beyond what's reflected in the note?
Hey, Alita, how you doing?
Good. Let me adjust your mic.
Okay.
Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy?
So we should put it really low for this one.
Are we like ASMRing everything?
Yes.
Do you recall
I need to get one of those ear things that the
advising
girls on
Mr.
Twitch
Depp
use.
to stay away from Miss Hurd?
And a brush.
I don't recall anything
Yes,
other
just
than
like
this
this.
stated in my notes.
I object, Your Honor.
Do you recall ever having the
Why,
view
yes,
that
Judge, I will
Mr.
let you
Depp
see
and
my
Miss Hurd's
brief.
relationship was good?
Yes.
And what's the basis for that view?
Conversations that he would share with me.
What did Mr. Depp share with you?
I don't remember specifics, just like things we've reviewed in my notes, that he would be emotional and that the relationship was causing him stress.
After Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, do you recall him coming back to LA?
Yeah, I don't recall specifics, but I know we did return to LA at some point.
Was Mr. Depp's hand bandaged at all?
Yes.
And why was that?
Beforehand we kept it bandaged to keep it clean, and then he had surgery and it was bandaged after the surgery.
Do you recall that Mr. Depp had pins in his finger?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Depp reporting that his finger was in pain?
Yes.
How would he report his pain to you?
I have to review my notes for specifics.
And he wouldn't be able to get any opioids since that's obviously what he's detoxing from.
Let's
Basically what
take
they
a
gave
look
him.
at
They said it was
the
Toradol, which is
entry
like
in your
IV
notes
ibuprofen,
for
essentially.
March 23rd, 2015.
Okay. Interesting.
They did say they offered him Valium, which is weird because that's not normal when you're in detox. But he didn't take it.
It starts on page
Well, I was going to say, this strikes me as a very niche detox program being offered.
Very.
We'll never get this treatment. Yeah, here's a ton of Seroquel.
Before we turn to that one, do you see in the entry above for 32215?
Oh, it looks like he did take the Valium eventually.
Do you see that entry?
Yep.
Okay. And do you see next to 20, the portion of the entry that starts with 2015? You see in the middle it says currently 5/10?
Yes.
Do you know what that refers to?
It's a pain scale.
And is that how Mr. Depp would report his pain to you?
According to my notes.
Okay, so now going to the entry for March 23rd. First of all, do you see the portion of the entry that starts with 1:20?
Yes.
Is this 1:20 in the morning, a.m.?
According to this, yes.
Do you see it says patient states his wife is trying to argue with him.
I see that.
And again, you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of your note.
Correct.
Turning to the next page, do you see the portion of the note that starts with 5:45?
Yes.
And it says call to logged, correct? What does that refer to?
I don't know specifically. Loft is where they were living.
Is that the Eastern Columbia building?
Correct.
And then the next two sections of this note says 8:20 Torrid Val, and then at 14:45 the same thing. Do you see that? What is that referring to?
Incomplete notes. It would have been toward all in volume administered.
And do you have any recollection as to why those medications would have been administered?
They were for his pain.
Okay. And then do you see below
Valium's an
that it
interesting
says
choice.
FU Thursday afternoon and Tuesday afternoon, skin graft bandage off, week from Tuesday, pin off in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Valium's used a lot for like muscle spasms, but it would not be a
What
pick
does
that
this reflect?
it's hard for detox because it
I don't
acts really
recall.
fast and it stays in your system a long time, so the abuse potential is much higher.
He
Do
did.
you think some of that Valium was
And
anti-amber
I think he
medication?
testified- he
Yeah,
just
yeah.
testified
At this
that,
point.
Because
he had
really,
pins in his
yeah, the
fingers,
best.
right?
It works for pain because it's like a muscle. It helps relax your muscles and tremors. But
Sorry, I didn't hear
if you
that.
chopped your finger off,
Correct.
that's really not your, you know. So it would be more for like
so
back injuries or something
At
like
this
that.
time,
Or
on
a,
March
or say a
23rd,
pain in the
he had
ass.
Exactly.
Yeah,
bandages and a
exactly.
skin graft and
But
pins
now
in his
follow this
fingers.
along. Amber's made his detox like just awful,
According to this, yes.
and I guarantee she keeps using in front of him too
And
the whole
then
time.
I don't understand why you would ever
you see
detox
in
with
the
family
section
or
that
anyone,
starts with
like
20,
because that's never going to be helpful.
2000.
That's why people go to facilities.
Well, I think Amber was
Patient
trying to
informed
keep him.
wife is coming to talk to him, and he became extremely anxious. You see that?
I do.
Do you have any recollection of why Mr. Depp was anxious?
I do not.
The conspiracy part of my brain thinks she wanted him to overdose, but that's just me.
Could be.
I've worked on a unit that did a lot of detoxing, so I just could never imagine. We had family like visit rarely because you just, I mean, you weren't feeling good. You were pretty.
And they're most likely a big stressor too.
Yeah, exactly. They were bringing things up like.
I don't remember specifics.
Do you recall a fight when Amber's sister Whitney was present?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up document H, please?
Does anyone else hear that truck backing up?
Yeah, I think it's part of the deposition testimony.
Okay.
It's been there for a while.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't like having a stroke or something.
I've seen people in the chat talking about it too.
Oh,
But see, notice it stopped now.
Now, just for the record, this is a document that has the base number WH106 through 109. And Ms. Lloyd, you're not included on this, but I just want to direct your attention to the first text message here. This is, I can represent to you, these are text messages between Erin Borum and Whitney Hurd. And before I proceed, do you know who Whitney Hurd is? Have you met her before? On how many occasions have you met Whitney?
I don't recall.
And what is Whitney's relation to Miss Hurd?
Sister.
So this first text message appears to be from Erin Borum, and it says, Debbie just, and it's on it's at 14:32 in military time on the date March 23rd, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, Debbie just told me what is going on and to check with you. Is Amber awake or fall asleep? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall reaching out to Erin Borum on this date?
I do not.
Directing your attention down to Whitney's, to 3 messages down from Whitney. Or excuse me, let's go up. Do you see that Whitney responds to Erin, she finally fell asleep. And then Erin says, thank goodness, she must be exhausted. Do you want me to come to the loft or is she safe and sound asleep? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Whitney responds, safe? No, she's not. She keeps saying she wants to kill herself. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you ever hear Miss Hurd say that she wanted to kill herself?
No.
Do these text messages combined with your notes refresh your recollection about an incident that occurred on March 23rd, 2015?
I remember an incident, but I don't remember the dates of it.
What incident are you remembering?
There was an incident where Johnny and Amber got into a fight at the lofts.
And what do you remember about that?
I was staying next door at a hotel, and security had come to get me, saying that they had had an argument and Johnny wanted to go back to 86. So
Is that is 86 the Sweet Serve property?
yes.
Okay. Sorry, continue.
And so I went to the lofts, and I remember that night Amber was already leaving. She was in the lobby when we walked through, and when she saw that I was coming, she came back up to the apartment.
And what happened when Miss Hurd came back up to their apartment?
I don't remember specifically what happened. I remember Johnny was sitting outside and we went to leave, and somehow we didn't end up leaving.
And why didn't you end up leaving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember who else was in the apartment?
I remember Travis, one of the security guards, was there.
Anyone else that you can remember?
I don't remember exactly who else was there.
Is Travis McGivern?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing Ms. Hurd throw anything at Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you remember Mr. Depp throwing anything at Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall.
Do you remember witnessing any physical violence on that occasion?
I saw Johnny push over one of Amber's clothing racks.
It would be hard to throw stuff with a severed finger.
No physical violence directed at
No
human, correct? Okay.
And then you said you didn't end up leaving the apartment after that, correct?
At some point that night, we left.
And when you say we, who does that include?
Myself, Johnny, and Travis.
And where did you go?
I don't remember.
Do you know where Amber went that night?
I don't know.
Okay. But she didn't come with you?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes, okay? Again, don't talk to anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? All right, we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Okay. So I can adjust our volume up momentarily here. I'll turn it up from like 16 to like 40. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Okay. And now I've got, all right. Okay. So welcome, Nurse Liz.
Oh,
it's
thank
so
you.
great to have you. So
I
for
feel very
anybody,
special being here.
I saw
back at
I saw you
3:45
commenting,
then? Okay,
and I was
okay.
like, oh, you're adding so much here that I can't provide, so I might as well bring you on. So
Oh,
yeah,
thank
so
you.
for anybody that isn't familiar, why don't you tell us about yourself and your channel and everything.
Yeah, so I'm a nurse and my name is Liz, and that's why I'm here. So basically what I do on the internet is talk about current healthcare things, kind of our healthcare system's a dumpster fire. So like raising awareness of like, this is how it actually works. A lot of nurses are getting sued right now. So I'm talking a lot about like that. So that's how I ended up finding your channel, because I'm trying to Google my law degree. And so I can like talk about that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And just like nursing in general, healthcare stuff, like all of that. So that's kind of what I
Well, that's
dive
awesome.
into. And then I got introduced to the LawTube universe and I was like, well, hello.
Yeah, well, welcome. I'm so happy to have you here and to be kind of giving us a little bit of insight on what it's like to be a nurse that is facing a deposition or facing witness testimony. I mean, it's very fascinating to hear that side, because, you know, we might be very closely looking at this from the perspective of what a witness might be trying to do for this particular litigation. But you're pointing out is the overall concerns that this witness would have for her own professional degrees and her own licenses and all that kind of stuff. So avoiding any possibility of liability on her side. And that doesn't even necessarily mean that she has, anything to like be concerned about at this time, that she's, being that way, but it's just like literally anything can be twisted from her words into some sort of liability.
Yeah. I've been coached for cases I was going to present in, because I was involved in there, where it was like nothing was obviously like I was an observer. I wasn't even involved. And it was exactly like that. They were like, well, you can go and like, but you're not going to say anything because you didn't see anything. You didn't do anything. Like you don't recall everything, even though I was the charge nurse and I was technically like, they were like, you literally, all you're allowed to say is I don't recall.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Okay.
But the value of the testimony is in the notes that she's able to introduce.
Yep.
She's able to give foundation for it. She's able to say, yes, I was here on this day. I wrote it on this day. This is true and accurate representation of what happened that day, so that you can reliably look at those notes. So, and it seems like she's been fairly consistent, but it's so interesting that you noted that the times when she says, I do recall something, and she gives some more detail, it has nothing to do with her actual practice as a nurse. I would not have realized that if you hadn't pointed that out. So I'm very, very thankful that you did.
And so that's probably why they, even pulled her in, like for him versus her, because she's obviously sympathetic to him, it sounds like. And so she can speak to that. But other than that, she won't. Yeah.
Interesting. But I think so overall, I as boring as this is, because there's a lot of I don't recalls, I think that overall this is pretty good testimony for Johnny Depp. I mean, there's there's a lot of there's a lot of dates that they're going through. So if the jury is paying attention, And if they're, if they're taking notes and whatnot, they'll be able to kind of go back to all of these various events and see that generally speaking, Amber Heard didn't have any injuries that she noticed. Now, of course, this isn't her patient, so she's maybe not focusing on her, but other than the one bruise on her arm after the March 7th, 2015 incident. So that is one that definitely would be ripe for questioning. To say like, okay, well, what else can we say about this bruise? What does this bruise mean? Could that mean that Johnny Depp actually attacked her? Of course it could. That's evidence of some kind of an injury. How she got it is, of course, up for grabs. So is there anything else that you noticed? Now you were saying that the fact that they prescribed Valium is very interesting and very different.
So that has not been my experience that's what that's used, but I was looking in the chat and some people said that they did use Valium a lot. We always did Ativan to use it because it's like shorter acting, and that's just what the preference was. But that might be something, I called it like a choose your own adventure, and that might literally be like a prescriber's. As a prescriber, I don't detox people. I've only ever done it like as a nurse, and like we didn't use Valium. It lasts a long time in your system and it acts really quick. So people, if you're detoxing off of an opioid, usually we would say like, oh, like those might, we would avoid Valium and give you something that's going to like maybe not act quite as quickly and might act longer. But I mean, other people in the chat were saying that they use that all the time at their facility. So that was probably like a regional, people have their own preference of what to treat it with. But
interesting. That is really, really interesting. So then what else did you notice that was a little bit different in this that you wouldn't have expected or something that jumped out to you?
Mostly, I mean, I think she's kind of laying it out exactly like I honestly would. You kind of remember the general vibe of everything, but you're not going to comment on, in your notes, you're only ever going to write what actually happened and what you witnessed. So she like sometimes quoted him or like her, but she is, I mean, pretty much just towing the line of, I remember the tone, because you're allowed to like speak on the tone. And I've had lots of people like have arguments and fights and like things happen in front of me, but you really just like don't comment on it because you're taught to like never assume intent. So we don't know why they're doing these things. And so I feel like she's mostly stuck to that. And so it's very boring. And that's usually what healthcare like
what they go for so that they don't
exactly.
get caught in the crossfire.
Exactly. So
I
think she's playing it pretty safe. I think sometimes people definitely fall into the trap of like wanting to be more exciting, like because she knows more information than she's saying. And it can be very tempting to, divulge all of that and be like, oh, well, like, look, I have all of this, but I guarantee like she knows what the entire situation is and she's just not going to talk about it.
Interesting.
And she also comes off like bored in her body language as well. Probably because she can't admit a lot of the things that she does now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So okay, well, it's so fascinating. Now, of course, the jury doesn't have a nurse Liz talking to them about this testimony. So the only way that they can get sort of extra information to be able to sort of comment on this stuff is if Johnny Depp's legal team or Amber Heard's legal team introduces some kind of an expert witness to be able to comment on all of this. And my guess is that they will have somebody will be able to do so. They do have various medical experts that they have on the witness list. Although just because they have them on the witness list does not necessarily mean that they will be called. But I anticipate them getting called because I can't see them not in this kind of a case. There's so much stuff that kind of needs parsing out for a layperson. So what would you expect, or I guess look for in an expert witness? I don't know if you can comment to that on this kind of on this kind of testimony.
Yeah, I mean, if they could really get anybody that had ever worked in detox, I think that would be helpful, or really just anyone to say exactly what I did of like, she comes off really like cold and like dissociated and like, I don't don't care about anything, like, and that is not probably how I don't think that's a reflection of who she is as probably a healthcare provider, but like you said, you wouldn't know that. So just anyone to come and say like, hey, I was always taught, this is exactly how you're coached to give a healthcare witness statement. It has nothing to do with like who she is, how she, is as a nurse. But yeah, I mean, I hope they would come in and at least say that and it give, a background of, I think it would be interesting to have someone from a concierge perspective kind of like come into, because that's very, very different. This setup of how things are going is very different than if you were in inpatient treatment, like, because they're coming to his house, they're kind of just like winging it seems like, and like viewing it from that perspective. But I hope they bring someone in at least to say, hey, like, she's being told to say this. She's not just like stupid and can't remember anything, because it kind of comes off like, I don't remember. Like, and it's not a good look.
Yeah. So do you have experience with concierge medicine or at least know of people that have been in it?
Yeah. So I know I have a friend who does it. Her and her husband do it. I've never done it, but I am like familiar with it.
Okay. So I mean, we've seen some ways in which it seems different than regular medical services, right? I mean, obviously you've got somebody immediately on call for when something happens, which is different than your average person getting access to medical care. But aside from that, are there other differences that you know of that maybe we haven't really seen yet or been explained about yet at this point that you can kind of help us sort of understand?
Yeah. So the biggest difference usually with concierge medicine is you're bypassing insurance. And that's kind of the whole benefit of it. So if you were going through a standard, like any type of treatment protocol, you have to stick to like the guidelines of like, hey, this is what research has kind of showed us is best. And that's because if the insurance company comes after you and says, hey, when you did this, why did you do it? So like I worked in primary care as a nurse practitioner, and if they would come to me sometimes and they would say, why did you do this? Like this didn't turn out super great, or like, hey, why did this happen? And you could say, I did evidence-based guidelines, like per you, like the insurance that you want me to do. And so kind of like not alleviating yourself of responsibility, but you have to do what the research says. If you go out of insurance, it's the Wild West. Like, since you aren't reporting to anyone, no one's going to come in and be like, hey, why were you doing it this way? Why weren't you monitoring them this way? And so it kind of, and that will come down to a liability between the patient and the provider of what kind of like liability the patient signs off. Most of them assume almost all a liability and say like, I won't sue you if something goes wrong.
Wow.
I know you're kind of doing things like your own way. I'm sure, I mean, a lot of them probably do go still by the guidelines, but I definitely know of some that don't. And since they're not operating through insurance, as long as they don't do anything that gets them reported to the medical board,
I was going to say
go their way.
The one that the case that kind of brings to mind is Michael Jackson's doctor, right? I mean, that was a concierge doctor who gave him a little bit too much of something.
Yeah. And they're very popular if you are trying to get a very specific type of treatment that's going to be a little bit more forthcoming on different medicines that might make you feel good in certain ways.
Well,
because
Liz, I also just had a question too. And I think some of the I don't remembers and I don't recalls, obviously she has her duties as a healthcare provider for confidentiality, but it's that concierge aspect of discretion that I'm intentionally forgetting most of this. Look, I'm a good soldier. You can use me down the road. I'm reliable. I'll forget about the dirty laundry.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's an excellent point.
She also may be concerned about like future business also, either from Johnny Depp or from other people that are watching.
Well, I noticed, and I noticed the doctors. I know the relationship counselor, whatever, her last week, her notes weren't very good. She didn't recall very much. Part of her job probably is, look, I don't really keep good notes. I help you guys put out the fires. But that way, when it comes to a court issue, she can't be used as a weapon by either party.
And you usually don't write that stuff in your formal notes. I always had...
For good reason. Because I could be used against you too.
Exactly. And because you don't want to appear biased either, because if you're putting all of this in here and then something happened to like, say the spouse, exactly like this, then they could come back to your note and be like, oh, look, like, is this how it really happened? What if the patient lied to you? And like, you put it in a note and then it becomes like fact forever. I always kept a separate journal that I would go back into my office and jot down the personal things to give myself future context that was not an illegal document that no one could ever find. that got locked away. Like,
It's interesting because in the one part of the doctor's note, it said they thought the relationship was toxic, and I was thinking, wow, that's a very opinionated statement to put in your notes. But
that is a bold statement to put in your
Yeah.
notes. Yeah.
And I'm looking at the chat too. There's somebody that says what you're describing is perjury. It's not if you actually don't remember. If you are in this kind of business and you know that you intentionally don't want to remember at some point, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not against the law to say like I didn't pay attention to certain details and I decided not to remember them. Obviously to a certain extent, you can't really choose what you remember, but you can choose what you focus on over time and what you try to remember. So, you can kind of work your way that way, but I wouldn't say that automatically is perjury. I mean, perjury is you are actually lying on the stand. If you have specific recollection about something and you say you don't have specific recollection about something, yeah, technically that is perjury, but also at the same time, how do you get somebody on that if you have to reach into their brain, right? And there's no other way to know.
Yeah, and really patients do, and they all cumulatively affect each other. And she wouldn't be able to accurately say, especially if she had like a relationship with him over a week or two, did I know at this point what I knew? Like she wouldn't be able to go back in time and say like, this was the healthcare information or like what he told me up until this point versus like a week later. Cause it all muddles together. Cause you're in your head, you're like, oh, I have this whole story and this whole storyline. I kept taking care of him for a long time. And I've run into stuff like that as well, where it's like, well, I didn't know that at this point. And so you're also taught to just not remember anything. Cause if you can't completely concretely say like this and you've had a long relationship with them, it's harder if you only met them once, because then it's like, well, I mean, if something really epic happened in this one conversation you had, how do you not remember it? But if I've known you for weeks, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, go ahead, Bree.
Oh, I was saying it just makes sense for her as well because most of the dates are from 2014 and she's being interviewed in 2022. So it makes sense for her to say, I don't recall.
Yeah. And then they tell you to say, I don't recall, even if you really think you do, because your memory is so faulty.
Right.
That they're like, please don't.
It still would be if you have any inkling that you might be guessing at all.
Exactly.
It is still an honest statement to say I don't recall, because you are not 100% sure of what you're saying. So it's better to not guess at all. If you think that any portion of your response would be a guess, technically you don't recall. Now, I mean, you as a witness, you don't want to overuse that, but as a nurse, what she's relying on here is the notes that she took there, and that's where the real value of her testimony is anyway. So it sounds, as we're watching and whatnot, it sounds like it's
for the jury,
like it's maybe not so much of a valuable testimony, but it really is because of those
Are we ready?
notes.
We're ready for the jury. There.
And by the way, Nurse Liz is linked in the description below along with everybody else. So if you haven't already, go check out her stuff too.
I'm actually about to go do a live stream on my channel, so I'm probably going to pop out. But thanks for having
Sounds
me.
great. Of course. Thank you so much for joining us.
Nice to meet you, Nurse Liz.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
I forgot we gotta go back to this mode, don't we?
Oh yeah, I'll turn this down because we probably have more. Just unmute yourself so I can turn you down.
Okay, I'm talking normally.
Okay.
There we go. Court is back in session, everyone.
Jury's coming back in.
All right, thank you. All right, if you want to continue with the testimony, thank you.
Can you please go back to the nursing notes, which are Exhibit 23. And specifically, could we go to the entry for March 25th that starts on Dep 1736 and goes on to 1737? Ms. Lloyd, do you see at the bottom here where it says 325?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could just go to the next page, you'd agree that this is a continuation of that note, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you see under 1330, it says patient states pain is 4 out of 10. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And what does that reflect?
Pain was being rated at a 4 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10.
And then directing your attention down to the entry from March 26th. This is a note that you prepared, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make sure, I'm not sure I asked, but the prior two notes we looked at, those are also notes you prepared, right? Now, if you could, why don't you take a moment and read through this note and just let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Now, the beginning of the note starts at 1:45. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And so again, is that 1:45 in the morning?
Correct.
And it says here, RN called the patient's home. Upon arrival, patient and wife were fighting in the garage. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you remember this incident?
I do not.
It says when argument became heated, patient removed himself from situation and had security drive him to another home. Do you see that?
I do.
I think you just testify you don't remember witnessing this, correct?
I do not.
But you don't have any reason to doubt the accuracy of what you wrote down in your note, correct?
I do not.
Had you seen Mr. Depp remove himself from fights before in this manner?
Yes.
Could we please turn to the entry for March 31st, which is on page Dep 1740. Ms. Lloyd, this is also a note you prepared?
It is.
Do you see the portion that starts 1:30? Patient continues to CO pain 10/10, which is causing anxiety and insomnia. Do you see that? And
Yes.
what does this mean? Plaintiff continues to CO pain 10/10.
Complain of.
Okay. And the 10 out of 10 is the pain on the scale that you referenced previously, correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention down to the portion that starts with 1615. It says, at follow-up with surgeon, bandage was removed from skin graft. Graft took 100%, but there was an infection under bolster. Finger was drained, pin was removed, and Rosafin 1G was administered during appointment. Did I read that correctly? Even if my pronunciation is incorrect. Does this reflect that Mr. Depp had the bandage from his skin graft on his right middle finger removed on this date?
Meaning removed at that time or removed for good?
Removed at that time.
Yeah, at that time, that's what that would mean.
And the pin from his finger was also removed?
According to this.
Okay. And when you say the bandage was removed at that time, are you clarifying that because another bandage was put on?
I don't remember. That's why I was clarifying.
Okay. Do you remember what type of bandages Mr. Depp had on his hand at the time?
I didn't hear you. What type of bandage?
Yes.
I don't remember specifics.
Was it a hard cast or a soft cast?
Soft.
Okay. Was Mr. Depp's hand I'm sorry.
I don't recall if it was a cast, but I know the bandage was soft.
Okay. Do you recall whether Mr. Depp could move the hand that was bandaged?
Hand, yes, for a while. His finger was like splinted.
Okay. Did he grab anything with that hand?
I remember him pretending he had a claw. He could do this.
Were certain fingers bound together in the cast?
I don't remember specifics.
Mr. Depp eventually returned to Australia after the time period we were just discussing, correct?
Correct.
And you returned with him?
Correct.
And how long did you stay in Australia on that trip?
I don't recall.
I'd like to direct your attention to the last page of this document, which has entry for July 1st. Do you see that?
Yes.
Please take a moment and read through this and just let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Okay, great. This is a note you prepared, yes?
Correct.
And do you remember the events reflected in this note?
I do not.
Directing your attention to the portion that starts with 1235. Do you see where it says RN received text from patient's assistants that the arguments between patient and wife are continuing and RN should come to the set to see patient? Did I read that correctly? Sorry, I didn't hear your response.
Yes.
Okay. Who is the assistant referred to here, if you can recall?
I don't recall. He had two main assistants.
And who were they?
Stephen and Nathan.
Do you recall both of them being in Australia?
I don't recall if they were both there.
Why did you understand? Strike that. Why did you understand that you were being called to set?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't recall at the time.
All right, now directing your attention to the last part of this note that says 2100. Says here, between shooting, patient was able to express his feeling to RN. He explained that his wife makes him feel that he can never do anything right and that they cannot have a conversation without her blowing up. Do you see that? And I think you testified you don't recall having this exchange with Mr. Depp.
Correct.
It goes on to say, patient was given positive reinforcement for expressing his feelings. Patient verbalized he knows it's best for them to take a break from each other when the fights start to escalate, but how she will follow him from room to room when he tries to get away. Do you see that?
Okay.
Have you ever personally observed Mr. Depp try to get away from Miss Hurd and her then following him?
Yes.
But you don't recall him telling you in this specific instance?
I do not.
And again, you don't have any reason to doubt the accuracy of this note?
I do not.
This appears to be the last note reflected in this document. Do you see that? And I think you said you don't recall specifically when you stopped caring for Mr. Depp, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the answer? Sorry.
Correct.
Sorry, thank you.
Do you recall why you stopped providing nursing services to Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Did you continue to work for Dr. Kipper after you stopped providing nursing services to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Now, I think you testified earlier, you don't recall the last time you saw Mr. Depp?
Not for sure, no.
What's the last time that you remember seeing him?
I went to his, one of his Hollywood vampire show out here in the desert.
Was Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd still in a relationship when you saw Mr. Depp the last time?
No. Not that I was aware of.
When was the last time you saw Ms. Hurd?
I have no idea.
What's the last time you remember seeing her?
I honestly don't know.
During the time you were Mr. Depp's nurse, did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse Ms. Hurd?
No.
You had witnessed this, would you have documented it in your nursing notes?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Hurd?
I do not recall ever seeing him throw anything.
During the time you cared for Mr. Depp, did you ever see Ms. Hurd physically abuse Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you ever see Ms. Hurd throw anything at Mr. Depp?
I don't recall.
In the time that you cared for Mr. Depp, did he ever tell you that Ms. Hurd was physically abusive towards him?
I don't recall any conversations like that.
Were you ever concerned for Mr. Depp's safety around Miss Hurd?
No.
Were you ever called over by Mr. Depp when he was in a fight with Miss Hurd?
I can't remember if it was when a fight. I remember being called over after fights.
And why, to the extent you know, why were you being called over?
My role with Johnny was medication or emotional support.
How many times did you travel with Mr. Depp while he was under your care?
Multiple, but I don't know a specific number.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd get in arguments while you were traveling?
Yes.
And what would Mr. Depp do in those circumstances?
I don't remember specifics other than the one time I mentioned on the airplane.
Did Mr. Depp ever book a separate room to separate himself from Miss Hurd?
I don't recall.
Have you ever witnessed Miss Hurd lose her temper?
I don't recall specifics.
What do you recall generally?
I can't recall.
In the time you treated Mr. Depp, did you ever suspect he was under the influence of alcohol?
I don't recall specific times being of concern.
Do you recall any specific instances when you were concerned he was under the influence of drugs that had not been prescribed by one of his physicians?
I do recall.
Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that someone had taken his prescription drugs?
I don't recall a conversation.
Could we pull up Exhibit I, please?
Please stand by.
And just for the record, this is a document bearing the base numbers Depp 7804 through 7848.
Exhibit 28.
Ms. Lloyd, these are, I'll represent that these are text messages between you and Mr. Depp. I think you've seen some portions of this document when you were answering Mr. Nadelhoff's questions. But I'd like to just direct your attention specifically to messages between you and Mr. Depp on May 27th, 2015, which appears on page 7841 and goes through to 7843.
Sorry, counsel, was there an instruction?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Can you please go to the page 7841? And we're going to be scrolling through the pages after that. It's up to the 2 pages, please. see the text message that starts in row the 320?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like you to please read through the text messages in row 320 through 337, which are from May 27th, 2015. And before you begin, I just want to confirm this number under participants next to your name, that's your phone number.
Oh yeah, above. I was looking below. I was like, no, above, yes.
Okay. Okay, so if you could read through the text messages reflected in rows 320 through 337, and then just let me know when you're done.
Okay, I'm done through 322.
Yeah, these portions where she's just reviewing the document ahead of time are killer for us, but they're important for her so that she ensures that when she says that she recognizes it, she knows that she recognizes it. So all that dead air. It's annoying for us, but for them, it's kind of important.
330.
I wonder why they didn't actually cut this part out. All this dead air. I mean, probably for timing. I'm sure that they didn't have enough time to do it, but yeah, this part is a little more rough. Yeah, and if you guys hear the, I see it in the chat.
Are you done through
There's some breathing. I
337?
think that might be the court
yeah,
reporter.
I was on 233.
All right. Do you recall this exchange with Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you have an understanding of what you and Mr. Depp are discussing?
I mean, just from what the text messages says, I can see what he was saying.
And what was Mr. Depp saying?
That his as needed medications were missing.
Anything else about how they came to be missing?
I already don't remember what the above text stated.
Okay, let's go to the text that's in row 33, please. Oh, 333.
And probably the reason why we can't see these texts right now.
It says here, saw them, she wiped me out of everything. Need Adderall in the PRNs. I don't like to be out of stuff on the just in case kind of deal. I can't believe she's got the balls to flat out steal my meds for her fucking debaucheries. Hard game. After all, she is the sister. Ex me. Did I read that right?
Objection here.
Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Depp is referring to there?
I do not.
Do you
Sounds
know
like he's
who
talking about
referring
Whitney,
to when he says she is the sister?
Amber's
I
sister.
do not.
Sure. How did Miss Hurd treat you when you first started caring for Mr. Depp?
She was accepting.
Did that ever change in the time you treated Mr. Depp?
I felt it did.
You felt that at some time Miss Hurd's demeanor towards you changed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When do you recall her demeanor changing?
I don't recall specifically.
How did her treatment of you change?
It wasn't so much her treatment of me hearing that she didn't want me around from other members.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't recall specific.
All kinds of hearsay
It was
levels.
from other staff, people that we worked with.
Did you understand, do you have any understanding as to why she didn't want you around?
I do not.
Was Ms. Hurd unfriendly towards you?
No.
Did Ms. Hurd ever get angry at you in your presence?
Not that I recall.
So just to be clear, you're understanding that Ms. Hurd's feelings towards you changed is based off of what you heard from other people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was that, as you said, she didn't want you around, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp was your patient, correct?
Correct.
And Amber Hurd was not your patient. Is that right?
Correct.
You had testified before, I believe, that you said one of your roles for Mr. Depp was providing him emotional support. Did I recall that correctly?
Correct.
That you didn't have that role for Amber Hurd, correct?
Correct.
One of the exhibits I saw, it was exhibit, I believe, Lloyd 22. There was a reference to polysubstance abuse. What is that?
Polysubstance abuse is used to determine the use of different drugs and or alcohol.
So it's abusing more than one drug or alcohol, is that right?
That's what the term means, yes.
Okay. Could we go to Lloyd 23? So Ms. Lloyd would be the March 7th, 2015 entries.
Okay.
And you see the entry for 1300?
Yes.
You wrote, patient was having a hard time leaving the house, so security suggested the MD and RN go to house to see patient. Upon arrival to house, patient was sitting in car ready to leave. MD assessed patient's finger and will spend more time with patient at the location he's being moved to. You wrote that?
I did.
And that was and you wrote that based off of information you were provided?
I don't recall what that first sentence is regarding.
All right, you don't have any reason to question the accuracy of the statement?
I do not.
Okay. And then at 11:30, the bottom entry, you had testified a bit to that. After the highlighted portion, it says MD offered patient Valium 10 milligrams IM to help with his anxiety and anger, but patient refused. You wrote that?
I did.
Okay. And you have no reason to question the accuracy of that?
I do not.
Was Mr. Depp expressing any, you recall Mr. Depp expressing any anger?
Only what I see I referred to earlier in that note, the portion that was highlighted.
Okay.
I think she's almost done. This
Then
sounds like
then the highlighting
some
goes,
quick cross-examination.
Going into the next page, patient was talking about wanting to drink alcohol but did not obtain any. You wrote that?
I did.
And that was based off of what you saw with Mr. Depp?
According to this, yes.
Okay. And there's no reason to question the accuracy of that note?
Correct.
And then 3/8/15, 145, you write, patient has been on phone with his security guard that is staying with his wife at their rented house. Patient is discussing wanting to go home to LA tomorrow and rehashing night. Patient's personal security guard came to stay with patient. RN will be next door and instructed security to call during the night if needed. You wrote that?
Correct.
Do you know what you meant by patient is discussing wanting to go home to LA tomorrow and rehashing night?
I do not recall what that's referring to.
I believe you testified way in the beginning that you go to Dr. Kipper as a patient. Is that right?
Correct.
Not going into details, but how long have you been his patient?
Since before I went to nursing, early 2000s.
And you consider Dr. Kipper to be a friend?
Yes.
When you were with Mr. Depp in Australia, was he drinking at that time?
I don't recall him drinking.
Do you recall that he was specifically abstaining from drinking during that time?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see Ms. Hurd drink in front of Mr. Depp while he was abstaining from alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever, did he ever ask her not to do that, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Your next witness?
Oh, thank God.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Sean Bett.
Sean Bett, this is going to be in person now.
Hey, how do you spell the last name? I'm sorry.
B-E-T-T.
B-E-T-T. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn myself up now because this is going to be in person. He's going to be a bit louder, so you can turn down your overall volume in comparison. Hopefully this is balanced. So yay, finally an in-person witness. We can see someone to respond to. And this is one of the security guards too. So this should be very, very interesting. Oh, let me tweet that out. Congratulations, guys. We made it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bett.
Good afternoon.
Ooh, he's a bit
Please
louder.
state your name for the record.
Joshua Sean Bett.
Mr. Bett, what is your occupation?
I'm currently security with Johnny Depp.
And your current employer is Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
And how long have you been in private security?
Approximately just over 20 years.
Prior to working in private security, what were you doing professionally?
I was with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
And how long were you with the LA County Sheriff's Department?
Just over 14 years.
Over those 14 years, would you please describe for the jury your responsibilities in each position you held with the LA County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I was assigned to custody division where we handled the intake and outtake of inmates. Then I was assigned to patrol division where I was assigned to crime units where we were did calls for service, proactive, reactive arrest. After that, I was assigned to gang details where we focus and saturated in certain areas within our district on gang shootings and things of that nature. Then after that, I was assigned to gang units where I performed search warrants and things of that nature, worked with homicide, worked with special enforcement bureaus to combat a lot of the crime that was taking place in our area.
Did it come to a point where your employment with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department came to an end?
It did.
And how did that come about?
I was in a couple of really bad traffic collisions. And during the course of duties, the County of Los Angeles issued what they call a medical retirement or discharge. And so I was kind of forced out based on my injuries.
And after you left the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, what did you do next?
I was doing some private investigations, and I also was doing security, estate security at various residents and offices, and working with different executives on certain details.
And when you were doing estate security, did you work with a certain clientele?
I did.
What type of clientele?
It ranged from CEOs, VPs of Fortune 500 companies to certain types of celebrities as well.
How did you come to be employed by Mr. Depp?
During the course of working estate security and the type of private security, you come in contact with a lot of other individuals and security companies. What we like to call networking. So when you network with a lot of individuals, they call you from time to time to ask you if you're available to work certain days, weeks, events, and things of that nature. So I was asked by an individual if I wanted to work the estate of Mr. Depp, and I, of course, said yes on a part-time basis at the time.
And where is Mr. Depp's estate?
It's in West Hollywood, or it borders West Hollywood in the city of LA.
And approximately what year was that?
That was at the end of either 2006 into the beginning of 2007, around that time.
And since 2006, 2007, have you been employed exclusively by Mr. Depp?
I have done other work over the years on a part-time basis with other firms, but primarily within the last, I'd say, 6 to 8 years, it's been with Mr. Depp and his family.
And would you please describe for the jury your general job responsibilities when you first started working for Mr. Depp?
It was mostly state security, so we controlled the people that arrived at the estate. We were there to monitor the streets to make sure there were no overzealous fans or paparazzi that would hop fences or would try to sneak in bushes and take pictures of the family. It also entailed taking the kids or the kid's mother to school or shopping or out to dinner and things of that nature.
And when you say the kids, do you mean Mr. Depp's children?
I do.
And who was their mother?
Vanessa Paradis.
Based on your observations, Mr. Bett, would you please describe what it was like working for Mr. Depp in the beginning?
When I first met him,
Excuse me, objection, what? What day, the foundation, I guess. When are we talking about? Is that what you asked? Could you turn your microphone on?
Vague foundation,
Vague.
also just relevance.
All right.
What was it like working for him?
What's the relevance?
The relevance is, Your Honor, just background, just to understand.
I'll sustain the objection. We can move on.
Okay. Over the years, Mr. Bett, has your responsibilities evolved over time as you've provided protection for Mr. Depp and his family?
it has.
And how so?
I started to travel a little bit more with them out of state and then eventually out of the country and worldwide.
Did your interactions with Mr. Depp also evolve from the beginning to now?
They did. I was around him quite a bit when he was in town. In the very beginning of my employment with him, he was doing a lot of movies. He was out of the state. He was out of the country a lot. So once he was back in town, if I wasn't with his children, taking them around to school and so forth, I would be around Mr. Depp and provide, security for him when he went out and about in public and so forth.
Would you please describe for the jury your general access to Mr. Depp while providing security for him?
I had access to him at any given time. He had an open door policy. I had access to his residence, the inside, all the rooms at any given time in the event there was an emergency or anything like that.
And when traveling with Mr. Depp, was the access the same?
It was. I have access to his hotel room. Again, if there's an emergency, I have, wherever he's at, I make sure, and it's mandatory, that I and other security personnel have access to him.
And would you please describe for the jury your current job responsibilities?
Basically, to provide security for him and his well-being. albeit if he's in a hotel, a residence, or when he's out and about in public.
Has your job title changed from the beginning to now?
Yes, I primarily now just work with Mr. Depp, not so much with his children anymore. So I guess you could say, for a term, when we're in the United States, I'm kind of his lead security guy.
Are there other members of Mr. Depp's security team?
There are.
And would you please name some of those security members?
That would be Malcolm Conley, who primarily does his European security, although he does come from the States from time to time. Leonard Damian, Mark Gibbs, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins.
Who is Jerry Judge?
Jerry Judge used to be his chief security individual. He was with him well over 20 years, I believe, and we lost him a few years ago to cancer.
Over the course of your employment with Mr. Depp, have you seen him consume alcohol?
I have.
How frequently?
It ranged. Sometimes I wouldn't see him drink at all, and there'd be other times he, would have a glass of wine or two.
And based on your observations, how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor after drinking alcohol?
His demeanor is the same as if you were talking to him. I would joke around with some of the other security personnel. He's, my terminology would be he's kind of too cool for school. He goes into that kind of Jack Sparrow mode, and he just, he's very likable, whether he drinks or he doesn't drink.
Based on your observations, have you ever seen Mr. Depp appear intoxicated?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yeah.
I've seen him slightly intoxicated.
And again, based on your observations, what is Mr. Depp's demeanor like when he appears slightly intoxicated?
It's the same as if he, had a glass of sparkling water. I mean, he's just very low key. He's easy to get along with. And, he just seems to me, he handles alcohol a lot better than I would.
And over the course of your employment with Mr. Depp, have you ever seen him consume drugs?
I haven't.
Are you generally aware that Mr. Depp has used drugs over the years?
I am.
And how are you aware of that?
From him.
Do you know who Miss Hurd is?
I do.
Who is Miss Hurd?
She is Mr. Depp's ex-spouse.
When did you first meet Miss Hurd?
It probably would have been around 2011, 12, maybe around 2010. It was some time ago.
And how did you first meet her?
She came over to his Hollywood estate.
And would you please describe for the jury some of your early interactions with Miss Hurd?
She was very pleasant, very easy to get along with. She was almost as if she was a next door neighbor, just always had a smile to her face, and no issues at the time. And, I liked her a lot.
In the early days of Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd's relationship, did you have an opportunity to observe them together?
I did.
How frequently?
In the early stages, it was kind of on a part-time basis because a lot of times, he was traveling or he was out of town working on films and so forth. But when they were in LA, I saw them quite frequently, which could have been the days that I worked, which varied anywhere between 4, 5, 6 days a week.
And based on what you observed of them together, how would you describe Miss Hurd's relationship with Mr. Depp when they first started seeing each other?
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
All right, foundation.
Your Honor, I believe I've laid the foundation that he saw them frequently together when they first started dating.
How he would describe their relationship.
All right.
Not the foundation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Huh.
question.
Well, she can reframe, ask in a different way.
After Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd started a romantic relationship, did you become familiar with any of Ms. Hurd's family or friends?
I did.
Which ones?
Her sister, Whitney Hurd, her good friend, Raquel or Rocky Pennington, another friend, Io Tillett Wright, Miss Pennington's boyfriend at the time, Josh Drew.
And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp's interactions with Ms. Hurd's family and friends?
I did.
And how would you generally describe their interactions?
He was very open and warm to them. He, offered them, whatever they needed. They were constantly coming around the estate. Eventually he let a couple of them live in his penthouses downtown for free. He would let a few of them drive his nice Dodge Challenger in and around town and take on trips.
Did you have an opportunity to observe how Ms. Hurd's friends and families treated Mr. Depp?
I did. They were obviously very pleasant to him because, from observing, they were taking advantage of him. So they were being obviously extra nice
Welcome,
to the hand
Spidey.
that feeds them. And that's just progressed over a period of time.
How did Ms. Hurd interact with you?
All right. What's the relevance?
It's just background, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. We can move on. Okay.
Were you ever present, Mr. Bett, for any conversations amongst Ms. Hurd and her friends?
I was.
Can you describe any particular one that stands out to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading calls for hearsay.
All right.
Well, to the extent, Your Honor, we're offering Ms. Hurd's statements. It's not hearsay.
All right. If you can lay a foundation to that. Let's see.
Do you recall any specific instances, Mr. Bett, where you heard Ms. Hurd say something to her friends?
I do.
Okay. Can you describe one of those situations?
Yes. The first one, I was taking her from Mr. Depp's property to her apartment in the south end of the city that I believe Mr. Depp was paying for. She was sitting next to me in the vehicle. She was talking to a girlfriend or a friend where they were talking about another male. And she says to the girlfriend, whoever she was talking to, all men are idiots. You shouldn't trust that guy. And then she turned to me and she said, sorry, Sean, not you. I didn't mean that. And I just shrugged it off like it's not a big deal.
Do you remember approximately when that conversation took place?
I would say probably maybe 2012 or 13, perhaps even a little bit sooner than that. It was a long time ago.
And over the years of Ms. Hurd's and Mr. Depp's relationships, did you have an opportunity to observe how the relationship evolved?
I did.
And
Well, I'll just see what the next question is. That's fine.
did you notice any changes in the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Objection, vague, foundation.
It's a yes or no question. It can't be vague.
All right. Well, I'll allow it if you could get a timeline set in there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you notice any changes in the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd after the initial stages of them beginning to engage in a romantic relationship?
I did.
And would you please describe those changes that you observed?
Well, I noticed they went from being that loving, almost like high school couple where they were very giddy towards each other. He was very happy. She was very happy to, they started to argue. They started to argue periodically, and then the arguing started to progress more and more and more. And it was always taking place because, Ms. Hurd would start this argument.
Did you ever observe Ms. Hurd drink alcohol?
I did.
How often?
It just varied. There would be, some days when I was working that I would see her. There would be other days I didn't see her, or she was out of town working. So it just really depended on when she was around. And when she was around, for the most part, she was drinking. Sometimes I'd see a glass in her hand, and sometimes I'd see her, have 2 glasses if I was in the presence of her and Mr. Depp, obviously.
Based on your observations, did it ever appear that Ms. Hurd was intoxicated?
There were times when I went into the penthouse or we were at the Hollywood estate, and, based on my training experience in law enforcement, I could tell she was,
Objection, Your Honor.
slightly
That's-
intoxicated.
Excuse me.
That's kind of getting into the realm of expert testimony. He's not a designated expert.
Fair.
Perhaps we can have him answer the question
Although-
about any citing to any experience in law enforcement, Mr. Bett.
Jury already heard it.
Okay.
Can't put the genie back in the bottle, right?
I
Do
object
you
to what he
recall
already
observing
said.
any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Several.
Can you tell the jury about one that comes to mind?
There was an incident, for example, I just happened to be on the floor of their penthouse, which is on the top floor of this building. I was outside by the pool area reading a book, and when I was walking back past their door, I could hear shouting. I could hear her voice shouting, at a very high pitch. So I didn't rush in right away or anything. I just kind of stood by the door. He was, speaking with her, and then the voices, the shouting dissipated, and then, there was music playing, and then they started talking. So I kind of just stood by the door briefly, and then I went into another section of the penthouse floor.
Do you recall approximately the time frame of that argument?
As far as the year or how long it lasted?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Bett. The year.
That could have been perhaps 2012, 2013, maybe a little thereafter.
Did Ms. Hurd ever confide in you about her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Briefly.
Do you recall her saying anything in particular about her relationship with Mr.
Well,
Depp?
there was a couple of occasions. There was one occasion in which they had an argument at his West Hollywood address. Johnny told me, just take her downtown to the penthouse so she can relax and cool off. As we were driving downtown, she was crying. This was at the point when the arguing was taking place quite frequently. And I was telling her, I said, Amber, this can't continue. You guys are either going to kill each other, or you're going to be in jail. And, with tears and everything, she says, but I love him, and I'm not going to lose him. And I says, but you guys can't keep doing this. So we eventually got to the downtown apartments. She said, thank you. I dropped her off. And then I went back to the West Hollywood address.
He's definitely testified
What did you
before, I
mean
think.
by
He comes across as very professional.
this can't continue when you told Ms. Hurd that?
The constant arguing and bickering and so forth, because as I said, it was slowly progressing.
Also, you'd assume he's
and,
very good at being
it was just
discreet
going to turn
about
out bad
things,
eventually.
given that what he did for a living, like he's good at discretion.
Yes.
I believe you testified earlier that you observed many arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. Do you recall anything that Ms. Hurd said to Mr. Depp while they were arguing?
There was an incident because, as I said, the arguing progressed over and over as the years continued. He would text me when I was working saying,
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain that objection if you want to.
Mr. Bett, if you could just focus on what Ms. Hurd, you overheard
They
Ms.
don't
Hurd
like him.
say while observing arguments
No,
between
they
Mr.
don't.
Depp and Ms. Hurd.
I overheard her saying to him, he's a fat ass, fuck you, Johnny, and you too, Sean, at one time when, you know, she went to throw a water bottle or a plastic cup down the stairs and it bounced kind of in Johnny's direction, but I ended up getting him and we, you know, got out of there as soon as possible.
Loving words.
Did you ever see Ms. Hurd throw anything other than a water bottle?
It was a water bottle or a coffee cup. It was something plastic.
Other than a water bottle or a plastic cup, did you ever see Ms. Hurd throw anything else?
No, other than what he told me when she threw a broken bottle and sliced his finger. And
Sir,
Oh, he's
sustain
trying
the
to get it
objection,
in.
The jury will strike that testimony. Please just answer the question asked, and when there's objection, do not.
He knew what
okay?
he was doing. He was
Thank
sneaking
you.
that shit.
Yeah,
in.
he did. He did. He was trying to just get it in there.
He
That's-
was
Ronnie
sped
Bush
up what he
guy.
was doing. That's good for Spidey to pick up on because he definitely.
After
Even his
observing
speech
several
sped up. It's
arguments
like,
between
"Doo,
Mr.
doo, doo, doo."
Depp and Ms. Hurd, what happened next?
I was going to try to say this before you object.
As far as a time frame, well, as I said, the arguing when it would continue, we would always, you know, I'd put him in the car and we'd drive back to his West Hollywood address. At which point it just depended on the week or the day or the month, you know, they would reconcile within hours, or it might take a day where he would stay overnight at his West Hollywood address. And then, you know, I would take him back the next day and, you know, they would reconcile by, you know, talking and she would have, you know, candles lit or, you know, a bottle of wine open with glasses and, you know, within, you know, certain evenings, you know, I'd get a text message from her, you know, asking me to go pick up dinner at local restaurants they frequented.
Did you ever see any violence between Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp?
No.
She said in her
Other than the
deposition that he did.
occasion when you saw Ms. Hurd throw something plastic in
There's
Mr.
the
Throwing
Depp's
something at
direction,
her.
did you ever see Ms. Hurd hit Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Hurd?
I didn't.
Did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Hurd on occasions after Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd argued?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
All right, you want a time frame to that?
Absolutely. On the occasions that you witnessed Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp argue, after that, did you ever see any physical injuries on Ms. Hurd?
That's the same question.
All right, move on.
Okay.
Yeah, she needs to be a little bit more specific.
At any
You know what's
point
crazy?
during
I'll come back
during
to
Ms.
it.
Hurd's and Mr. Depp's relationship, did you ever see any injuries on Ms. Hurd?
No.
How about on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When did you observe injuries on Mr. Depp?
The first time would have been around 2014, I guess, in which he had his finger was damaged from an incident in Australia.
Do you know how Mr. Depp's finger was damaged?
Objection. Foundation.
Foundation.
It's just background if he knows.
Kind of
I
a
won't ask
foundational
I'll
question.
Sustain the
question.
objection.
I thought she
Unless
had
he
that
was an
foundation.
Australian
She
audience.
let in.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
did you see it? Yes. Did this? No.
When else did you see injuries on Mr. Depp?
I saw another injury around, would have been March of 2015. He had a swollen kind of cheekbone eyelid.
Your Honor, if I may please pull up a photograph exhibit number 146,
Just to the witness?
just for the witness, that's
Okay.
correct.
I'm sorry, 146?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you, Your
thank
Honor.
you.
So we will not be able
No,
to see
plaintiffs,
this.
Obviously, exhibit 146.
That was quite the play to try to get the wine bottle in.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Although it's risky though, because if the jury
detects that he's trying to do that, then they will trust him a little bit less, perhaps.
It sounded
'Cause,
like
I mean,
someone trying
it's
to
clear
get it
he's
into front of.
biased.
Yeah, he is. It sounded like someone trying to get it into the front of a collect call, all the information before the operator
Mr.
could
Bett,
ask.
do you recognize this photograph?
Exactly.
I do,
And how do you recognize it?
because I took that picture.
Why did you take this photograph?
Well, we needed it as evidence in case Ms. Hurd tried to make allegations towards Mr. Depp. I was emphatic with him, telling him that's a serious mark and we need to photograph it.
He's a cop.
I just moved to strike for foundation.
I'll allow that answer. Thank you.
And when did you take this photograph?
It would have been around March of 2015.
Your Honor, we ask that this photograph please be published to the jury and admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 146?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 146 in evidence
All
will be
right.
published to the jury. Thank you.
Mr. Bett, what does this photograph show?
It depicts a swollen upper left cheekbone with redness to it.
That doesn't look like makeup.
Thank you. Did you notice any other injuries on Mr. Depp?
On that specific day, no,
Later in time, did you ever notice any other injuries on Mr. Depp?
I did.
Can you please describe what you recall?
It was around December of that same year, 2015. He got into an argument with Miss Hurd and she scratched him and he had injuries.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection, only your observation, sir, what you saw.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Bett, can you please describe the injury that you saw on Mr. Depp?
Yes, he had scratch marks around his nose area. I believe on one of the sides of his face and cheek area, and then on his forehead.
And if we could just have published to the witness, plaintiff's exhibit number 65.
65.
Yeah, so testifying to what he saw, he didn't see that Amber did it, so he couldn't say
Right.
that Amber was the one that scratched him. All he could say was that he saw scratches on his face.
And Mr. Bett, this is a
He knows that.
3-page document, so if I
Yeah.
could
Certainly seems to.
have Mr. Arnold Blair please scroll down.
Okay.
But he still gets the thought in front of the jury.
I know. He
Oh,
knows exactly what
scratches.
he's doing. Exactly what he's
does.
doing.
He does.
Okay, thank you.
Do you recognize these photographs?
I do,
And how do you recognize them?
because I took them.
When did you take them?
Mid-December 15th.
And why did you take these photographs?
I took him to show proof that he once again had injuries sustained in an altercation.
Your Honor, we'll move to publish these photographs to the jury and for admittance.
All right, any objection to 65?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 65 in evidence can be published.
And Mr. Bett, would you please describe what we're looking at here?
The first picture, there's a laceration on the left side of his nose. It looks like the left upper cheek has a slight bruise to it. And then on his forehead, right above the ridge line, just almost to the center, it looks like there's a red scratch mark above his left eye and to the right.
You guys seen it?
Do you see that?
I see it on the. I saw the nose and the cheek, but nothing on the
Page
forehead.
2.
I was gonna say, I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
In page 2, I
These
see
are not
a
really prominent. For
scratch
sure.
mark, a vertical scratch mark adjacent to his right ear, on the right
I
side
can
of his
sort
face.
of see it, but it looks like somebody picked a zit. It's
Same
not
question
really
for
a
page 3.
huge.
Page 3, there's a scratch mark on the lower right portion of his chin. There's that same scratch mark on the center left side of his nose. And you could see the frontal portion of that bruise. It's on the left side under his eye.
Yeah, that I see.
Yeah.
Were you surprised to see Mr.
He needs
Depp
to
with
get
these
better at
injuries?
taking pictures.
Objection, leading.
I sustain it's deleting.
Did you ever
The
see any similar
circumstances weren't
injuries on Miss
really
Hurd?
great for taking photos.
None.
I know, and I know that sometimes the photos don't show what
ever
it
see
looks
any
worse in
injuries on
person
Miss
because I've had injuries.
I
and
did.
I go to take a picture to show it off,
Did
and
Miss
I
Hurd
look
ever
and I'm
tell
like,
you she
"It
was being
doesn't look that
abused by
bad.
Mr.
Never
Depp?
mind."
She did.
Did she ever ask you for help?
No.
Did you ever see any evidence that Miss Hurd was being abused by Mr. Depp?
I did.
Turning to April 21st, 2016, Mr. Betts, do you remember anything about that day?
Yes, that was the day or evening that Miss Hurd was celebrating her birthday with some friends.
Do you recall what birthday Miss Hurd was celebrating?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall what birthday Miss Hurd was celebrating?
I believe it was her 30th, 29th or 30th.
Your Honor, if we may, can we just remove the exhibit?
Oh, yeah,
Thank
sorry.
Can we remove the exhibit so that we don't have everybody staring at Johnny Depp's injured face, please?
It's a fair
Honestly-
statement from defense
Other
counsel.
than Miss Hurd's
Oh yeah,
birthday
if I was a
celebration
plaintiff, I'd want to
Friday,
remove too because this is not that compelling.
April 21st, 2016.
He had a meeting that afternoon, and which extended into the evening, and that was as I said, the night of her birthday party, where they got into another argument, and she had struck him in the face.
All right,
Objection, move to strike.
Yeah. Come on,
So
guys.
she struck him.
Yeah, I know,
testify
but
to it, correct? All right, thank you. Jury will strike that answer.
I think he's trying to touch too hard. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, he's starting to go a little too hard on that.
Were you with Mr. Depp when he attended the meeting that you mentioned earlier?
I was.
And if you know, who was that meeting with?
It was with his accountant,
And who is Mr. Depp's accountant?
Ed White.
And where did that meeting take place?
It took place at his old production office in the Los Angeles area.
What happened after the meeting ended?
When the meeting ended, we drove to his West Hollywood address, which might have been maybe 5-10 minutes away. He had to go inside the house and retrieve something. I don't know what it was. We were only there a short period of time. And we were kind of rushing because, we had been running late because it was a birthday dinner. And then we eventually left thereafter and headed back down to the penthouses downtown Los Angeles.
And how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor after the meeting ended with Mr. White?
To me, he looked fine. You could tell he was in a hurry, and he was, telling me, okay, we got to hurry up and go to the house real quick before we go downtown. But other than that, he appeared fine to me.
And based on your observations, Mr. Bett, did Mr. Depp appear to you to be intoxicated?
He didn't.
I believe you testified that after you left the meeting, you went to Mr. Depp's home, his residence in West Hollywood, and then on to the Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What happened after you arrived at the penthouses for Miss Hurd's birthday dinner?
We went upstairs, and she was having a dinner with her friends, and one of the penthouses, I believe it was penthouse number 5. We entered the front door to that penthouse. Amber stood up. She walked towards Mr. Depp. She had a look of, you could tell she was upset the fact that he was late. Mr. Depp apologized to everybody, apologized to Amber, and, told her, sorry, baby, or words to that effect for being late. She gave him a hug and a kiss and said, come sit down, sugar.
Was that a nickname, a common nickname Ms. Hurd used for Mr. Depp?
Yes, she used to call him that quite frequently in front of me.
Approximately what time did you arrive to the Eastern Columbia building?
It would have been somewhere between maybe 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening.
Do you know what time the birthday dinner for Ms. Hurd was scheduled to start?
I can't remember the exact time.
Do you recall how late you and Mr. Depp were to the birthday dinner?
I knew we were running behind, but as I said, I didn't know actually what time the dinner was starting.
And once you arrived at the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building, did you go inside?
Briefly, I had a couple of Mr. Depp's computer bags and bags with me, and I just set them down in the corner, and then I exited thereafter.
How long did you stay at the Eastern Columbia building after exiting the penthouse?
I was probably there perhaps maybe another hour or two, and then I would have been relieved by the night shift security personnel, Travis McGivern.
Did you happen to work the next day on April 22nd, 2016?
I did.
Where did you start working on that day?
On that day, I drove to his West Hollywood address because Mr. McGivern had sent me a text message stating they had an argument.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, sustain as the hearsay.
Why did you start your shift at the Sweetser property or Mr. Depp's West Hollywood property as opposed to the Eastern Columbia building?
Because that's where Mr. Depp was at the time.
Do you recall anything specific about that day, April 22nd, 2016?
Just he had told me they had
So I'll
a.
sustain objection. You cannot say what he told you, sir. I'm sure you've testified before.
I have.
Yes, thank you.
Now there's a little bit from the judge. That's a little hint. Stop doing that.
Did you see Mr. Depp when you arrived to his West Hollywood home on April 22nd, 2016?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on Mr. Depp?
I didn't.
This is why you say no and yes, by the way.
In
His
this
didn't
time
is
frame
very
of
much like
April
his did.
2016, do you recall Mr. Depp's mother having any health problems?
Yes.
What do you recall about her health problems?
At that time, she was very critical. She had been suffering from cancer for some time, a few years, I believe. And at that stage, she was slowly deteriorating. So it was approximately a month before she passed.
Do you recall when she passed away?
I believe it was around May 20th, 19th.
And how did you learn that she had passed away?
Mr. Depp told me.
And again, based on your observations, how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when he informed you that his mother had passed away?
Well, he just lost his mother, so he was, you could tell he was, very sad, and he was mourning. And so I just left him alone until he needed me for whatever I had to do for him that day.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Budd, when was the next time Mr. Depp saw Ms. Hurd?
Maybe a month later, sometime in May.
And I'm sorry, was that a month after the birthday dinner on April 21st, 2016?
Objection, leading.
I'll sustain as the leading.
It's also a calendar. Yes.
To your knowledge, after April 21st, 2016, when did Mr. Depp next see Ms. Hurd?
In my presence, he would have seen her May 21st.
And was that after Mr. Depp's mother passed away?
Correct. That would have been a day after she passed.
I have approximately 10, 15 minutes left.
I'll let you finish. If
Okay.
that's okay with the jury, we'll finish Lisa direct. Okay,
Thank you.
that's fine.
Turning to May 21st, 2016, please tell us what you remember about that day.
That day we were at his West Hollywood address. Jerry Judge, his chief security guard, was with me and with us at the estate at the time. Later on in that evening, Mr. Depp told us that he wanted to go down and retrieve some items from the penthouse. And he also wanted to talk briefly with Miss Hurd.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, starting to.
It's just to establish.
All right, you want to talk to Ms. Hurd? That's fine. We'll leave it at that. Next question.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
he
you
was
were
he
working
was starting
on
to
May
expand a little
21st,
too
is
much.
that right?
I was.
You might have.
Did you end up taking Mr. Depp to the penthouses at Eastern Columbia Building?
I did, and Mr. Judge was along with me as well.
And do you remember approximately what time you arrived at the penthouses?
It would have been sometime after 7:30, maybe 7:45, 7:15, around that time frame.
And was that in the evening?
It was.
Did you enter the penthouses with Mr. Depp?
I did, myself and Jerry Judge and Mr. Depp.
And what did you see when you first entered the penthouse?
When we first walked in, on the center island in the kitchen, there were candles lit on the table. There was a couple wine glasses that were empty, and there was a bottle of wine that was open. There was also music playing in the background through the speakers that were in the wall.
Did you see Miss Hurd when you first entered the penthouse?
I did.
You're right. Oh.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
I couldn't tell
I
you
would,
which one that was.
I would prefer I did not,
After
and
we
I
entered the
did.
penthouses,
That's a little too much, though.
Jerry
That I did
Judge,
not is almost
told
striding
Johnny
as
that
bad in statement
myself and-
analysis. It implies lying.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Okay. Did you stay inside the penthouse with Mr. Judge and Mr. Depp?
No, shortly thereafter, Mr. Judge and I exited the penthouse and stood outside the door briefly.
How long would you estimate that you stood outside the door of the penthouse?
It would have been approximately maybe 10 minutes, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less.
And after standing outside the penthouse for 10 minutes, give or take, where did you go next?
We walked down the hallway to penthouse number 5. Penthouse number 5 has 2 doors. There's a main entrance that takes you into the living room. Next to it, around the corner, it's a continuation of the penthouse, which is like a storage area. It also has, it had a couch at the time and a TV for the security personnel. So once we were at the penthouses, we could go in there, have lunch or dinner, or watch a little bit of TV. And then, you know, whenever Mr. Depp or Ms. Hurd would leave and I'd have to drive, or the other security personnel, we would get a text, or they would come knock on the door and we would leave.
And when you first arrived to the penthouses with Mr. Depp, based on your observations, was he drinking?
He had had some glasses of wine at the meeting he was at with his accountant.
Another thing he technically doesn't
Apologies,
know.
Mr. Bett. I meant on May 21st, 2016.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you observe Mr. Depp drinking any alcohol that day?
Johnny's reacting
He
pretty
might have
strongly
had
to this.
a
Has
glass
been
of
for a
wine in the
while.
car, but as far as the entire day, I wouldn't have known how much he
I don't think he likes anything
Did he
from
appear
May
intoxicated to you
21st.
when he arrived?
Yeah.
at Eastern
Yeah,
Columbia Building?
he's really. Well, and I think his mother's death is rolled into this. I'm not
Yeah.
sure, but he's.
The camera had
he's-
him like I don't want to make recommendations for litigants, but you probably don't want to be practicing
So
making
you went
fists in this
to
particular
the
case.
storage
yeah.
area of the penthouse
Yeah.
area. How long were you there?
We might have been there maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes. We got something to drink, and then we exited that penthouse I described, or that penthouse storage area.
And where did you go next?
We walked down the hall towards Mr. Depp's penthouse, which would have been penthouse number 3.
And did you stand outside the door or did you go in?
As we approached the door, we could hear the screaming and shouting from Miss Hurd. So I immediately opened up the door, and Mr. Judge and I ran in there.
What do you remember Ms. Hurd screaming or shouting?
It appeared she was shouting profanities. So once Mr. Judge and I went through the front door, Mr. Depp would have been standing directly in front of us, maybe about 20 feet, because parallel to us walking in or running in, there was a wall. It was the way the kitchen was set up, it was almost like an L shape. So you walk in and then you'd have to make a left. So Mr. Depp would have been standing in front of us, and he glanced at us. As soon as Mr. Judge and I rounded the corner, I saw Ms. Hurd standing next to her good friend, Raquel Pennington.
And how was Ms. Hurd standing? Where were her hands?
Her hands would have been in this motion. Once Mr. Judge and I rounded that corner and she saw both Jerry and I, she had this look of surprise on her face, and then she looked at Mr. Depp and us, and she shouted out loud, "This is the last time you do this to me." At which point Mr. Depp looked at her and said, "What the hell are you talking about?" At that point, Mr. Judge tapped Mr. Depp on the arm and told him, "Boss, let's leave." So we gathered, there was a couple of computer bags that was right on a table, and we exited the front door to penthouse number 3.
That's when we see him storming about in the elevator. as
Based
they
on your
leave.
observations, did you
Yes,
see-
exactly.
Did you have a clear view of Ms. Hurd?
I did.
Did you have a clear view of her face?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on Ms. Hurd's face?
I didn't.
Did you see any redness,
I didn't.
swelling?
None.
Was Ms. Hurd holding her face?
She wasn't.
So what happened next?
We exited penthouse number 3 and we walked down the hallway. Right when we were getting close to penthouse number 5 door, Mr. Depp says, "I need to get in here and look for something." So I opened up the door for him. We went inside, and that's when I saw Miss Hurd's friend, Raquel Pennington's boyfriend, Josh Drew, and another unknown female that I had never seen before. And there was a small dog kind of walking around. Mr. Depp, I believe he said, "Get the fuck out of my apartment." So Mr. Drew nodded his head and basically said, "Okay." The female picked up the dog, and they exited the front door to that penthouse.
What did Mr. Depp do next?
He was walking around the kitchen area, living room area. He might have gone upstairs briefly. I can't remember. I don't know what he was looking for. I didn't ask him. Mr. Judge didn't ask him. Eventually, he didn't find whatever he was looking for, and we exited penthouse number 3.
And while Mr. Depp was in penthouse number 3, did you
I thought
observe
they
him
were in
cause
5.
any damage?
No.
Did you observe him cause any damage to any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
No.
Did you see Mr. Depp become violent with anyone while at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
Objection leading.
I'll allow it. That's fine.
I didn't.
Mr. Bett, have you ever seen Mr. Depp become violent with Ms. Hurd?
I haven't.
Thank you. I have nothing
No.
further.
All right. You can stay right there, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony for today.
All
So,
right.
I'll release you. We'll be back here at 10 a.m.
I always think it's
tomorrow.
interesting when
Please
they
have
let
a
direct sit
safe,
without
quiet
cross.
night. Please take care of yourself. Take your vitamins.
Yeah.
We need you.
But they
Maybe
ran
we will
over.
see you,
She
next
asked for
week.
the
no,
extra
Don't
10
talk
to
to anybody,
15.
do any
And
outside research,
it's
okay?
totally fine.
Thank
It's just
you.
it's always been an interesting kind of philosophical point for me, which is that you let direct sit for a night without it being crossed.
let it sink in,
A little bit.
I
But
guess.
no, this is the nature of the human existence. This is the only way this could work. But
Yeah.
I've always found it interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's no way that they could try to squeeze that in.
No.
They would be keeping them until like 8 p.m. at least.
Yeah, no,
Mr.
cross
Betts,
can't
if you're
be
still
right
in the middle
now.
of your
I totally get that.
testimony, you cannot talk to the attorneys or Mr. Depp about your testimony or about
Don't
this
watch
case,
Legal
okay?
Bites.
I
He,
understand.
All right,
he
we'll see you
wasn't
tomorrow
ba-
tonight. Okay,
he
sir?
wasn't
Thank you. You're
bad,
released.
but
Correct.
I think he
Anything
could have been
else for this
better
evening?
Yeah, I
if he
agree.
didn't try to be an
Yes,
activist
Your Honor.
for
Yes,
Johnny.
Agreed.
Wanted a point of clarification.
Okay, okay, sure, go ahead.
Well, perhaps we
Would you
should
like to approach? Okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest with you. In terms of anything in the gray area on that guy, I don't trust him to not say whatever Johnny needs.
Yeah. Because he still works for him. He's been working for him for 20 years. His loyalty is definitely going to be to Johnny.
Which is fine, but Isaac's loyalty is totally to Johnny, and it doesn't come across that way.
I was gonna say,
you know,
he
as an
sounded-
example.
He sounded more biased to me than his sister and Isaac. Like I
Yeah.
have him at the highest point in the bias chain so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's his partner, though. I mean, he's a cop. So, you figure it out deep down. This guy's a cop, and Johnny's almost like his partner. He's there. He's got his back, and I think it goes a little bit deeper than.
Did they
a
just
lot
straight
of
up
that.
cut off that feed? Is that what happened?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did.
Okay.
And then, yeah. So
It's
I will
unlikely
just
anything
remove
exciting
it.
will be said, but they're still going to talk for a minute. My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would
She could find another feed. I don't know. Sky News.
That was
Well-
totally lead detective or officer in charge of the investigation or patrol. That was
He
straight
said,
up.
yeah, he went
police
through his whole
testimony.
police history. He was on the gang unit. He was on the homicide unit. This guy has definitely testified for the LAPD before. Like he
Oh,
definitely is. You could see at the beginning, he's from the beginning, he's polished. He's wearing what you would expect a cop to wear if he's not coming in uniform. He's
Central
got like
casting, as they say. Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
He's got that flat demeanor, which
Yes.
no frills, giving a report, almost dragnet.
Yes.
But he still pushed it too high. I mean, the first one was kind of funny, went to slide it in, but it's like, dude, you're pushing it. And the judge picked up on it, and she's like, yeah, you've testified before. You know better.
Yes.
Let's knock this off.
When you start to get those kind of comments, you can tell that she waited several times for him to do that several times before she said something. Like she definitely comes across to me as a judge who is trying to be neutral, trying not to give any signals to the jury of being displeased with one side or another, because she doesn't want that to impact the jury's outcome, right? I mean, judges, generally speaking, try to be neutral. And so she's been, generally speaking, doing a really good job of it. So the fact that she, after several times of that, says, and it's just one little statement, we've seen judges, yell at.
Well, she doesn't seem to get rattled, but she's very
litigants.
firm. And
She is.
Well, yeah, the
So-
wine bottle she could have. I mean, we know that's coming from Johnny anyway, so it's probably not the end of the world. But yeah.
Yeah. So he
I don't trust
definitely
him.
seems. Yeah.
Like anything that was gray area, I'm gonna go with nah.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
probative value for that guy.
And that's unfortunate for Johnny's side, because whenever you have any witnesses here that are testifying on his behalf, if they agree to come in person, they're definitely going to be supportive, right? They're definitely going to be supportive of his side. So and usually what you'll see is those kind of witnesses, they'll say like, whatever you need, I'm there for you. Like let
It
me
had that kind
know
of feel.
how
Mhm.
best I can serve you. And it feels very much that way with him. Unfortunately, you can detect it, like with Isaac. And I think part of it is that that Isaac was, he was very, not discriminating when it came to like where he spread his love,
Mhm.
like
He was quite
he was,
effusive to Hurd. Yeah.
yes.
which made him even more devastating, because he's like, I love her. I wish she didn't do this.
Exactly.
That's powerful.
And it
I
felt
mean, it
very
is.
sincere. And it seemed like here, Sean Bett, he tried doing that a little bit. He was like, yeah, I really liked her, but it was like he didn't exactly go into detail about how or why or so it was just kind of like, okay, we can just take that at face value that you liked her. Maybe he did, and maybe he's just not a very expressive, emotional person. He very much seems that way. But with the way that he keeps trying to add in more than he's supposed to, and he kind of knows what he's doing,
Well,
is
and also he's the one who's documenting everything. He's the one, I mean, he spends more hours with Johnny Depp than probably she does. And he's sitting there saying, now I'm speculating and projecting like crazy, but he's taking the pictures, and I bet you he's giving Johnny an earful. You got to get away from this bitch. I don't know what you're doing.
It
You
struck
need
me
to
that
get away
was
from
the
her. I'm a cop. I've seen this. I've responded to all these domestics. She's going to kill you someday. Something's going to, and I could just see him saying over and over and over and over to him. Again, I'm projecting.
he did say that he was the one that told Johnny to take those photos to provide or to secure evidence in case she ever claimed anything. So that does sound, which of course is reasonable, right? Like that's what we as or Rick and I as lawyers would
Friends.
want clients to be doing, right? And this is what we would want our friends to do if they're in a bad situation. But it doesn't sound particularly good coming out as testimony.
Well, and they weren't, especially the second set. They weren't explosive photos, right? You're already
No.
having to. I'm sitting there being like, "Am I being gaslit?" I'm not positive on. You're describing this photo to me, and what? And as Eric pointed out correctly, photos aren't the same as reality. Things look different. You need some real good photography skills to get an accurate picture of reality. So I'll give that. But yeah, it certainly seemed like this person was the impetus behind that process, which also, by the way, puts in Johnny's mind or whoever you're talking to's mind that there's something really significant here and that maybe she's doing something that's worthy of this level of scorn.
Mhm.
And there's a whole host of problems when he's not just an observer. He's an intricate part of where those photos come from, how that happens. So I don't think he's trying to lie. I don't think he's trying to be deceptive or otherwise confuse anything. It's just that for every bit of perspective that every eyewitness adds to any circumstance, I'm just going to discount completely the pro Johnny stuff from things that are remotely ambiguous. So that includes the description of like the 21st. It's like, I don't know, maybe it was that confrontational, maybe it was that way. I would like to hear from more people on how that looked exactly.
Yeah, and the other guy unfortunately has passed away, so you're not going to hear from
He's
him.
not available. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, he died of cancer, I guess, in 2015.
Several years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a
didn't know that.
bummer.
Well, it would have been after. No, not in 2015. That was, I think, maybe 2018 or something
Was
like
it?
that. It was
I thought it was
several years ago.
15. Okay.
But
It's gotta be after they charge in on the
because
in
May
May of
2016 was this incident that he was at. So he was there for that.
And presumably
So
they have a
definitely
vehicle
after.
they could use on him.
Well, when was this? There was I thought this was it was 2016 or 2014.
May
I'm getting confused.
2016.
Okay, so
yeah, so a lot
I
of
guess
fighting
it's
in 20.
2018.
So what I've got it down to is a lot of fighting in 2015, a lot of fighting and divorce in 2016, statement in 2018.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
He died April 2019. Thank you, chat.
There we
I
go.
can follow dates as well as that one nurse, but that's what I've got so far.
Well, you're doing well. You're doing very well in that. So yeah, so he's a little bit of a mixed bag for me, in my opinion.
Jerry Judge had a written depo, so they may be able to pull
or
something out of
a
him.
written declaration. I think maybe they may be able to get his declaration in if he's unavailable.
And if it's helpful.
And if it's helpful, which I think it probably would be, because he would be there at the May 21st, 2016 incident. So his take is helpful, I would say.
He would substantiate this guy if
Well,
exactly.
I'd like to hear everything from the 21st. Like so much of it lives there.
Yes, exactly. So, and by the way, you guys, so while we were watching, I didn't really have a chance to introduce him again, but Spidey was here from Behavioral Arts.
He popped in.
He may pop in afterwards, I guess. I don't know. He said that he was going to have to head out
Easter
for a
dinner.
bit. So Yeah, that's what he said. So I don't know if he'll be back today, but I'm sure he'll be back at some point again. But he's been doing some really great behavioral analysis for us, especially watching these witnesses and watching Amber and Johnny while they're reacting to stuff.
Oh, yeah, he's a lot
So
of fun.
yeah, so be sure to check him out. And also be sure to check out, of course, I said before, Rick Hogue, he was here earlier. Check out Eric Hunley. He's got so much great stuff. You actually have 3 different channels.
I do. I'm tired.
Yeah.
You know, I
and
realized Spidey's
each
not
one
here
is a
because
little bit-
Kurt's not here.
Of course. But yeah, be sure to check out Eric Hunley's channels too. He's not a lawyer, but he covers a lot of very interesting stuff about the human existence. I actually kind of knew of Spidey through Eric Hunley. He sort of put us in contact so that he could come on, and which was really great. And you've got, I mean, anything related to Alec Baldwin and the Rust shooting. I mean, you and Mark Robert are covering that like white on rice with a lot of insider information.
Hopefully more coming soon, but we'll see. What was it? Oh, Layback News though. One of my channels is Layback News, and both these guys have been on it. And if you like all the lawyers, and
Yeah, you put up with a
you'll
lot of
see them
lawyers.
every other Friday, really.
Way too many lawyers.
Maybe I need it. You know, you never know. I might have to recruit. It'd be
Yep.
like a Johnny Depp with security. Do you watch this and listen to it? You know, with this on-call doctor and nurse, and then 24-hour security. Always,
Lovely.
it's such a different kind of existence. It's really hard to put my head around of just having this entourage all the time. It would, I don't know, it would just bug the hell out of me.
Well, I was surprised the security guy was the driver, and like he was moving bags for him. So he's valet, he's driver, he's security. He's apparently confidant when you start getting into photos and advice and things
He's
like
always
that.
there, and you know it's weird too. They've talked about that before. That the staff, and I don't mean that in a rude way.
No,
but staff knows everything, and
Yes.
some, depending on how snotty people are. You know, like I don't think Johnny's that snotty. I have a feeling that Johnny does really like the guy. The guy's been there almost 20 years. But some people, they just treat the staff as furniture, and they will say anything and everything in front of the staff. So when they go about and they say, they said that with them standing right there, it's like, no, it's kind of like reality TV. Staff is sort of like the cameras that follow them around. After a few weeks, they just sort of forget that the cameras are even there.
If we go down this road too far, I'm just going to expose my natural love of Downton Abbey. So, you know, we got to pull back before anybody discovers that.
Hey, Downton Abbey rocks.
No, let's keep
They're doing
going.
another
Let's
movie.
keep going.
I have a particular love of Matthew, the country lawyer invested in corporate transactions who finds his way embroiled in a lordship. Yeah, you know,
I wonder why you love that so much.
I don't know.
The dead guy.
Yeah, well, you know, he gets the girl, corporate transactions, just wants to be a lawyer. Well, what can you say?
Oh, that's funny. Let me get some super chats so we can
Why not?
We can catch up on those. Lakota 1010 says,
great
"So
super
good to
chat
see
we're
Hogue
starting
on the
with."
show." What's that?
I said, what a great super chat we're starting with.
Of course, I've been following him since Easy Allies days. This the Avengers of legal YouTubers. It kind of feels like it, doesn't it? Nintendo Gaming Channel says Judge reversed her decision on Gina Do lied by age. No, the decision hasn't been reversed, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that Gina Deuters admitted on the stand that she had seen some clips. They're not going to reverse that.
Hard to get
with
around
kind of
that.
an admission.
Nope.
Yeah.
No,
Exactly.
she got apparently she got maybe conned into saying it, but
Yes.
doesn't matter. She did say it, and
She admitted
it's
to it.
done.
Yeah. Chris Gonzalez says, "Hey Peter, pleasantly surprised seeing you here. I've been watching you for maybe 7 months, but didn't discover Legalbytes until today for the stream. Welcome, Chris." And that he's referring to the lawyer who was on earlier. So that was great having him.
I was going to
here
say, I
too.
don't know this person.
Yeah.
So it's not the
Amelia-
lawyer I know.
Yeah. Amelia LT says, "When Tragos Law, lawyer joins the chat, it seems that Orlando Bloom comes to support Johnny D." It kind of looks like
He's
it,
got a
doesn't
bit
it?
of that vibe, especially Pirates Orlando Bloom. I like that
Mhm.
comment.
Yeah, I like
It's
it
fitting
too.
that Pirates Orlando Bloom would join the stream.
Yeah. Rolf Peterson says that all the licensed voyeurs be handsomely paid. Thanks for the videos. Thank you, Rolf. Thank you
I
so
know
much.
Rolf. Rolf watches America's Untold Stories.
Hey,
Rolf is
and
a
you
hero.
should too. America's Untold Stories is another one of Eric's channels. Definitely check it
Nice.
out. That's where you can find all the Alec Baldwin stuff.
I don't have enough channels, Eric.
I know.
You know
Kelly
what's
B
worse? I'll be starting another one with Nate, I think.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Kelly B says, "I'm sure you have covered this, but can you explain why this is taking place in Virginia?" Yes,
Washington
it's
Post.
because so you can file it either where the parties reside, they're both in California, or you can also do it where the case arises. And because this is coming out of the Washington Post, they are headquartered in Virginia, and that is where this is coming from. But otherwise, there are other strategic reasons like anti-SLAPP laws, but that's the basic legal reason for it. So.
Well, and also, I mean, if you had that option and you're Johnny, you don't want to do this in California, the capital of Me
not.
Too. I'd be tossed out
not.
so fast it would be scary. I mean, he has a remote chance in Virginia, and it's not great because Northern Virginia is not a bastion of, shall we say, conservatives.
Right. Right.
So, but it's not Hollywood. I mean, he's
Right.
actually got a shot in Northern Virginia, I think, over LA area. That would just
definitely
be the worst.
Also, Mr. Bites came in here and whispered that America's Untold Stories has 17,000 subscribers, and he was like, "Let's see if we can get it to 20." So you guys go over there. Let's see if we can get it to 20. Also, Rick Hogue, last I checked, was at 59,000.
Yeah,
Let's
we're
get it
just
to
shy of
60.
59. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Let's
Yeah.
do it. Let's get you to 60.
That'd be amazing.
For
We're
sure.
gonna
Go and
see.
subscribe, guys.
I have my personal bet as to when Legalbytes passes virtual legality, and I'm going to celebrate it because she deserves
End of next
it.
week.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be next week, Eric. You're giving her not enough credit. I've been
No.
watching this woman-
I always, you know what? I'd rather underpromise than have her beat that. Okay, now I'll tell you why. Alita, you're a runner.
Yes.
Have you done any races or no?
I have done up to a marathon. Yes.
Okay. As a runner, we have these habits, and I'll see if you're the same as most of the people I know who do this.
Yeah.
We have our A race and our B race, right? Or, what we'll accept and then what we hope for.
Yes. You have
But then as we're
tiered goals
training,
for a race.
exactly. But as we're training, we start to look really good, right? And then suddenly that A race, it looks like we're going to have that A race. And so then we just start to shift that goalpost up a little bit more. And then suddenly we go for like a much lower time than we expected for A race. And then we get disappointed when we just barely beat the A race, which has now become the B race. So I like to set the number at a nice realistic pattern, and then Elliot can just shatter it and feel great.
Well, lawyers don't like to make guarantees, but I guarantee that Alita's going to pass me this week, and I'm going to be thrilled with it. I'm here helping because I think she's awesome. I think this channel is awesome.
I agree.
think if you're not subscribed right now, you should be. You should hit the button
thank
right this
you.
second. Help her pass me because she deserves it.
Thank you. You're so kind.
It's
and
true.
This is one of the reasons why I love having you around. Also because you are incredibly intelligent, but also just one of the nicest lawyers I think I've ever met.
It is absolutely true. You deserve it. That's why we're here. You're gonna pass me this week. I guarantee it.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, hopefully not by much. I mean, hopefully you also start, raising those numbers too.
Oh, I
along
put
with
out a
me,
video
right?
today. I popped off this channel for 3 hours to do another Activision video. You
Hey,
can go-
by the
you
way,
can go-
your videos, I really appreciate your Musk videos. Thank you.
Oh, the Musk videos?
Yeah, it's
Expect
helping me a
more.
lot. No, it's helping me understand it because
Yeah.
I don't really comprehend the poison pill and all of that, and I'm speculating, especially. I did say this a while ago, back when he was buying the 9%. I said he needed to get with his buddy Peter Thiel and buy the rest. And it looks like maybe I might have predicted something coming up.
I honestly can't decide whether he thought that this feint, if it is a feint, was good enough to have them swallow a poison pill within 24 hours of him actually even making a toilet paper type bid. Because I have to be honest, I've been in corporate law for 2 decades. I know about poison pills. I was so excited. The trending #1 topic on Thursday or Friday, whatever day that was poison pill from a corporate merger standpoint. I was like, this is never going to happen ever again. So we're jumping on this. And I do that poison pill video. I'm talking about it on a bunch of different channels and a bunch of different streams. I'm still not convinced, 1, that it's not just a feint. 2, that he's not crazy enough to trigger the thing to blow up their capitalization table and then just sell out and just say, good luck, Twitter. Have fun with your capitalization. I have no idea what's going to happen here, and that is so much fun for a mergers and acquisitions attorney.
Couldn't
okay?
he theoretically get them to invoke the poison pill, which would cause their stock to just tank completely? And they'll say, yeah, I have to buy twice as many shares and they're a quarter of the price of what they were. So what? I win.
He will have, we won't go too far into this, Alita, I promise. If the pill gets triggered, his interest in the company immediately gets cut in half, provided they have enough capital from the rest of the shareholders. See, there's a bunch of weird stuff. Twitter did a very weird poison pill as a capital raise. We could talk about it at length. The point is, virtually anything can happen from here because Elon could just go over the top. He could exit. He could trigger an exit. The board could get sued. Okay, we'll back up a step. The board will get sued. Okay, whether it's Elon, whether it's another stockholder, the board is gonna get sued. So lots of fun for virtual legality. If you're interested in that kind of stuff, do pop over. Maybe I'll have Alita on just so she can add some commentary to the proceedings. We'll go over there. We'll talk about Elon Musk. Maybe we'll cover that lawsuit when it happens.
Yes,
but yeah,
I would love that.
That'd be
so
amazing.
Exciting.
But yeah, if you
litigators,
if you guys want to, go ahead.
Get a ton of these, right? You get the criminal side. You get the cool celebrity defamation side. Corporate transactions. I love it to death. It makes me excited when I talk about it.
This is Hoax Christmas.
That's why my channel
Christmas.
exists. Freaking Elon Musk going nuts. And then the response is a poison pill, the likes of which I haven't seen or heard of since like the 80s. This is fantastic. Okay, so this is the stuff I get excited about. You can probably tell. So if you're interested in
I
that,
actually picture Elon Musk wearing a red suit, squeezing down your chimney. And just
Well, when I see Twitter adopt this shareholder rights plan, like I drop everything and I'm like, okay, let's talk about poison pills, folks. Because like,
but didn't they do it like instantly?
Them.
I mean, they just went right to it. It was like there was nothing
right
in the middle.
See, I'm taking over. I'm going to shut up now. But you do that within 24 hours, and that is crazy. So yes, if you like that kind of stuff, come on over. We're welcome to have you. And yeah, I'm talking about Activision today because they supplemented their stuff for Microsoft, and whether that deal will go through with an FTC that is rattling its saber in very odd directions. So we're having a fantastic year talking about fun stuff, and more people than my wife assumed would be interested in that on my channel. So I like to mention that a lot because she wants credit for now believing in me. But when she started, the very first thing is, who is going to watch that? So I love her to death, but that was immediately what she said.
Oh man. Well,
Anyway,
I mean, yeah, if
I
you
didn't mean to pitch
guys
that much,
want to
but thank
fully
you.
understand, if you want to fully understand what's going on with Elon Musk and Twitter right
definitely.
now, that is the place to go. Go watch Hoag Law because that is the place to go to understand it for sure.
fun.
You
So
will get a
much fun.
great education.
I need to have
and
you
does it
on
so well.
on Wednesday, actually, Hoke, for
You talk about
Layback
Elon?
News at 9 p.m. Yeah.
We
There
will
you
see.
go.
DM me.
Joe,
Yeah.
welcome.
hey,
How's it going?
awesome.
Happy-
We're all
happy
supposed to be on
Passover.
vacation between Easter and Passover. We're supposed to be on vacation, and you're working. They're burning the candles at both ends there, so diligently. I popped
you.
over before. I tried jumping in on the stream when I saw you were flying solo in the last hour of the trial,
Ah,
and I wasn't having good enough reception to get in, so I was like, oh well. But and now look at this. Everyone, the
Hey,
whole
Emily.
gang
Really?
is
how's it
jumping on in.
going?
I know because
So,
it's late.
can I get a synopsis from you as to like what today brought us? What did today bring us? Give us
So-
we have the two ladies here who are the experts on Amber and Johnny. So break it down for us. What do we get today?
So we had two video depositions. We had the continuation of the nurse, correct? Yeah, that was from yesterday.
Yep. No,
and then
The
No,
doctor
actually, it was-
continued from yesterday to the morning,
Right.
then the
Yes.
nurse, then finally a
That's
live
correct.
witness, and we all came back to life.
That's correct. That's correct. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, it does start to blend together, and this is why I take notes.
Merchandise Debbie
so-
Lloyd does not recall, I think. No.
Yes, but you know what, we had Nurse Liz on here. She's got her own YouTube channel, and she explained that. She said, every nurse that has to go into any kind of deposition testimony or anything, they are all trained to say, I don't recall anything that is not on your notes. You don't independently give it, just let the notes speak for themselves. You don't recall. If you don't remember exactly what it is, you don't recall. And so she said that what she was pointing out was that the times that the nurse was Debbie Lloyd is her name. The times that she was actually giving any extra detail. It had to do with something where she wasn't practicing as a nurse. It had nothing to do with her providing care. That's the only times that she would give any kind of detail. And that's
That's a really good
because she's
point.
concerned about liability for herself. So that was very interesting point that
It made
that she
sense
made.
once she said that. I mean, it all was like, so yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, I
Because in
have no
criminal, we've
problem.
had a lot of medical people come in criminal cases for whatever injuries there were. And we always use them for foundation on the notes. And it's like, does your note say this? Yes. What does that mean? Well, it means this. And that was it. And most of them truly were like, do you know how many people I see a day? This was years ago. I do not know. What is in my notes is in my notes. That's all I got.
That was a question I wanted to ask, actually, because I couldn't join, but I was watching. Were they screwing up and asking her the questions? Because they were saying, do you remember this? Do you do this? Instead of just saying, can you look at your note here? What does that mean? Can you look at your note here? And just refer it directly, like you just said, Emily, like, your note from the 21st, what would that mean? Or what would that imply?
But this was a deposition, so they were probing for more information. So any little nugget they get, they can still follow up on in discovery, versus by the time you get in trial, if they were going to ask that witness in trial, they probably would have just gone note by note. But so it's a deposition. So I think you only lose in a deposition when you don't ask the question, right? Different than a trial.
Yeah.
There's also no objection, lack of relevance in a deposition. So you have a much broader scope as to what you can ask about there. But
yeah, which although they can also edit certain questions and answers out on the basis of relevance. So
We saw that.
but if something gets, kind of mixed up in there, like there were some portions of the testimony that definitely seemed like, okay, this maybe would be hearsay, or maybe would be, some kept out on account of another objection. It still came in.
Are you passing notes from the front row?
I am from
Eve Barlow. Is she passing you notes now?
Yeah, no kidding.
no,
I mean, she got kicked out of this courtroom and she's at Elise's house.
It's my very own Eve Barlow. It's Mr. Bites. He said Joe needs a nudger over 42.9 thousand. Yeah, guys, let's get him to 43,000. Hey guys, go and subscribe to his channel. Do it.
What the hell's wrong with you people?
The last 3 messages from Mr. Bites are, let's drive some numbers, people. Let's go.
There you go.
We love
this guy. I like this guy.
He's learned the grift.
He has. He absolutely has. And so he knows that sometimes I won't read or see a text message or respond. So it's better if he can just walk in with a note.
Thank you, Mr. Bites. I appreciate it.
Of course, yes. And like I said before, everybody that is coming onto the panel is donating their time, and there's no immediate benefit to them. So the way that you can benefit them is by going to their channels, subscribing, checking out their content, liking their videos, watching their stuff, sharing their stuff, all the great YouTube-y stuff. So
for the record, I accept dislikes if that's what you're inclined to do. So, either way, engagement.
Not like you'll see them. Nobody else will see them, right? It's like, go to town.
It can even be a hateful comment, because that drives engagement too.
Hey,
no,
I don't recommend that.
Nope.
No ad.
Not on my. You can try that on my channel. You'll get yeeted immediately.
Emily will take you out.
Oh yeah, no, we don't do honored. We don't play. But you know what? That's how I started my channel, and that's how I came. That's really how I came to be comfortable live streaming on YouTube, was having a community where we can have a conversation. I don't want to fight with my chat.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Reasonable minds can differ, but please stay in the reasonable zone, people. Thank you.
Yes.
Agreed.
Yes. Like I said earlier, I don't mind differences of opinion in the chat, but I prefer people to keep it respectful.
We like a respectful conversation. We can be respectful and sassy. We can have some fun.
Yes.
Oh, I got a whole cadre of commenters that like telling me how I'm wrong. That's totally okay.
That's a conversation.
Absolutely.
Especially if they're funny. I mean,
I
if
just don't want
somebody
the
tells me I'm
bots.
wrong and they're funny, then I'm like,
Yeah, Legalbytes, you've been getting nailed with bots lately as your channel's been
every
growing.
day.
It's
I
just
have
awful.
been. I unfortunately have to make it subscriber only for the chat,
Yeah.
and I always like want to apologize for it, because I'm like, I don't want people to think that I'm forcing them to subscribe, but that's the only way to keep them out. Really.
Your content is free. If they want to chat, the least they can do is subscribe. It's fine. Don't feel bad about
Fair
that.
point.
It
Fair
keeps
point,
the
fair
bots
point.
down.
Fair point. But yeah, so what do you guys think overall for how the days trial went, the testimony wise, from what you've seen?
I think the medical folks just collapse into Johnny does drugs, and I don't think they've tied that into specific issues with how he behaves yet, as far as I've seen. Like I said, I thought security guard was fine, but he was so clearly pro Johnny that any kind of ambiguity I'm discounting against him. So it had less value than I would have hoped.
Are you talking about the doctor?
No, Sean.
That one was for the security guard.
Oh, well, we get into security. Oh, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what we get on cross-examination. From the nurse, though, today, we saw that Johnny was medicating on Valium to see Amber Heard and to be around her, which was interesting to me. I made this point a little bit earlier today, but we'll make it again. We've got a concierge doctor who never gets a call from Amber Heard about a broken nose or a split lip. She's an actress. She makes her living based on her face. A split lip can heal in a way that is very unflattering and scars or pulls if it's not taken care of. Normally, you would do that with a plastic surgeon. When I don't know how many of you have taken a punch to the face, it's not pleasant. Getting a broken nose, it chips your teeth. So to not have any medical
She has great teeth.
She does.
That's what
Isaac said. Great teeth.
Isaac
That's
said
right.
great teeth.
Not have
over and
any
over
medical
again.
documentation about her seeking dental treatment after getting hit in the face, for her not to be seeking a plastic surgeon to stitch back a lip, for her not to have her nose set after she got hit in the face. She's an actress. You have to set that, generally put something over it, pack it. There's a lot that goes into the type of injury she said. And I think going through the medical notes extensively about everything that happened with Johnny Depp's finger, there's going to be a vast juxtaposition with the lack of medical notes with regard to Amber Heard's face. If your living is your face and you're not going to a plastic surgeon to deal with a cut on the lip, like I just don't understand. And my husband did dentistry in LA. We would have people who had gone out for a weekend and are like, I have a very large shareholder meeting. I chipped a tooth. I have to have this fixed absolutely immediately. It is a very big deal. So I'm confused at the lack of medical records based on the injuries she alleges. And I think that'll be staggering.
Somebody earlier asked too, I thought they made a really good point, that she requested medical records, I think from the nurse, but only for 1 month. Like out of all the time, it's like, not all my records. Oh, don't worry about the rest. I just want this particular set of records, which is a little sus, rather than just saying, can I get all my medical records I'm taken to a doctor, which would be a normal course.
Yeah.
And
Last night, I spent 2.5 hours reviewing a 1 hour video, which basically was like a dialogue between Johnny and Amber, which goes back to like February 2016. And they were talking their issues out. And, it was like the day after she had gotten physically violent with him. And he talks about the fact that she's complaining that he's always leaving, and that she makes her feel insecure, a lack of trust in the relationship, and he's always leaving. And he's like, you got physically violent with me. Like, I need to leave so that there's not going to be physical violence. And over again. And she's like, well, I don't want to talk about last night. Let's not talk about last night. He's like, the other time, like in Toronto, you threw pots and pans, like you're throwing vases, you're throwing dishes. I cannot stay when you're getting violent. The entire tenor of this conversation was evident that he does everything he can to avoid there being any violence between them, so much so that he leaves, and it bothers her that he's leaving. And he's like, I will not stay when there's violence. And she's like, no, we have to fight through this. We have to fight it out. It sounds almost, one could interpret as she's saying, we need to literally fight with each other. I give her the benefit of the doubt. I give her the benefit of the doubt and say she's saying we need to fight for our relationship, but still that she's okay with violence. She actually says like, well, I'm human. I'm going to throw things or whatever. If you poke the bear, that's what's going to happen. And his whole thing is, I never want to have violence, that we need to be apart from each other when there's violence. And that conversation, it just, it reeks of the fact.
It's common, Joe, that's common in an abusive relationship. You can read out Gavin DeBecker or whatever. Typically, and let's take genders out of it, but or whichever side it is, but typically the abuser often will want to control, the others trying to escape, and the abuser often is seeking that control. So it's a matter of controlling, keeping in place
And yes,
you
you're
will
right.
see it over and over.
You're right, Eric. It's also, and it's a way
Emily,
of like
you're
trying.
muted.
It's feeling insecurity about the relationship, and this way I can maintain my security that I know you're not going to walk out,
The
and
couples
even
therapist
if
said
I'm
that.
violent.
No, the couples therapist said Amber would rather smack him and have him stay than have him walk out and leave. So their
Right.
their
She did say
couples
that.
counselor got into that very, very expressly, that for her, she would do anything, including physical assault, to make him stay. And for him, he was like, if things start to escalate, I'm out. Which is,
Right.
And
you know,
there's
the response
also
we would hope to see from people.
And there's also confirmation from the nurse today, Debbie Lloyd, who said that she saw her pursuing him and him trying to leave to get out of an argument of sorts. She never saw any violence, she said, but she did see, particularly there was a time when they were flying to Japan, they were on the plane, and he was sitting at a table on the plane, and so she just kept like rapid fire at him and wouldn't leave the table. And so he tried to basically get away from her by asking her to leave the table or leaving the table himself. So there are instances where this is also observed by the nurse, who did not come across as crazy biased to me, at least not in comparison to Sean Bett. So she seemed pretty clinical about what she remembered and what she didn't remember.
She seemed neutral and detached. Like, I don't want to be
Yes.
here. I'm not eager to be here for any of you.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
Which is a great witness for him, if that's the messaging that she's giving. That's
Yes.
not like, it's not like, oh, I'm like some fangirl of Johnny Depp and I want him to win. It's a matter of look, I'm just telling you what you guys are asking.
Well, it's nothing.
me.
It's nothing good for her. No, it's nothing good for the nurse. If she's a pro, all this can do is harm her reputation. All she
Exactly.
can do is potentially say something wrong that can make her look less professional down the road. So I could see where this is just pure risk. Everything she's doing treatment for addiction. You shut your mouth. This is anonymous. This is a very big deal in those communities, and it is very sacrosanct for them to go in. It's a very vulnerable thing. So I could see where that nurse is terribly uncomfortable being in this situation, because again, she would never talk about this in public for any other reason. She's being forced into it. But imagine if she did with another patient, she'd be thrown out. I mean, this is just horrible.
Well, usually nobody likes to get deposed. Isaac might have liked to be deposed. I don't know.
Isaac was willing to come in live. People.
You heard the nurse.
Yeah.
They asked her, right? Are you willing to go to Virginia Live? She was like, no.
Nope.
No.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Well, let me get some super chats here.
Emily, I've got to run. Everybody, thank
See
you
Eric.
so much.
Bye, Eric. Thanks for joining
I
us.
scooted in late. Don't apologize to me.
So Lisa says, if Johnny cut off his own finger, which is not easy to do considering nearest bone involved, why did they have to look for it when there was witnesses? Does anybody remember the Elena Bobbitt case?
I remember.
I'm
the
not
Bobbitt
familiar.
case.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but
You're not familiar with the Bobbitt case? Oh,
No.
you're so young and
Doesn't involve a
innocent.
finger.
You're so young
Oh.
and innocent.
You're
It's
very
like-
young and innocent.
Yes.
It involves a male member, not
Got
a
it.
finger.
Understand.
A wife was mad at her purportedly abusive husband and punished him in his sleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it is a good point that if he took off his own finger, they wouldn't have had people searching the home for the tip of the finger. That is an excellent point.
It would probably be on the counter somewhere.
Probably be right there
on a cutting board.
It
which
wouldn't go-
It depends
it
on
was
how dramatically
interesting.
he did it, doesn't it? We, with the blood on the wall.
That's
we
true.
we have no idea what happened over there.
That's true.
Mess.
But it was interesting because the two accounts that she had heard, the nurse had heard about how this finger was separated from the rest of his body, was Johnny told the ER doctor, I cut it with a knife. Then the Johnny Depp legal team has said it was through a vodka bottle that Amber threw at him. Then Amber Heard's side is saying that it was because he smashed it with a cell phone or something. It was like somehow having to do with smashing it with a cell phone, so neither side is even saying that it had to do with a knife cutting the finger. So that part is a little bit perplexing. And it's like, I'm not sure exactly how that falls with that inconsistency. But I would think that Amber's side would be more motivated to
Fall in
have
line with
that.
what the doctor's saying.
Yeah,
rather
exactly.
than conflicting
with
the
what he
doctor.
said. Yeah,
Yeah.
with what he said to the ER doctor.
Well,
Yeah.
Amber's
Exactly.
also going to say that she didn't just bump her head for that December medical report, right? I mean, like we got purported lies to medical examiners all over the place on this one. So when they get that report that says, "Oh, I said I jumped up and bumped my head," it doesn't hurt Amber to say, "Well, we lie to medical people on this stuff."
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair too. Let me get the next one here. I've got another $20 one. Catherine S says, great coverage, Legalbytes. I love all the guests that popped in and out all day. Nurse Liz have some great perspective on everything. Eric plus your legal team have been amazing. Eric needs an honorary legal degree. Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's so kind of you to say. And I agree. I like to, I've said this before, I like to refer to Eric and some of the other non-lawyers that have been sort of around this community for a while as our squibs, you know, like the non-magical folk that live in the magical world. I know that's super
Legal
nerdy,
muggles.
but
Legal muggles.
yes, but not a muggle though, because he's
True.
he's living in the magical world by by
That's fair.
talking about the law tube stuff.
We're going deep into the lore, folks.
Yes, we are. We definitely
We
are.
went from Bobbit to
look.
deep into the lore. I love it.
That's right. Both the Bobbitt case and Harry Potter lore. Where are you going to get this kind of coverage except here on Legalbytes, huh?
Nowhere else.
Probably with
Nowhere
Emily
else.
too. I got to be honest.
Oh, that's true.
I
That's
do
right.
say a lot of random shit.
Gamer J Stewart says, if Amber Heard loses this trial, do you think she will face legal trouble because of Eve? And is there also a chance Amber will face jail time for lies in court? Well, so far she hasn't committed perjury. Amber herself hasn't. There's been some possible dishonesty that's been made by her legal team, but that doesn't mean that she could face any perjury charges because of that. I don't know that she would face legal trouble because of Eve. It's generally speaking, no one is held responsible for something that somebody else does unless there's a specific reason for it. I know that's a very lawyerly way to put it.
Like when Adam Waldman says things apparently on your behalf, says the Amber Heard legal team.
Yeah. Yeah. There
No,
has
the
to be
legal
some
team
kind of-
offering up unvetted information and representing it to the court, there could be potential. I think the only consequences for them, though, at this point would be a stern warning from the court that it better not happen again, because I think the court would be like, you're in the middle of trial, you're taking in a lot of information, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But if it keeps happening, because they also misrepresented that Eve wasn't in court during the opening to the court.
Yes. Yes. Which was very easily verifiable because it's
In
all
4 seconds.
It's all on live streams.
But I just think people, they know about perjury, they know about sanctions, they know about these things. These are pretty high bars for the judiciary to clear. They don't bring a lot of perjury actions. They don't bring a lot of sanctions. Stern warnings is right. I mean, you saw the judge has a level where she gets to warning. And then if for instance, our witness today would have tried it a little bit more, I think we were going to start to see some sparks fly from the judge on trying to squeeze in some of those statements. So
I think so.
I don't think anything will happen to him is the short answer.
Yeah. Bunglebush says, your dramatic readings always remind me of whenever Gilligan's Island would put on a play. Kurt, of course, is the skipper. Thank you so much. So you guys weren't here for it, but this morning we did a dramatic reading of the Friday hearing, actually, where Eve Barlow got kicked out. Kurt was Elaine Bredehoft. I was the judge, and Legal Mindset was Ben Chu. It was great. It was they really put on the true thespian spirit, both of them.
I
It was
missed
fantastic.
15 minutes this morning, and you guys put on a play?
Yes,
Apparently
we did.
so.
All right.
We did. There's a clip of it. And it's actually it's pinned in the chat. So go ahead and check it out after you're finished watching here, of course. Anna P says, you missed my super chat. I had said that the attorneys are focusing on the cocaine use because there were witnesses that testified seeing Amber use cocaine. I'm curious what you guys think this implies. Oh no, we showed it. I apologize. Sometimes it takes a while to get to these super chats, but I did show yours earlier. I think that could be one of the reasons why, to see if there's any sort of cocaine use. Maybe Amber's team was trying to see if Johnny's team was as well, because they're trying to try to flip her use a little bit. I don't know.
Well,
what
and
you guys
I
think.
had asked about it because they seem so fixated specifically on the drug cocaine when all these other drug references are going on from the medical people. And I didn't know why exactly. And you said that there might be a picture of some cocaine, or at least that
Cocaine
Amber Heard
sounds bad. It sounds like stuff degenerates do. They're not,
Yeah.
you know,
That
this
Hollywood elites do.
sounds bad. Yeah, they're gonna try to make him seem like a complete druggie,
degenerate. Yeah, because
That's what they're trying to
oxycodone's
make him
pretty
seem.
bad.
I think we tend to expect that our celebrities are going to be using tons of cocaine. I just picture that that's so synonymous with American celebrity culture that I don't see that that's going to really harm anyone.
I don't know. I mean, we saw the nurse's notes. They've got Adderall. I mean, what else do you need?
Well, it's Adderall, Xanax, Valium. The doctor testified 2 cocaine positives for like 16 to 19. Like, I mean, like there's everything that I can think of outside of maybe meth on those drug tests. So I'm still waiting for one or the other side, I guess the Hurd side, to try to tie that to behavior or blackouts or memory or whatever. Because right now we're still just got the Johnny uses drugs. Like that's all we're at right
And
now.
is anyone shocked?
No.
That's
I'm
my point.
a little shocked at
That's
like
my point.
the number.
Everyone
I'm a little
expects
shocked.
it.
I'm a little shocked at the texts. Knockout Yum Yum is going to stick with me for some time.
The texts are a lot, and we haven't even gotten to the worst ones yet.
Yeah.
There are some bad texts that are going to come, but again, you're allowed to text mean things to your friends.
You are.
But
Well, that's
it
the
will
risk.
it will come back if you go to trial.
You can't just assume that somebody that's texting that kind of stuff becomes a wife-beating monster, but certainly it starts to look bad a little. You know, you pay attention to Rampage and the whiteboard incident and various things they're being texted about, tying people to stop signs. I think I can't even remember all the metaphors that Johnny Depp used. I have to admit they are evocative when read out in the court. So
We got to monkey fucking the football today. Like,
we did. I wasn't
Yes.
expecting that.
I wasn't either.
Yes, that was very it's his texts are very rambling and illustrative at the same time. You know, it
The
really
imagery is
paints a
strong.
picture.
The imagery is strong. I
Yes.
mean, you get the monkey and the football. They don't know what to do with each other. Like he's talking about confusion, and you get it, but it's not what you're expecting in terms of idiom and metaphor.
Nope.
Yeah.
It sure isn't.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Jack Adams says, "Where does the new juror come from?" So today there was a juror that was dismissed because he had a problem, issues with his hernia, and so he wanted to know if he could go home, take some pain medication, rest, and then come back the next day. But the judge, of course, said, "No. If you're having an issue, you've got to either be here all the time or you've got to go home." And of course, once the judge is not going to make someone stay in case what if something happens to them while they're required to stay. To be a juror. So of course he was dismissed. So really what happens is that's why we have alternates. So it went from 11 down to 10. So now we have 3 that will be alternates unless somebody else has to go home earlier as well.
Do you know what the
So-
size of the jury is for Virginia? Is it 10 for this civil?
It starts at 11 and then it goes down to 7 for the actual deciding jury.
So wait, they had to tell one of the jurors gay cock enough and yum? No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Sorry, I was an Isaac Birch.
I think it was a
reference,
joke.
right?
I'm not fluent in Yiddish.
That was I was quoting Isaac Birch.
I loved
So-
him being him on the stand though. It was a
Oh yeah.
kind of a light moment in
Yeah,
this.
what he
was.
said, the Yiddish he said was gay cock enough and yum, which is go take a dump off in the sea. That's what it literally means. It basically means like go jump in a lake. But
That's really
it's
funny.
a Yiddish phrase is gay cock and off and yum.
Maybe
So
she
there you go.
misunderstood and she thought it meant go take a dump on the bed, and that's where all of this came from. Maybe it's Isaac's fault.
See,
She's
it's just
misunderstood.
misunderstanding Yiddish. That's all. All
You
of
can
this
see,
could
you
have
can
been.
see why Johnny Depp would like him so much. Like he's
Yes.
so illustrative. They're both so illustrative. He's like, you know what, this is my kind of guy. This is my kind of guy right
Yeah.
there.
I want to
Yeah,
hang out with
you just
Isaac
have to-
too.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, me too. I really just want to be best friends with him for sure.
Oh, you know he's going to be willing to come on your streams once trial is over.
I
That guy's gonna.
I
That guy
wasn't
wants
sure
to
where
tell
that sentence
stories.
was going, and I'm sorry.
He's gonna come on.
I don't know. Richard, he actually strikes me as the kind who might prefer coming on your stream, if you ask. him.
Talk video games? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't
was-
think he wants to be in the spotlight. I think he's gonna find himself a little like Photo Chad, where he's just trying to do the right thing, say what he saw, say how he experienced it, but doesn't necessarily want to be in the spotlight on social media.
But Photo Chat has been on our streams as
He
well.
has.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know that it's a
he's
spotlight, right? Because it's easy enough when you're just talking to your camera to forget that anybody's watching you. I think he
It's
wants to
true.
tell
Sorry, Kurt.
stories.
No
He's a
worries.
storyteller.
He
I'm in
is
the
a
second
good
row, so I
storyteller.
couldn't see you.
Kurt's
He should be one of
smiling.
the attorneys. God,
Yeah.
'cause that female attorney, Birdhoff,
Yeah.
whatever her
licensed, I'm
name is.
available. Let's go.
She's awful.
Well, they should
Oh,
wake us up
man.
tomorrow morning with some really aggressive cross-ex on the security guard, right?
That'll be
That's
interesting.
what they've been doing.
That will be very interesting.
Because they've opened doors that they didn't think they opened in their aggressive cross.
They really
Like
did.
wrecking balls.
They brought in all sorts of Hurd commentary against the sister. I mean, they did that twice.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh,
And then
yes.
they got Isaac saying what she did is just terrible. This is just awful that she lied. I mean, Isaac's testimony, I think, will stick with the jury because they talk about damages and how this has ruined his life and how, it's awful. And I think the jury probably already liked him. And he's so easily distinguishable because there aren't that many live witnesses yet.
Yeah.
There's not a lot
Yeah.
of people to look at. That's true.
Yeah. Very true.
It's Isaac. One got kicked out, and the sister. I think that's it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then now Sean
And the
Penn.
juror. So every day someone has to leave.
It's like Survivor. Is that what you're saying?
It is. It's Survivor Jury Edition.
Vote
There you
someone
go,
off
there you
each
go.
day.
Oh my gosh, yeah. SoCal Sex says, I love your channel. A little misogyny on a couple channels. Keep up the good work. I'm sorry about the misogyny elsewhere, but thank you so much. That's really
You
kind of
can't.
you.
Don't apologize for the misogyny elsewhere, Alita. You can't control the
I'm
misogyny.
saying I
for others'
apologize that it exists.
Yes.
It's unfortunate that it exists. I'm sorry that you had that experience.
Here's the reverse of the grift. Come to Alita's channel. It's female led. Misogyny
There
has
you go.
worked this year.
Yeah.
There you go. There you
That's
go.
perfectly
Thank you.
reasonable, Griff.
It's the
You're
best
here.
led.
Subscribe. Hit the button. Come on.
There you go. Brian Friedhoff says, if the jury were to find in favor of Depp and there was proof that Hurd lied about abuse allegations, would there be any legal ramifications for that? I mean, it
Yes,
would
this.
be.
Theoretically, yes, but not really.
This is the legal ramification right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yes,
is it.
it would be Johnny Depp
Damages.
winning.
Yeah.
That would be it. Yeah, and then him winning all kinds of damages against her. I think
this
that what he's getting at is it's like criminal law.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. This is
no,
what I'm
that's
saying
not
about
happening.
perjury and fraud and these kinds
Yeah,
of things. Like,
no.
no, this is really the end.
Yeah, this is
even
it.
if she's a little deceptive, it's not likely to go to another level.
Well, that ship
Yeah.
has sailed too. She made a police report. It went nowhere. So it's not, they didn't even take a report. So you're not going to get those false reports like you do with Jussie Smollett. There's really nowhere else for this to go.
Mhm.
Depp's not going to go to the police after the fact now and be like, see, prosecute her. This is the end, kind of the end of the road for them. And the jury gets to decide damages. But I think punitives are capped at 350 in Virginia.
Yeah.
So all the damages is going to come really through loss of work and future work, I think.
Mm.
And attorney's
Yeah.
fees.
Yes. Oh, lots of attorney. Well, I don't think she's paying her own. I mean, there's so much speculation as to who's actually paying her legal fees.
Who
Because
is
it-
paying her legal fees? I didn't hear speculation. Speculate at me. I want to know.
Well, one pure speculative response is Elon Musk might be
Chat.
paying her legal fees.
We're speculating wildly.
Wildly speculating.
These are not
This
facts.
is-
This is fuckery. I want to hear.
Why would Musk?
Disclaimer voice.
This is straight tea from Dragon's
What is
Treasure.
the relationship?
Did you suggest it was
Treasure.
Elon Musk?
What is Musk's relationship here? Can someone walk me through this? I know
Okay,
he's
Daddy.
a potential
Baby
witness.
daddy, right? Baby daddy.
Well, we
Potentially
think he's
baby
on that
daddy.
video.
Potentially baby daddy.
Okay.
He also so they were officially in a relationship after she ended her relationship with Johnny Depp, or Johnny Depp ended it with her, but whatever, their relationship
Or-
ended. But also there's an allegation of some overlap.
A little bit of overlap.
Some
Little
and some
overlap.
commingling.
Co-mingling, nice.
Multiple cocks in the hen house.
Commingling.
Oh,
Yes.
This
Yeah.
is sounding a
I'm
little
not ready for
misogynistic
Emily
for this
Paul Power,
channel. I'm
clearly.
sorry.
It's been a long weekend.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry.
You know, sometimes you grab onto the next monkey bar before you let the old one go. You know how it is. You know.
Yeah, clout. You grab onto the new clout before
There we
you
go. That's the whole monkey football reference right there.
It all
So
comes together.
There you
It's
go.
all
you start
There
saying
go.
things like that, you're in big red pill territory, man. That's some red pill shit there. Monkey branching, holy shit.
Monkey
Yeah.
bars. Like the
Monkey, I agree.
playground,
I know
Kurt.
exactly what you're talking about. You grab the one monkey bar.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Hmm.
Yep. Yep.
What in the world am I even being accused of? I'm on the playground. I'm an innocent in all this.
Very.
Chris says, is this normal? The incessant do not recalls, and is it problematic for either side? So
It
yeah,
is
we did
normal.
talk about this, the do not recalls. This is very normal for a nurse practitioner or registered nurse in deposition that has been trained for this kind of stuff, because it can raise all kinds of issues for her or for him if it's a male nurse, about the like possible malpractice liability. So absolutely normal, totally awful for our experience, but basically the value of the testimony is in the notes.
It's in the notes.
Okay, wait,
The
we
notes
didn't
stand
finish
for
the Elon Musk entanglement because we were making jokes. So why is he paying or being speculated to be paying her legal fees? Just
Because
he's a
so
good guy.
there has been a suggestion that when they were dating, that the payment that went to the ACLU on her behalf was not paid by her, it was paid by him. There were like several small payments that went to the ACLU that only happened while they were dating. And I mean, for Elon
When
Musk,
she lied about
what is $100,000, right? It's nothing. It's tissue paper. So and then after they stopped dating, there were no other payments to the ACLU. That could just be coincidence, of course. This is pure speculation, but there has been a suggestion elsewhere that he was maybe paying some things on her behalf, and so maybe he was also doing that here
and paying the legal fees. It'll be interesting to see when he testifies what happens with that, and if he testifies twice.
I don't know if he's
Epstein
actually
calls him.
going to testify though, because he has not been successfully served a subpoena even for a deposition. So now either side could object to his testifying because they haven't had a chance to depose him.
That's fair.
I got commenters on my channel explaining that the entire Twitter bid is to distract from the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. So,
be.
I mean, it's wheels within wheels over here on YouTube.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of wheels
to pay to distract from a trial. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Well, again,
but he
because
does
it's
have
the
a
Musk
history
factor,
of
he could
doing
liquidate right
crazy
now and
things to
make money.
distract.
That's true.
You know, Elon invests in something, and it's helpful to have that much money because you can just control the market just by investing. So he'd be up 30% right now.
Wow,
that's fair. I have a more burning question that I meant to ask when I came in. Virtual legality. Did you paint the wall to match the sweater, or did you get the sweater to match the wall?
Well, you know, truthfully, I just like to sometimes be a floating head. And so I like to give that impression out there.
I love it so much.
Yeah. No, the truth is that I love red sweaters. I already had this office, and then I usually don't think about what I'm wearing before I turn my camera on. So you get this lovely effect. I am the least visual YouTuber in existence, which is why something like 95% of virtual legalities are not video featured. But yeah, you know.
Well, you didn't
don't wear
even.
the
Well,
red
when was
sweater
the first
with
time
the
you
red
even
wall. What
showed
are you
up
gonna
on
do
your
with it?
channel anyway?
Yeah.
It was like I remember the first time that you came onto my channel. This was in was it this last November or something? I can't remember. The first time I had you on my channel, a bunch of people were like, "Oh my gosh, he has a face."
You still get that.
They
You still get
they
that
were
because
your
most of
viewers
my
that had never
videos
seen you.
are faceless. So you still get face reveal. It's like I'm all over the place. I've been on Alita's channel for like 38 hours in the last week. So yeah, no, you still get that. I appreciate it. I appreciate you pointing it out to everybody too, Emily. No.
I was actually just deeply curious, and I'm so ADHD that until I had an answer, I wouldn't be able to focus on the rest of the conversation.
No, it's totally fine. No, this is they're slightly different shades, but no,
They
I
are.
like red sweaters, and I'm just wearing one. So it'll be blue or green or something tomorrow.
Well,
There
if
you
you
go.
got the green and the green wall, you could truly be a floating head, but then everybody would green screen you, and I don't know if you need those memes.
Well, I don't know chroma well enough. I
You
think I
can
could
green
probably
screen
take this
that.
out, right?
I mean, you can green screen that. We
Yeah.
can make we can make them anywhere.
It's
It's
just I'm
uniform
just
enough.
ahead. I want to be like the Superman's Ice Palace head. We'll get that
Marlon
going.
Brando.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think we finished the Elon conspiracy, and I appreciate it. I was just, it's just such an odd thing. The intertwining celebrity worlds of like money and fame and power, and it's
And the
just
markets
bizarre.
and yeah, completely agree. It's there's so much overlap in so many weird, crazy ways. Completely agree. C. Martinez, thank you for your super chat. Bearded Reaction says, Legalbytes, thank you for all the work that you do with these cases. I first subbed to your channel after I watched you during the Kyle case. You do a great service to YouTube. Keep it up. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Ziggy Starborn says, Happy Easter and thanks for the commentary. Happy Easter. And thank you for watching. Honest Mistake says, I understand why she would be trained to be careful, but at what point does dishonestly answering I do not recall become outright perjury? I mean, if she actually does recall, but she says she doesn't
Yeah, you
recall.
kind of-
But
it's in
then
your-
again, how
When
do
we
you
have
find that out
minority
if
How do you
it's just
prove
in
she
her
recalls?
brain?
How do
I
you
don't-
prove that?
And more to the point, how do you prove that she recalled at exactly that moment? Because even later, if she's saying it, she's like, "Oh, it came to mind," right?
Yeah.
No,
So,
I
yeah.
You
mean,
need,
we
you
talked
need
about
Elon
there-
Musk's neural link, right? Bringing it back to
Right.
Elon
That'd be
Musk.
back to Elon Musk. But we talked about it, even when some of those really long pauses where it's like, it's clearly she has something sparking in her mind, but it's not enough that she wants to put testimony forward. That's still okay. I don't recall enough to be comfortable putting this out there for something that's really important and that could cost somebody a lot of money.
And
That's
also
totally fine.
her professional reputation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly.
absolutely.
It's annoying, but it is not improper.
Yeah. Agreed. Manny Fabani says, Nurse Liz, having you here makes this even better. Amazing. We have nurses, we have a lawyer, we have magic. Come on, come one, come all. Legalbytes. Woohoo.
We do have magic.
Thank you, Danny. Yes, we did have a magic trick with Spidey from Behavioral Arts. He does behavioral analysis, and also he's a mentalist on another channel that he does. So he did it. He did a great card trick.
Yeah, I'm really
with Kurt.
disappointed. We got Kurt here. It's, he's at Easter dinner or whatever, but I was ready. I thought we were having another magic trick tonight. I'm not gonna lie.
I know. We'll have to bring him back for another one. He was here earlier, but yeah, hopefully he'll be back.
Speaking
sometime
of
this week again.
performers, Spidey's fun.
Yes. Austin SA says, cheers to flying muzzle free. Fed judge strikes down Biden's mask mandate. Maybe air sickness bags be used to catch lip tears. Oh man. I didn't realize that a federal judge struck down the mask mandate. That'll be
The extension
interesting to see.
I didn't know that either. We're
Yeah,
stuck in Depp Hurd
interesting.
land, folks.
Yep. Interesting. Tune in dropout says, that's funny. I'm actually waiting on a delivery and kept going to my door. I'm not sure what delivery you were talking about. I apologize. It's from a few hours ago, I think. Use the Force 1977 says, when are we going to get to the actual incidents in Australia, the James Corden show, etc., the Musk and Franco files, etc.? Well, we've been getting pieces of it, right? We've been getting pieces of Australia. We haven't gotten the James Corden show, but I anticipate us getting that with Amber Heard's testimony, because this is going to be one of those things to say, like, okay, what did you do the next day? And let's talk about your makeup. Let's talk about your hairstyling.
Are they going to call the makeup artist? I mean, if I was Depp's team, I think they would try
her
to.
stylist is listed as a witness. I believe she testified in the UK hearing through a written statement. And so I anticipate that she's going to show up. I need to double check, but last I checked, I think she was on the witness list. At the very least, I can't remember if it was by video depo or in person or through a live link. But
we've been slowly coalescing around Australia. It's like getting a clearer picture as we go along. I think people just expect, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney with the story that you're just going to get the whole thing in a row, and you don't. You get these like pieces, and Depp and Hurd, those testimonies are the closest we're going to get to like this, and this, and they're going to disagree wildly. Spoiler alert, we haven't seen it yet. They're going to disagree. So it's not going to be terribly clear on a number of aspects.
How many days do you think their testimony will go?
Couple?
Several. I would anticipate maybe like 3 days per person.
At least.
Yeah. I mean, because there's just a lot to talk about, and it's all relevant, right?
Well, they're
because
the king
they are
and
the
queen.
people that
theirs is going to matter the most.
Yeah. So that'll be about a third of this trial. We'll be hearing from Johnny and Amber, probably. Makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
They got to lay that
Susan.
foundation first, though.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Susan says Nurse Lloyd has admitted an injury on Amber and an act of rage / vandalism on JD's part. Given that she is his witness, this is not a small thing. The rage / vandalism on Johnny's part, I can't recall.
That's the whiteboard. She did the whiteboard.
Whiteboard incident. That's right. Yes.
And I
So
think is he referring to
what's the
injury
whiteboard
being-
incident?
After an argument, he punched a whiteboard.
Yep. Good summary. Yes.
How few words can I use?
A lot fewer than Ms. Lloyd and some of the rest of the testimony, certainly. But that was it. Yeah, she and it was contemporaneous nurse notes about the patient and the whiteboard, and then I don't know what injury Susan is referring to here. Is that the concussion check / headache?
Bruise on the arm in
Okay.
Australia. She had a bruise. Amber had a bruise on her arm. That was about it. That's what she saw. And so she said that she didn't see any other injuries. Now, of course, she's not her dedicated nurse, so it's not her responsibility to check her for injuries and stuff. But that was one that was apparent. So
is the other nurse on the list?
I think so. I've got to double check. She has to be. She has to be on the list for Amber. But yeah, or for at least one of them. I'm gonna double check, but I don't see how she's not on this list. So, but yeah, I do agree that both of those don't look good for Johnny. I mean, neither of those look good. Even if they say, okay, but Johnny was punching a whiteboard, not a person. It's still showing physical aggression in the presence of an argument. It's not particularly good for him.
No, you could maybe neutralize it and say, look, he's making the choice to hit property instead of people. But it's still, it's still a notch above what I do when we fight. You're not putting holes in walls, hitting whiteboards, whatever it might be. So it's not good. I think you said it all.
Yeah. Jillian J says the registered nurse would get in trouble for admitting to seeing and not reporting. Others testified she was there and Amber threw things. Possibly. She could possibly get in trouble for that, for not reporting. Bog Lord of the Bog says, do you think her not recalling could help make a case that Johnny wasn't this crazy monster, but rather unremarkable during the event? It could be that it leaves an impression that this nurse, who is a concierge nurse, and so you could say that she probably has worked with a lot of different celebrities in the past, and so has seen a lot of crazy, that somehow the details get lost, both across the time that she's dealt with him and in comparison to other people. I don't know.
What is remarkable is not remarkable to her.
Yeah,
same
be.
I don't think you can read it either way, right? Like, I think if I do not recall isn't a big deal either way, I don't think it is suggestive of that means Johnny's great. No,
Yeah.
I don't think it goes either direction.
That's a good point. Correct. Yeah. The Age of Fabulous. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome. Potato Pirate says textbook abuse tactics, interfering with a partner's self-improvement, destabilization, control, attempting to provoke toxic response, and push to relapse. And we are supposed to be hearing from an expert on this kind of domestic violence stuff. So I would anticipate seeing that all explained by an expert right for the jury, and them saying, look, I've looked at Amber's behavior, I've looked at Johnny's behavior. This is exactly what I see. So that'll be a very interesting
Probably a
person
couple
to hear
of them,
from
I
as
would
well.
imagine.
I was gonna say, if there's gonna be one, we're probably gonna have a battle of experts, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course.
I will be I know that that's an independent expert. I will be interested to see if they have them testify before or right after Depp. I would think you would want the jury kind of primed, if scheduling works out, to have that lens shift where you give them the expert who says this is how this behavior works, and lens shift it as Depp explains his own behavior. And it'll be interesting to see if they stack it that way to give the jury the perspective that they need to hear that testimony the way Depp's side wants them to hear it.
So you think Depp might not be last?
I think Depp might not be last. It'll be interesting to see how they do that with it. But I do think they want to push him towards the end, because again, recency matters to juries, and this is a 6-week-long trial.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I want to see where that expert falls in.
I yield on strategy to the litigators.
This was something I didn't get a ton of control over in criminal because of scheduling, because sometimes of how quickly you would be in trial based on how many other trials you would have. So you wouldn't always get to plan it out the way it would be most ideal, depending on scheduling. But it was something I always thought of. And I was like, in my ideal world, this is how I would like these puzzle pieces to fit together, because I wanted the story to build so that the jury wasn't jumping around in time, so that it was building. And then I wanted to end with the stuff that was either that was generally most impactful. I would lead with the stuff that if they forgot, it would be fine. So foundational stuff, digital stuff, cell
Makes
phone
sense.
records, things like that.
Yeah.
Eastern Columbia building.
Eastern Columbia
employees.
building.
The
ECB.
Also, I'm seeing in the chat, somebody is saying, not stop something or other. What was this? Something about super chats. I don't know. Somebody's upset about mixed super chats from multiple feeds. All these super chats are from this particular feed. And I apologize that I haven't gotten to everybody's here yet, but I promise that I will be getting to them. I have starred all of them. They're all saved. So we're getting to them one after another. So anyhow, Ashton France says, I love ASMR, law ASMR, found my new kink. I'm glad you appreciated it because that's pretty much the only way that we could try to comment with the video deposition, because it's like the courtroom feed is low enough as it is. And then when they do the deposition video on top of that, it's like
half of half volume. Yeah.
Yes.
You have to comment like this.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Hello.
It's like we're watching a golf match.
I kind of love that. We should just do an entire stream like this.
I agree, Emily. Let's do it. Let's do an ASMR law stream.
It might preserve your voice longer.
Please do that.
That is true.
My voice is
That is
thrashed
true.
from singing karaoke in Nashville. It's
Excellent.
completely my fault.
Mine too.
That
Don.
sounds like so much fun.
I'm feeling very uncomfortable with when you two ladies are doing that. I'm not going to kid you.
We'll move on.
Joe's
Laura
might
S.
fall over. No, it's all good.
Loving the coverage and the addition of Nurse Liz. Thank you. I appreciate that. She was great. It was great having her on. Dawn Noel Hull says, sending some law nerd love your way. I appreciate your streams because they're helping me get through studying and doing schoolwork. Well, I appreciate you watching and thank you so much for the super chat. It's been great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Whimsical says, as a woman, victim of DV and SA, I am pissed AF that Amber because victims have a hard enough time being believed as it is. Maybe because I'm European, I do not get the undertones you see. I'm not sure which undertones
We
you're
don't get
referring to.
undertones either. We all think that she basically she's harmed women at large.
Yeah,
Similar
I think so.
to the way Jussie Smollett harmed genuine race victims.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
already.
Yeah. I definitely think so. I think that I mean, I certainly feel this way. I can't really, speak on behalf of anybody else, but I definitely see this as another case where somebody is using a particular movement for their own gain, and at the harm of other people. And it's not just Johnny Depp that's being harmed here. It's real victims that are being harmed by these kinds of accusations that are made we're really, I think we are seeing as that they're coming out as false, and we'll continue to see that as we see more evidence come out in this trial. It's crazy the kind of stuff that she got up to.
It affects jury pools so much because this is the kind of stuff that people on the whole talk about, look at, have conversations about, and then when they come into a jury trial, these are those kind of subconscious biases people bring in to these kinds of cases sitting as a jury, not just in the community at large. It's the thing I hate so much about whenever you have large movements where questions can't be asked. If you can't ask a question, we've gotten to a place where there's a problem.
Yeah.
There's ways to ask questions with compassion. It doesn't mean you're not believing people. It's like, no, I want to believe you. Can you help me get there? And
because the next person that writes an op-ed for the Washington Post, that's a domestic violence survivor and a sexual abuse survivor and victim, this will pop in your head. I mean, it just will. And so I was debating whether or not to just let Joe talk for me when he says we all agree on something. I always think about that 3 times. It's like, well, okay. But yeah, even though I'm sitting here and I think folks probably know me a little bit as the guy that's not convinced this is a winning defamation case, and I'm still not. I do think that as the case goes on, it becomes increasingly clear that Amber Hurd is not as she depicted herself in that Washington Post op-ed. Does that make it defamatory? I have my doubts, but certainly I do think she did harm when you think, okay, well, clearly she's not as angelic and as innocent in all this as she suggested. And that's a problem when there's important stuff to answer on all these things. These movements start because there is something that's probably worth talking about.
Yes, Harvey Weinstein.
When you discount this kind of stuff to this level, you're not going to see the change that you probably need to see changed. And so I do agree. Joe, you're allowed to speak for me on that one.
It's interesting. Joe, you're allowed to speak until I get you right off because I'm going to follow right on what Hogue said real quick. Sorry, Richard. But when you look at not just what she said in the breadth of it, but you look at the way that her team was trying to shift it in opening, saying that, you know, she said she spoke out against domestic violence, and she did. She called the police. She got a restraining order. They were trying to shift what they mean by speaking out. And I think that that is going to be a very solid strategy for this jury, saying, well, she did speak out. So even if you don't agree that she's a victim, her statement's not a lie because the statement's about speaking up. The statement's not about whether she's a
Right
true
then to
victim.
come out on the Washington Post statements.
Yes.
Is that
So-
it's like she, regardless of the veracity of the original claim,
Yep.
she is at the point that 2018 rolls around a representative or
Yep.
speaking out, and she observed how institutions work to protect someone who has alleged violence. And it's like, well, that's not wrong either. So
Yeah.
again, defamation is just tough. I do think there's a way Johnny wins if he can actually show that Amber's a really, really, false,
Malicious.
evil,
Yes.
malicious person. It's a great term, especially for defamation. And so I do think there's a potential win there. I just think it's a hard road. Either way, I think that it's clear that the relationship was a mess.
Yep.
Yes.
Sorry, Joe.
That is definitely for sure.
It's okay. I'm out of here now. So
Oh, okay.
That's it. We're
yeah, look, Emily's she's got to talk for me. Whatever I'm gonna say, she's gonna say it anyway.
No. Did
It's
we
the
at least get you to
ASMR. It was too much for
43K?
Joe. He's got to go.
No.
We just wanted to talk about the opening real quick on that because they are trying to. I
did
see
we
the
at least
chat
get you to
calling you
43K?
unleavened instead of unbreaded.
No, you didn't get me to 43K. I appreciate the
Aw.
efforts. I'm at
Oh man, guys, go
42,970
go over to his
something.
channel and subscribe.
You're about
Yes.
to Bing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we gotta get him to Bing.
yeah.
What?
I don't know what big
It's a term
means.
that Emily uses.
What does that mean?
I
about the
have
Bing?
I have a sub counter back here that makes an audible Bing.
For
Mine
So
doesn't
$1,000.
make that
Every
noise. I think I
1,000?
need to set that up.
yeah, it makes it pretty loud. So you can go in and set it and set the volume up so it
Okay.
audibly bings. So we
Oh,
celebrate that on my channel when it bings.
Okay.
I need to take a
cool.
look at that and how to do
I have to
that.
drop by Emily's channel more often because it sounds like she's partying all the time.
she has she got stuff going on there. She's got everything going on. You guys need to
we
sub
have
to her because she's got everything going on right there.
I don't know
I
about
do love her energy. That's Emily. The one thing I love about Emily, she's always got the energy and the smile. And I love how she always starts like this and has so much energy. It's like I wish I had that sometimes.
we
Yeah.
have a lot of energy.
Yeah.
Again, unmedicated
Inspiring.
ADHD.
Sometimes
Well, I
like
know
that.
whenever you're going to appear or you're in chat because the purple hearts come out.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Well, go Bing, Joe, and then you can text
Yeah.
out that you binged, and everybody will know what you mean. But go
I
Bing.
w-
Good luck.
if I bing, I will text that I binged. Okay, that's what I will do. If I hit 43, I will text out I binged. By the
Please
time I
do
text
that.
it out,
I'm interested in the
Susan might clear out
responses.
200 people from me. But even if I cross that threshold, I will announce to the world that I binged. And those who
There
get
we
it,
go.
get it. Those who don't. Thank you so much. Great seeing you all. I'll be back here, God willing, tomorrow at some point. Okay.
All right,
Joe.
sounds good. Thanks,
Later.
Joe.
Yeah, the law nerds definitely bring their support around the interwebs and around the country. They're where I go, they also come.
That's awesome.
That's awesome
That's really
that you have
great.
such
Yeah,
a
look at that.
positive
Look at all those
community.
purple hearts in the chat.
Yeah.
I love it.
See?
I love it.
I love it.
See, it's her
Um,
power, but see, I just got to reference it and it happened. So that's kind of fun too.
Ah.
I'm in the way.
It's like you can
hearts
have
are
a
rooting for
magic
you then.
wand
Yeah.
and it shows up. Oh, that's awesome. Jacqueline Nash says, I have my volume up like 10x more for the courtroom, so accidentally clicking off is terrifying. Question, is the jury over all these video depos? Yes, they are definitely over it for sure, because I say this all the time. If you're bored, the jury is bored,
Mhm.
right? Because we are very interested in this. A lot of times we have outside knowledge of the case that we are just particularly interested. That's why we're watching in the first place. You know, you guys also have lawyers and nurses and behavioral analysts kind of helping to explain things too. So they don't have any of that. They don't have anybody talking in their ear. So of course they are even more likely to get bored by stuff even before us, I would say.
You guys remember when your teacher used to like bring in the roll in the TV during class and put on a video? That's exactly how this jury feels. Like, it's exciting at first. You're like, ooh, a video. And then you completely check out mentally.
See, Emily, I love you because when they first did the first deposition with ECB, I said, oh, it's substitute teacher time. They're rolling in the video card.
Yes, that's
So-
exactly what it is.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
everybody checks out. And every time you in the chat or us on the channel, every time you're listening to these and you want to pick up your phone and check what's going on Twitter, that's what the jury's thinking too. All of them want to pick up their phone and they
have no
can't.
outlet.
They want to do something else and they can't. And it's getting harder and harder for juries. I think we're so used to being on our phone that when we get bored, we very much, I do particularly, rely on picking up our phone
Before you put
to,
it, yeah.
to
And
look for
jury-
something more interesting. It's like, fuck this shit, I'm bored. Like even at commercials, whenever I watch
Yeah. When you
TV,
think about like when they go and they say we're going to enter evidence, and it takes 10 minutes for them to just say the
we're
number.
just sitting there looking at each other.
I could check Twitter or whatever now. No,
Yep.
not the jury. The jury is sitting there waiting for a plane that is going to arrive in 6 weeks.
And they don't even get to watch. I mean, when you're doing video, they don't even get to watch the body language of the attorney asking the question, because even that will keep them occupied. How are the attorneys, moving? What are they wearing? What do their shoes look like today? They will zero in on all of that. So I imagine they get bored and start looking out in the gallery to see what people are doing out in the audience as they are trying to not yawn visibly.
Yep. Very, very true. Very true. Use the Force 1977 says, I have a friend in law enforcement. He sounds exactly like the security guard, wants to
Oof,
tell you what they
yes.
saw professionally and as cold as possible. Absolutely.
That was a cop
He-
giving testimony.
Cop.
Completely. Cop. Manny Fabani says he was looking for a computer bag. Talking about going into Penthouse 3, I think, when he did a little bit of a side quest and leaving. Use the Force. You appreciated that, Rick? Video game reference. Use the Force 1977 says, I disagree. He said his answer's like a cop. And very different people are going to read that testimony differently. There may be jurors who agree with Use the Force 1977. And there may be others that agree with, us on the panel that were like, oh, he comes across as pretty biased, and I don't really believe him, when we're in these iffy areas. So, but that's why you have a bunch of different people joining in on one panel to be jurors, because they bring in different perspectives. And so we'll see what happens. Ariva says, what did you think about severity in the photos? Well, the first set of photos for Johnny Depp looked like, he had a pretty noticeable bruise there. It looked real. The scratches on his face, though, didn't exactly look like there was much there, right? We were kind of talking about that on the stream when we were looking at them, that it didn't really look like, and also we addressed the fact that when you have a photo of something, sometimes it doesn't exactly come up, right, as it does in person. So seeing scratches in a photo, it might be less noticeable, but it still was not exactly like oh my God, these are terrible injuries, right?
Yeah, the December 2015 ones, I was not terribly convinced by.
Yeah.
What's interesting is that the security guard thought that they were significant enough to take the photos of. And I think that almost matters more than the photos, that he's saying, this is why I wanted to take them. And I hope they get into that more on cross-exam. I'm sure they'll step in it and ask, well, why were you taking these photos? And he's like, because I saw him injured. I saw him hurt and I wanted to document it. That's my training. But I think it will juxtapose Amber's lack of a lot of photographic evidence. And I think they will use it to stair step that, like everything that happened to him, it was documented, versus her, where there's this striking lack of documentation.
Yeah.
You don't seem to have a lot of faith in the Hurd cross-exam team, Emily.
That attorney pissed me off during opening, and I don't have any faith that she will continue to do anything other than sound like Umbridge lecturing me over shit that I hate every time she opens her mouth.
You know what's
She's
funny about that?
unbelievable.
I liked her cadence. Like I liked her engagement with the jury, and then she went on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And then I entirely agree with you. But I thought she was going to be the best. I thought she had the best presentation, and then she was all over the place.
Her conversational style initially was very appealing, but then you don't realize until a little bit into her portion of the opening statement that her conversational style is also an unstructured and basically unorganized style as well. So she was just rambling all over the place.
It was like
and
50 incidents. I mean, it was, yeah.
She was talking about like Chad down the street. She's like, oh yeah. And then Travis was there too. And you're like, who the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. I don't know any of these people. All these events are blending in together. What are you even saying? What is going to happen when I have to listen to all of these different events throughout this trial and I don't know where to put them? It's like you're trying to give them boxes that people can put this information into. That's what you're supposed to do in the opening statement, not
seeing this
give
in
them all the
practice now,
information.
I wish one side or the other would have just put up a timeline and said, these are the big things that we're going to look at, because everything's coming in, and I've got May 21st, 2016 down now. I got March 7th, 2015. I mean, I'm getting there, but I wish you would have just said, hey, these are the big circle areas that we're going to hit.
They should have given you the roadmap with like the scenic spots. It's like, you're going to look for this and this and this, and neither side did it great. I just found, of all of the attorneys so far, I find Birdhoft, or whatever her name is, to be somewhat abrasive, and I personally don't particularly care for her style. And I also think when Amber Heard is being described by Johnny Depp's side as abrasive, aggressive, shrill, I don't think that's the style of attorney you want to pick. You want somebody more like Vasquez, who, though sometimes she gets a little rattled on getting objected to and what have you, she comes across as much more even keeled. She has a much more even cadence, and she seems much more likable. And if you think a jury doesn't care about those things, they have nothing else to look at but these lawyers. They care.
I think it's a great point. I mean, I think Johnny's team definitely comes across as chiller. I think of them as more Midwestern, which is probably just my own biases. But that's how they come across to me. I agree. I haven't been as impressed with her technical chops. I think Chu is great, as far as I can tell from what he's done so far, which is not that much. But she does get flustered, but she definitely doesn't fall into, so you don't like the woman on Amber Heard's team. I don't like really, really super aggressive cross-ex guy. Whose name I don't know, but like the one that jumped down the throat of the sister to start out with. I was like, oh,
They both came in too hot in their cross examinations and without much skill.
You've got to save it. You've got to save coming in hot for when it really, really matters. Otherwise, it's like if you scream at your kid or your dog or whatever all the time, it's just like, oh, they just scream all the time, like nothing matters. If you save it for when it matters, you will have so much more impact in court. And don't get me wrong, trial work has a bit of theater to it. A long pause, a raise of the voice, a change of cadence. It keeps your jury engaged. But if everything's DEFCON red, then nothing is.
Exactly.
Yeah. No.
Such a good point. Ian Runkle pointed that out earlier when he was on the stream. He said, it's always something that you can do is to raise the temperature or raise the tempo. But bringing it back down when you've started too hot is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. And I completely agree. Brendan Davis says, forgive me if this was already asked, but could there be some legal ramifications for Barlow for having a doctored post by Gina? The ramification is she's not allowed in court anymore. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys think that there could be anything more beyond that? I don't see it.
I think in general, there should be more penalties for this kind of stuff. But the reality is there won't be. That comedy and keeping things moving and the trains running on time is generally more preferred than punishing this kind of stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed. Eli Ostreicher says, Alita is the sweetest person and this channel is phenomenal. Thank you. Question, how in the world did he lose the UK court? Wasn't all this evidence presented? There are a number of reasons. Well, number one difference is that it's a British system instead of American. There are some different rules. Another thing is that they had the decision was made by a single judge, not by a panel of jurors. So you've got one person that has to make up their mind as opposed to having a bunch of people that have to come to a decision together. So they're all going to work things out together. So that's another reason. Another thing that really jumped out to me about the UK trial, which I thought was absolutely insane, was that the judge ended up just excluding all expert testimony, just all of it, which to me, especially in a case like this where there's so much psychological stuff that needs to be explained, medical stuff that needs to be explained, there's so much there that you cannot get to a layperson without having an expert testify to explain those kinds of things properly and reliably.
Judges think they're lay people, though.
Well, and I would say So
I
they're
think
talking
that
about
was
wife.
ego for the
They're
judge.
talking about wife
Could
beater
be.
in the Sun case, right? So if you can find as a finder of fact that you think he beat her at one point in any time, then I think wife beater is okay. It's a little bit different than what we're dealing with in the Washington Post and what's happening here with this particular defamation.
And it also was, if you find it really more likely than not that at some point he had beat her, then it's okay because the standard's different. But not all the evidence that came in, not all the evidence that will come in this case came in the UK case. We're going to get more here from Depp's side because Depp was in a really hard place in the UK case where he's defending against the Sun saying it. And the Sun got to present their source, Amber Hurd, and what she told them, but he didn't get to rebut their source a lot because his suit wasn't against her. The UK is like, this is what, the Sun's like, this is what we relied on. And the
Even
judge
if
was like,
Amber Hurd is
"Good enough.
crazy, they can rely on her.
Good enough.
Yeah.
This is what they had to rely on. Good enough is what
Yeah.
the judge said. So it's
Yeah.
different.
Which and I do think that if that case had been brought in the United States, I think he probably would have lost because it's the actual malice standard, right? Because all the publishing company needs to do is to say we relied on someone that was a source that seemed reasonable. And it's
She was the
reasonable to
wife.
rely on someone. She was the wife. She filed a
Who
domestic
else are you
violence
gonna rely
restraining
on?
order. There are
Right.
actual
There's a
things that
restraining
she went
order.
to a
It was
court, you know.
granted.
Yeah, exactly. So it is reasonable for somebody to rely upon that if there's, nothing else that they have access to, no information that they have access to that says otherwise. A relatively new case that is kind of similar to this is the Trevor Bauer case, Dodgers pitcher, who is suing a woman for defamation along similar lines. However, she lost her request for a domestic violence restraining order, and I'm sorry, and it's not
Right.
against the woman. It's against Deadline, and I think there's another one. There's like two of them against multiple publishing companies. The Athletic, that was it.
Could be my tweets at that point.
So they actually relied upon her domestic violence restraining order. However, A, the court found against her, and B, along with that were her medical records that show that she in fact did not have a cracked skull, even though they were saying that she did. So the fact that they had that information, that is a much stronger case against a publishing company for defamation about somebody else.
And for
with
damages,
the same actual malice.
the sports leagues, since they're so sensitive to it, you can see how exposed they are to that kind of problem. So Trevor Bauer literally did lose a lot.
Yes.
And is easily shown.
I also am going to interrupt because I saw this in the chat and I just went and confirmed it. Court TV is sharing that Johnny Depp is taking the stand tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah, I think we heard that this morning, didn't we?
This is what
Okay.
Court TV has said at 5:13 p.m. on Twitter. Breaking,
Okay.
Court TV has confirmed that tomorrow Johnny Depp will take the stand in his defamation trial against ex-wife. I saw it in the chat, so I went to go look, and that's what Court TV is reporting.
So
Thank
probably
you
not
for
last.
pointing that out.
So sorry.
That's
No worries.
that's a big deal. Obviously. So be sure to be here tomorrow to watch it.
I mean, yikes.
Yeah. Although I do kind of wish that they had put in their experts first for the same reasons that you were saying, Emily. I think that's a really good idea. We'll see.
I mean,
Let's
I don't
see.
know what their scheduling looks like with everybody, but yeah, I wish they would have put their experts first.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, it's better
Gamer-
than a video.
it's everything's better than
Of course. Gamer J Stewart says if JD wins, can Amber Heard face jail time for the lies told? No.
This
We
is
discussed
an interesting
that earlier.
theme
Probably not.
here.
Everybody
So
wants
Yeah.
her to go to
many people are
jail. Look,
interested.
people are mad about lying and want people to go to jail, and it just doesn't work that way. You don't just go directly to jail with these things.
Yeah. You might pass go and not collect $200, but you don't automatically go
Might
to
lose
jail.
7 to 40 million. Who knows?
Manny Fabani said, "Get Joe to 43." I hope we have. I hope he's gotten to 43 by now. Janice Wingfield says, "Law nerd here. I love subscribing to any channel that Emily is on." Well, I'm happy to have you here, and I'm of course happy to have Emily here as well. Lisa says, "Oh, did we read this? Oh, wait,
We did.
I
You
did
did.
read this one. Okay, good." Tabitha Westbrook says, I'd really like a good forensic psychological exam of both by someone who understands abuse dynamics. Then we may get clarity on who is the perpetrator. Well, they did, the court did order Amber Heard to be subject to some kind of a psych exam. They did not order the same for Johnny, which is interesting that they felt the need for Amber and not for Johnny. And this was all put in front of the court for discovery motions and everything. So very, very interesting stuff. So I anticipate that we're going to see that the result of that examination coming out.
From whichever side it was good for.
Yeah, exactly. KDP says, thanks for your fantastic and informative coverage of the trial. Of course. Thank you for watching. Kayla Duck says, any thoughts on the fact that Kipper is Debbie's doctor?
Wasn't that wild? That was
weird.
That was a
It was
wild
really
answer.
weird.
That was weird.
Thinking about doctor-patient privilege and legal issues such as this. Well, they were very careful when they asked about it because they said, without giving any details of it, you said that you are his patient, right? How long have you been his patient? And that was it. There was nothing about any communications that they've had together, nothing about the specifics of her treatment, what it was for. That was very
well. They
was
stayed
very
in that
interesting.
yurt together on that Caribbean island. I don't know. They said there were separate rooms, but that's yurt sharing.
Once you share a yurt, I mean, everything
can't
goes
come
out
back
the
from
window,
that.
right?
The way she said yurt sent me. I was just like, she's like, no, it was a yurt. And I'm like, that's so specific.
It really is. It really is.
I
It's
just love that there's a yurt in play in this. It was great.
of course. Jay Birdie Lewis says, are they allowed to pick and choose when they call out hearsay? I feel
Sure.
like they only do it when it references Amber. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you could let it in.
Yeah. All kinds of reasons. Tasha Andrews says, is that your phone?
That's me. I've got to bounce.
Is that
Okay.
teleporter? Good stuff, Emily.
Well,
Okay.
thanks for stopping by. I'll
Good
see
to
you.
see y'all. Thank you.
Of course.
I've got to figure out how to get out.
Tasha Andrews says, anyone know if Johnny was wearing any arnica cream? Man,
I know
wish
that
we
would have
could
taken
know,
those
but
bumps
maybe,
right off.
But maybe some amica cream. I'm not sure. Heidi says, in the deposition with Debbie, why can they discuss her notes but not play the audio of her and Dr. Kipper? Because the best evidence is going to be asking them directly rather than playing the audio from previous conversations or whatever. So, asking them what they remember, asking them for their notes, but the audio would be useful in impeachment if there's any divergence from the previous what was on the recording. So I don't know if you guys have anything to add to that. Mia
I
Mina
don't know
said,
the audios that people are asking about, so I can't. It's I get what's put in front of me.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense. Mia Mina says, didn't he say at the end of the one set of texts that he could never hurt her? I can't remember, to be
I don't
honest.
think I've seen that one in the case so far.
Yeah, at least there may have been one that they read from that they haven't shown.
Okay.
But unless I also could have missed it at some point. There's been a lot of text messages that have kind of flown around. David Bowser, I equate ridiculous situations to monkeys effing footballs all the time. I died laughing when that came up.
Do you really, David Bowser? See, I want a sociological report on where and how often this particular idiom is used. I have never heard that in my life.
I never had either,
so
but it's
fascinating.
hilarious. I kind of maybe want to now, but
it
in
does
some
the
limited
job, doesn't it?
circumstances,
It does the job.
It really does. Potato Pirate says, it drives me crazy that no one explains that he uses Hunter S. Thompson's voice when he's upset to vent it. See how Hunter describes anyone in writing.
It is a Hunter S. Thompson style. That is not a wrong comment.
Mikey Barbie says, I was born in Fairfax Hospital, grew up in Prince William County, Manassas area. I am a Manasolian. Manasolian. Kurt, I feel like you could help me on the pronunciation. Is it Manasolian, Manasolian? Because you've lived in, you were in
Manassas?
Virginia. Yeah.
That's man-ass-holian. It's
Yeah, I got
man-ass-holian,
nothing really for you on that one.
Manasolian. Okay.
It's asshole at the end.
Oh, no. Mia Mina says, I'm never doing a face reveal.
See, and I didn't face reveal for 2.5 years, but then these all folks said, hey, come on, do some trials with us. Sure.
Of course. 64-bit goodness said, the only foundation being allowed in this case is Amber Heard's makeup. Oh, yeah, they are kind of sticklers on the foundation objections. I think a little bit too much in my opinion, but
I really, on this last one especially, I think they just saw her getting tripped up by basically anything. and we're just killing her flow. I mean, I think that's all it was.
Yeah, I think so. Is everything okay here? Suddenly my stream here. Okay. Oh,
Did you get
all right,
shut
we're
down or
good.
something? That'd be good.
Yeah, no, it just I was concerned about that, but for some reason my page just like ended, so I just had to refresh. Okay, we're back. Good. Happy says, will Amber Turd's close friends testify or not? Well, they are on the witness list via deposition. So if they do, it's going to be real boring, most likely. And
Is
we
Whitney
don't even
deposition?
what's that?
Whitney's deposition not live?
Oh, sorry. Whitney's testimony will be live, assuming that she is actually called. But I think that she will, because Amber's claim is that she was also like involved in one of these incidents, and that Amber was trying to keep her safe from Johnny.
She's been referenced a lot. I'm just trying to keep track of the people that have gotten a lot of references. Whitney has been referenced in almost everybody's testimony.
Yeah, exactly. Lynn Bain, super sticker. Thanks so much for the super sticker. I love it. Kathy Lau says the Washington Post has an article just put out that says Johnny will take the stand tomorrow, possibly. Thank you.
You gotta advertise those tweets. You gotta tell people Johnny's showing up.
Yes, of course. Oh, as soon as I get out of here, I will definitely be doing that.
You could do one of those 10-second YouTube countdown videos that just says tomorrow, Jack Sparrow, Edward Scissorhands,
That's
Tuesday,
not a bad
Tuesday,
photos.
Virginia Courthouse, Fairfax County. It's the trial of the century made realist. Johnny Depp takes the stand. We'll sell you the entire seat, but you only need the edge.
There you go.
I'm just saying those little 10-second countdown videos I see more and more.
Oh God, I love it.
Coming up. Yeah.
Coming up to a live stream near you. That's fantastic. I love it. Ricky L. Hendricks says caffeine equals energy. I think we needed it for some of these witnesses, right? Gromax says, if one bings too much, do they become a binger? I hope not.
That's good.
I certainly hope not, right? P-Dub says, you can tell the difference between photos that are not altered versus photoshopped. I don't know.
I'm not good enough.
There's some good technology out there, and I don't know that I have the confidence to say that I can do it, that I can tell the difference. Coleman Sweeney says Johnny would hit property to make her let him leave. They would fight. She would hit him. He can't hit her, so she wouldn't let him leave. He hits Wald. That's actually.
I think you should be able to hit. I think you should hit back. It's like if people are hitting you, it's like
Well, then you get into issues like this, right? Where if he hits at all. But
this is an entirely plausible read of like the whiteboard situation, but it's not the only read. That's why we say it's not necessarily great.
Yes,
because he did need to lash out.
We're looking at this from the best possible perspective of Johnny, and the best possible perspective is there is no whiteboard incident, right? He's always kept his cool, which is, of course, in a lot of situations is kind of an impossible standard, but we're just talking about that would be the best possible scenario. This is, of course, a very good read on those facts, and honestly, it could very well be that the jury reads it exactly that way as well.
Honestly, I'd expect Johnny, if they were talk to us about the whiteboard incident, I would expect roughly this as the explanation, which is fine, but it comes down to evaluating the witness and how you feel about what they're saying. That's why they're in the room mostly, if you're not watching videos.
Yeah, exactly. Mademoiselle, aka Heather, says that Amber Heard female lawyer seemed like she was testifying during her open. She never said we will show, talked as if it is accepted as fact, hated it. Yeah, there was and that's something is that generally speaking, the statements in the opening statement are going to be the evidence will show Johnny was a drug user. The evidence will show, you will see, you will see through the evidence, that kind of thing. But if they miss a couple here and there, you can kind of assume that what they're saying is that the evidence will show. But she did have kind of a lot in between her evidence will shows.
She just told stories for like 20 minutes at a time. It's true. You get a lot of breadth in opening, though. You get leeway.
Fair. Debbie Jo A says somehow that lawyer managed to become Charlie Brown's teacher, taking the football, right? The
No,
realistic
that's
mystic.
Lucy. The teacher is. Wah, 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 wah.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Rather than the football, that's Lucy in the football. I'm thinking.
Yes.
The realistic mystic. Thanks for becoming a YouTube member. Awesome. Happy to have you there. Rags Yule says, any chance the parties will settle?
Not at this
Amber Heard
point.
is
Not at this
damaging
point.
credibility.
There's no way on this earth.
No. Yeah, I can't see that being a possibility. Really,
You
at
spent
all.
most of the money. You might as well see it through.
Yes.
These
Yeah.
people are locked into whatever narratives they have in their own head.
Yeah,
That's true too.
yeah. The realistic mystic says, glad to be a new member. Question: should body language experts be used in the court to help discourage dishonesty during
Oh
testimony?
God, no.
I love our
think
guests, but
to
no.
testify? Fuck no.
Yeah.
No.
And
No.
he
I think it's,
he also admits that too, that he says, like this is to be for a starting point to understand this kind of stuff. It's not meant to be used like as testimony because
It's a soft art. I want to give him full credit. A lot of interesting insights. It can't go past soft kind of understandings.
yeah.
It can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lie
It's
detectors
like-
have their own problems. I mean, we don't bring in a lot of other stuff
Yeah.
into court.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's the jurors are expected to read these people through their own human experiences, the ways that they have learned to read people throughout their lives as well. Maybe they watch behavioral arts, not right now because he's got a lot of stuff on the Johnny Depp trial now, but maybe they do go and watch these kinds of channels and they understand this kind of stuff themselves. But having an expert come in as a behavioral analyst is not something that's going to be allowed at trial.
No, it's like how to
So-
be a juror. I mean, you can't have that expert come in. Although it might be a voir dire question on a questionnaire one day. If you got behavioral analysts on YouTube all over, you don't watch a ton of that, do you, potential juror?
Yeah. Yeah. Which, I mean, that could go one way or another, really, right?
Well, if you got
Um,
jurors analyzing blink rate, we probably go in the wrong direction. I would
Oh,
guess.
that's fair. That's fair. Old Sport Coffee says, can't wait to see JD on the stand. Hopefully he'll clear things up. 15% off all wake up juice at Old Sport Coffee using code Amica Cream.
do we have a
Okay,
competitor for Dragon's Treasure?
This one is not one that I get a commission from. So I don't need to disclose that on, with
No
with an FTC
disclosures.
disclosure,
No, you
but
got to set
hey,
a rule though. If you want to add copy, it's $20 or nothing less than $20 ad copy. And then
although,
$10
I mean, I
ad.
do get the benefit of the super chat, right? The $10 super chat. I have
we gotta
not
set some
tried
ground
Old Sport
rules here.
Coffee, but I think I should probably check it out. Amica Cream as a code. That's awesome.
Well, I'm much more a
well,
coffee guy than a tea guy, so call me.
K Jam says, did anyone notice JD's welcome mat in the house in the Bahamas? It said, "Beat it, hippie." Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, that's funny.
Which
Just
coming
like
from
his
Johnny
text
Depp,
message
is
about
like
his
a
wife's
strange
analyst.
idea.
Yeah. SoCal Sec, thank you so much for the super chat.
He's consistent about wanting to beat hippies.
Oh no. Oh no.
He is.
So, well, we're all caught up with super chats. Is there anything?
Yay.
Oh, of course, as I say that, we got another one. But is there anything else that you guys wanted to say before we kind of mosey on out and get ready for tomorrow?
No, I was glad I was able to pop back in. I wasn't anticipating being
Yeah.
available this afternoon, but I set a 5 p.m. show that was actually 5 p.m. Pacific. So if you're interested in talking video games and just seeing me again, I'll be on with Colt Eastwood talking about Activision and Microsoft in about an hour.
Yes.
So I'll be over on his channel. Otherwise, no, I think this has been great. I was not anticipating getting an announcement to hear from Johnny Depp, so I will be here tomorrow, definitely.
Yes. Absolutely.
And yeah, very exciting time.
Come on over and watch with us. It'll be tons of fun. Kurt,
I'll be
what do
here.
you-
I
what do you
didn't
have?
sit through ECB manager to miss Johnny Depp. Okay, so I will be here.
True. Very true.
We haven't talked a lot about the issue, but I'm kind of with Richard on the issues of the defamation, or at least my skepticism on the defamation, and the ultimate legal standard. Now, what will happen in reality and how the courts will look at, who knows? But
jury.
I feel like the question we're supposed to be asking, and the question we are asking, are not the same thing. And I think there's a scenario where you reach a verdict and it gets overturned on appeal. And we talked a little bit about that because I'm just having a hard time, because it seems like we're trying to get these statements, these 3 statements, to do so much work. And it just seems like it seems like it's too much. Can you get them to say they're talking about Johnny Depp? Sure. But can you say, though, they're talking about in any sort of depth. So like those statements are implicitly invoking specific incidents or specific things, that those are reaccusations. I'm like, I don't, it seems like a lot of inference. So I'm not super confident on that one myself. So it'll be interesting to see what happens down the road. But this trial, I think, has stopped being about the 3 defamation statements, and now it's just who's the bigger jackass, and that's the only question the jury's asking at this point. So there's something that's a little bit frustrating there on the technical aspects
from the lawyers.
From the lawyer's point of view, right? There's something that's like not pure about it, but that's okay. It can be just me that's disappointed, and maybe Richard.
I don't know if I'm disappointed, but no, I felt that way as soon as it started. Like I sat down for opening statements and go, oh, those aren't strong defamation statements. And then everything was about incidents from the last, 14, 15, 16. And I was like, we're not going to spend 6 seconds on how these are defamatory.
I don't believe she wrote the title. I don't believe she wrote the title. So I think we're left with 2, right? We're left these.
But there's a possibility that she saw it and accepted it. They may have said, okay, are you okay with this title?
I'm not
and
sure
if she says okay,
her like giving her blessing really qualifies as it being her statement either.
I mean, there's some I statements in there. I don't know. I think you could get her on that.
Yeah,
on the title one?
Yeah, the title. It's just like I don't know about that.
If she read it and approved it before it went live.
Well, I mean, it could be the kind of thing, as you say, that even if it's after live, you could say as soon as you read it, you say, "Oh, that's going too far," and you don't call the.
So basically, she's an accessory at that point to the defamation. Okay,
well, maybe you take it out. Well, that's the headline's the best one for Johnny Depp's team because that's the one that talks about sexual violence, and I don't know that we got anything that even suggests that at all.
No.
So
you got 2 years ago, I became an ambassador for domestic violence, which that's talking about Johnny Depp, but even if you somehow are then getting to like you're talking about 2 years ago, who's going to remember those details to be like a republication of it specifically? I don't know. And then the other one was I've seen firsthand how Hollywood protects its own. Basically, it's like how is that getting to Johnny Depp has been doing all these abusive things. It's so problematic from a legal perspective to get to where you need to be. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I see it at this point. So it just becomes a slog fest on who's the bigger jerk, and the only value of this trial becomes in maybe the only real value becomes in the jury of public opinion, and that's the only thing that's left at the end of the day. Because like even if I'm wrong and let's say Amber Heard loses on the defamation, I don't know that verdict alone will change anyone in Hollywood's mind in terms of their perceptions of the thing. Do you think there's a scenario where Johnny Depp wins his defamation suit, and let's just say I'm wrong on the law, Johnny Depp wins his defamation suit, the thing stands through appeal, he's awarded $30 million or whatever for all the jobs he's lost out on as economic harm, so that's all sustained as compensation damages. Do you think that reality gets Johnny Depp more into pictures? Do you think that people are picking
Hollywood's
up
ready
the
to
phone
hire
more?
Johnny Depp? I think Hollywood is right now ready to hire Johnny Depp. I think that they have evaluated the situation to some extent, and they need the cover.
They need the cover.
Yes vote. I really, every indication I have is I think that they're willing to hire Johnny Depp again if he has a yes paper to go with it.
Does it tank Amber Heard's career?
No, I don't think so.
Probably not.
Not as long as she's a pretty face. I really don't think so.
There's something depressing about that.
I'm a real
not like there's any shortage
guy.
of pretty
I think
faces
Johnny
in
needs
California.
Johnny needs a paper that says "win" on it, like a Looney Tune, to take over to the Hollywood studio.
Do it if he's Truman style. He can hold it up from the back of the railroad car.
Yep, I think that's what he needs. And I don't. I think Warner Brothers has so many other issues. I think Amber Heard is the least of them.
Yeah.
True.
So yeah, maybe I'm making maybe my prediction on how Hollywood will react is an error. So maybe I'm just wrong all over the map. But these are things I've been thinking about.
No, I think you've got a lot of astute observations. My real politic on Hollywood is very, very cynical.
No, I appreciate the cynicism. I definitely buy the cynicism. But I was thinking they are so cynical and so locked into the Me Too that they can't admit to themselves that they were wrong.
They don't want
And
Me Too to take out every actor they have. They're reevaluating. They're reevaluating.
So now
their
it just becomes a
knee-jerk.
business decision now. It's
A little
yeah,
bit.
we need to.
Oh,
we need to,
You want the
yeah.
cynicism.
So we've
Yeah,
gone to the point.
it's all
We've gone to the
business.
point where it's actually hurting our wallets, and we care now.
You want Johnny Depp puts cheeks in seats. There are very few actors that still do.
Cheeks in seats, I love it.
and this is messy enough that if you could just get one court to say yes, I think they take him back. That's my opinion on how this goes down. And I would
might
be
be
willing to
right.
bet that's Johnny Depp's thought process. I don't think he even needs damages. A win and $1, I think, gets him back in Hollywood.
I think so too.
Yeah, if you're trying to sell me on the proposition that Hollywood is a bunch of disloyal assholes who will betray you at the first sign of convenience, I'm like, yeah, I buy that for sure.
And welcome you back with open arms when they're running a business that's going into the ground due to streaming, and they need somebody to put those cheeks in seats. Yeah.
P-Dub says, I meant the difference between Sean Betts' photos and the photos posted in The Sun, LOL. There's one set that's subtle and one set that's red. Oh, interesting. I need to look back. I'm not sure if you mean photos. I'm assuming you mean photos of Johnny Depp.
Those same photos, I would assume, but that gets you into like color grading and small edits and things. At least we're led to believe in the legal testimony there that was raw, that those photos were untouched raws.
Yeah, exactly. And Liz Cause 1106 says, going back to the finger, JD is right-handed. The severed finger is on his right hand. Does JD sever his own finger using his non-dominant hand? That's a very good
In a
point.
coked out drunk rage, sure, why not?
Well, with blood on the walls, I mean, you're really talking about something where if he's going to do it with a knife, he's going to throw it off to the side. That's why I can still imagine
as if it's a champagne bottle, right? Like
like
using
a saber.
Boom.
Yeah.
Like if you're really out of control and you go to wield it potentially against your wife and you accidentally get your own finger and it throws the fingertip. Like I can tell stories that I can get these facts to work in. Who the hell knows what happened in that room? Everybody that we've even heard describe it is like, they're asked, what does it look like in there? And they're like, they go bug-eyed and then they're like, it was a mess. It's like, okay.
That's about what we know, is it was a mess. Well, anyhow, I'm gonna wrap this up so I can work on the recap, and I will see you guys tomorrow for the explosive Johnny Depp testimony. That's gonna be big. Be here, be early. We will start. So trial starts at 10 o'clock a.m. EST. We will be here 30 minutes before that to chit chat, talk about the day before, talk about what's to come, and just kind of hang out a bit. So come in, come warm up, and we will have tons of fun and see what Johnny Depp does for his testimony. It's going to be, can't miss testimony. Oh, one more super chat before we go. KH8 says, I see the jury.
$20. She didn't mean it. She loves that.
KH8 says, this is the last one, by the way, last super chat. I see the jury finding for Amber and JD's case against her and finding for Johnny and Amber's against him. Fundamentally, jury just wanting to put a period on this will still be a win for JD in the public court, I think. Could very well be. Anyhow, on that note, that about does it for me. I will see you guys tomorrow.